Section 15 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Nance. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler, edited by Henry Festing Jones. Section 15, Cash and Credit. The Unseen World. I believe there is an unseen world about which we know nothing as firmly as anyone can believe it. I see things coming up from it into the visible world and going down again from the seen world to the unseen. But my unseen world is to be bona fide unseen, and insofar as I say I know anything about it, I stultify myself. It should no more be described than God should be represented in painting or sculpture. It is as the other side of the moon. We know it must be there, but we know also that in the nature of things we can never see it. Sometimes some trifle of it may sway into sight and out again, but it is so little that it is not worth counting as having been seen. The Kingdom of Heaven. The world admits that there is another world, that there is a kingdom, veritable and worth having, which nevertheless is invisible and has nothing to do with any kingdom such as we now see. It agrees that the wisdom of this other kingdom is foolishness here on earth, while the wisdom of the world is foolishness in the kingdom of heaven. In our hearts we know that the kingdom of heaven is the higher of the two and the better worth living and dying for, and that, if it is to be won, it must be sought steadfastly and in singleness of heart by those who put all else on one side, and shrinking from no sacrifice are ready to face shame, poverty, and torture here, rather than abandon the hope of the prize of their high calling. Nobody who doubts any of this is worth talking with. The question is, where is this heavenly kingdom, and what way are we to take to find it? Happily, the answer is easy, for we are not likely to go wrong if in all simplicity, humility, and good faith we heartily desire to find it and follow the dictates of ordinary common sense. The Philosopher. He should have made many mistakes and been saved often by the skin of his teeth, for the skin of one's teeth is the most teaching thing about one. He should have been, or at any rate believed himself, a great fool and a great criminal. He should have cut himself adrift from society and yet not be without society. He should have given up, even Christ himself, for Christ's sake. He should be above fear or love or hate, and yet know them extremely well. He should have lost all, save a small competence, and know what a vantage ground it is to be an outcast. Destruction and death say they have heard the fame of wisdom with their ears, and the philosopher must have been very close up to these if he too would hear it. The Artist and the Shopkeeper. Most artists, whether in religion, music, literature, painting, or what not, are shopkeepers in disguise. They hide their shop as much as they can and keep pretending that it does not exist, but they are essentially shopkeepers and nothing else. Why do I try to sell my books and feel regret at never seeing them pay their expenses if I am not a shopkeeper? Of course I am, only I keep a bad shop, a shop that does not pay. In like manner, the professed shopkeeper has generally a taint of the artist somewhere about him, which he tries to conceal as much as the professed artist tries to conceal his shopkeeping. The businessman and the artist are like matter and mind. We can never get either pure and without some alloy of the other. Art and Trade. People confound literature and article dealing because the plant in both cases is similar, but no two things can be more distinct. Neither the question of money nor that of friend or foe can enter into literature proper. Here, right feeling, or good taste, if this expression be preferred, is alone considered. If a bona fide writer thinks a thing wants saying, he will say it as tersely, clearly, and elegantly as he can. The question whether it will do him personally good or harm, or how it will affect this or that friend, never enters his head, or if it does, it is instantly ordered out again. The only personal gratifications allowed him, apart, of course, from such as are conceded to everyone, writer or no, are those of keeping his good name spotless among those whose opinion is alone worth having, and of maintaining the highest traditions of a noble calling. If a man lives in fear and trembling lest he should fail in these respects, if he finds these considerations alone weigh with him, if he never writes without thinking how he shall best serve good causes and damage bad ones, then he is a genuine man of letters. If in addition to this he succeeds in making his manner attractive, he will become a classic. He knows this. He knows, although the Greeks in their mythology forgot to say so, that conceit was saved to mankind as well as hope when Pandora clapped the lid onto her box. With the article dealer, on the other hand, money is and ought to be the first consideration. Literature is an art. Article writing, when a man is paid for it, is a trade, and none the worse for that. But pot-boilers are the one thing, and genuine pictures are another. People have indeed been paid for some of the most genuine pictures ever painted, and so with music, and so with literature itself. Hard and fast lines ever cut the fingers of those who draw them. But as a general rule, most lasting art has been poorly paid so far as money goes, till the artist was near the end of his time, and whether money passed or no, we may be sure that it was not thought of. Such work is done as a bird sings for the love of the thing. It is persevered in as long as body and soul can be kept together, whether there be pay or no, and perhaps better if there be no pay. Nevertheless, though art disregards money and trade disregards art, the artist may stand not a little trade alloy, and be even toughened by it, and the tradesman may be more than half an artist. Art is in the world, but not of it. It lives in a kingdom of its own, governed by laws that none but artists can understand. This, at least, is the ideal towards which an artist tends, though we all know very well none of us reach it. With the trade it is exactly the reverse. This world is, and ought to be, everything, and the invisible world is as little to the trade as this visible world is to the artist. When I say the artist tends towards such a world, I mean not that he tends consciously and reasoningly, but that his instinct to take this direction will be too strong to let him take any other. He is incapable of reasoning on the subject. If he could reason, he would be lost qua artist, for by every test that reason can apply, those who sell themselves for a price are in the right. The artist is guided by a faith that for him transcends all reason. Granted that this faith has been in great measure founded on reason, that it has grown up along with reason, that if it lose touch with reason, it is no longer faith but madness. Granted again that reason is in great measure founded on faith, that it has grown up along with faith, that if it lose touch with faith, it is no longer reason but mechanism. Granted, therefore, that faith grows with reason, as will with power, as demand with supply, as mind with body, each stimulating and augmenting the other, until an invisible, minute nucleus attains colossal growth. Nevertheless, the difference between the man of the world and the man who lives by faith is that the first is drawn towards the one, and the second towards the other of two principles, which, so far as we can see, are coextensive and co-equal in importance. Money. It is curious that money, which is the most valuable thing in life, exceptus excipiendis, should be the most fatal corrupter of music, literature, painting, and all the arts. As soon as any art is pursued with a view to money, then farewell, in 99 cases out of 100, all hope of genuine good work. If a man has money at his back, he may touch these things and do something which will live a long while, and he may be very happy in doing it. If he has no money, he may do good work, but the chances are he will be killed in doing it and for having done it. Or he may make himself happy by doing bad work and getting money out of it. And there is no great harm in this, provided he knows his work is done in this spirit and rates it for its commercial value only. Still, as a rule, a man should not touch any of the arts as a creator, unless he has a discreta positionina behind him. Modern simony. It is not the dealing in livings, but the thinking they can buy the Holy Ghost for money which vulgar rich people indulge in when they dabble in literature, music, and painting. Nevertheless, on reflection, it must be admitted that the Holy Ghost is very hard to come by without money. For the Holy Ghost is only another term for the fear of the Lord, which is wisdom. And though wisdom cannot be gotten for gold, still less can it be gotten without it. Gold, or the value that is equivalent to gold, lies at the root of wisdom, and enters so largely into the very essence of the Holy Ghost, that no gold, no Holy Ghost may pass as an axiom. This is perhaps why it is not easy to buy wisdom by whatever name it be called. I mean, because it is almost impossible to sell it. It is a very unmarketable commodity, as those who have received it truly know to their own great bane and boon. My grandfather and myself. My grandfather worked very hard all his life, and was making money all the time until he became a bishop. I have worked very hard all of my life, but have never been able to earn money. As usefulness is generally counted, no one can be more useless. This I believe to be largely due to the public school and university teaching through which my grandfather made his money. Yes, but then if he is largely responsible for that which has made me useless, has he not also left me the hardly won money which makes my uselessness sufficiently agreeable to myself? And would not the poor old gentleman gladly change lots with me if he could? I do not know, but I should be sorry to change lots with him or with anyone else, so I need not grumble. I said in Luck or Cunning that the only way, at least I think I said so, in which a teacher can thoroughly imbue an unwilling learner with his own opinions is for the teacher to eat the pupil up and thus assimilate him. If he can, for it is possible that the pupil may continue to disagree with the teacher. And as a matter of fact, schoolmasters do live upon their pupils, and I, as my grandfather's grandson, continue to batten upon old pupil. Art and Usefulness. Tedder, the librarian of the Athenaeum, said to me when I told him, I have only seen him twice, what poor success my books had met with. "Yes, but you have made the great mistake of being useful." This, for the moment, displeased me, for I know that I have always tried to make my work useful, and should not care about doing it at all unless I believed it to subserve use more or less directly. Yet when I look at those works which we all hold to be the crowning glories of the world, as, for example, the Iliad, the Odyssey, Hamlet, the Messiah, Rembrandt's portraits, or Holbein's, or Giovanni Bellini's, the connection between them and use is, to say the least of it, far from obvious. Music, indeed, can hardly be tortured into being useful at all, unless to drown the cries of the wounded in battle, or to enable people to talk more freely at evening parties. The uses, again, of painting in its highest forms are very doubtful. I mean in any material sense. In its lower forms, when it becomes more diagrammic, it is materially useful. Literature may be useful from its lowest forms to nearly its highest, but the highest cannot be put in harness to any but spiritual uses, and the fact remains that the Hallelujah Chorus, the speech of Hamlet to the players, Bellini's Doge, have only their uses in a spiritual world, whereto the word uses is as alien as bodily flesh is to a choir of angels. As it is fatal to the highest art that it should have been done for money, so it seems hardly less fatal that it should be done with a view to those uses that tend toward money. And yet, was not the Iliad written mainly with a view to money? Did not Shakespeare make money by his plays, Handel by his music, and the noblest painters by their art? True, but in all these cases, I take it, love of fame, and that most potent and, at the same time, unpractical form of it, the lust after fame beyond the grave, was the mainspring of the action, the money being but a concomitant accident. Money is like the wind that bloweth whithersoever it listeth. Sometimes it chooses to attach itself to high feats of literature and art and music, but more commonly it prefers lower company. I can continue this note no further, for there is no end to it. Briefly, the world resolves itself into two great classes: those who hold that honor after death is better worth having than any honor a man can get, and know anything about, and those who doubt this, To my mind, those who hold it, and hold it firmly, are the only people worth thinking about. They will also hold that, important as the physical world obviously is, the spiritual world, of which we know little beyond its bare existence, is more important still. Genius, Part 1. Genius is akin both to madness and inspiration, and, as everyone is both more or less inspired and more or less mad, everyone has more or less genius. When, therefore, we speak of genius, we do not mean an absolute thing which some men have and others have not, but a small scale turning over weight of something which we all have but which we cannot either define or apprehend, the quantum which we all have being allowed to go without saying. This small excess weight has been defined as a supreme capacity for taking trouble, but he who thus defined it can hardly claim genius in respect of his own definition. His capacity for taking trouble does not seem to have been abnormal. It might have been more fitly described as a supreme capacity for getting its possessors into trouble of all kinds, and keeping them therein so long as the genius remains. People who are credited with genius have, indeed, been sometimes very painstaking, but they would often show more signs of genius if they had taken less. "You have taken too much trouble with your opera," said Handel to Gluck. It is not likely that the Hailstone Chorus or Mrs. Quickly cost their creators much pains. Indeed, we commonly feel the ease with which a difficult feat has been performed to be a more distinctive mark of genius than the fact that the performer took great pains before he could achieve it. Pains can serve genius, or even mar it, but they cannot make it. We can rarely, however, say what pains have or have not been taken in any particular case, for over and above the spent pains of a man's early efforts, the force of which may carry him far beyond all trace of themselves, there are still more remote and invisible ancestral pains, repeated we not know how often or in what fortunate correlation with pains taken in some other and unseen direction. This points to the conclusion that, though it is wrong to suppose the essence of genius to lie in a capacity for taking pains, it is right to hold that it must have been rooted in pains, and that it cannot have grown up without them. Genius, again, might, perhaps almost as well, be defined as a supreme capacity for saving other people from having to take pains, if the highest flights of genius did not seem to know nothing about pains one way or the other. What trouble can Hamlet or the Iliad save to anyone? Genius can, and does, save it sometimes. The genius of Newton may have saved a good deal of trouble one way or another, but it has probably endangered as much new as it has saved old. This, however, is all a matter of chance, for genius never seems to care whether it makes the burden or bears it. The only certain thing is that there will be a burden, for the Holy Ghost has ever tended toward a breach of the peace, and the New Jerusalem, when it comes, will probably be found so far to resemble the old as to stone its prophets freely. The world, thy world, is a jealous world, and thou shalt have none other worlds but it. Genius points to change, and change is a hankering after another world, so the old world suspects it. Genius disturbs order. It unsettles more, and hence it is immoral. On a small scale it is intolerable, but genius will have no small scales. It is even more immoral for a man to be too far in front than to lag too far behind. The only absolute morality is absolute stagnation, but this is unpractical, so a peck of change is permitted to everyone, but it must be a peck only, whereas genius would have ever so many sacks full. There is a myth among some Eastern nation that at the birth of genius an unkind fairy marred all the good gifts of the other fairies by depriving it of the power of knowing where to stop. Nor does genius care more about money than about trouble. It is no respecter of time, trouble, money, or persons, the four things round which human affairs turn most persistently. It will not go a hair's breadth from its way either to embrace fortune or to avoid her. It is, like love, too young to know the worth of gold. It knows, indeed, both love and hate, but not as we know them, for it will fly for help to its bitterest foe or attack its dearest friend in the interests of the art it serves. Yet this genius, which so despises the world, is the only thing of which the world is permanently enamored, and the more it flouts the world, the more the world worships it, when it has once well killed it in the flesh? Who can understand this eternal crossing in love and contradiction in terms which warps the woof of actions and things from the atom to the universe? The more a man despises time, trouble, money, persons, place, and everything on which the world insists as most essential to salvation, the more pious will the same world hold him to have been. What a fund of universal unconscious skepticism must underlie the world's opinions! For we are all alike in our worship of genius that has passed through the fire. Nor can this universal instinctive consent be explained otherwise than as the welling up of a spring whose sources lie deep in the conviction that great as this world is, it masks a greater wherein its wisdom is folly, and which we know as blind men know where the sun is shining, certainly, but not distinctly. This should in itself be enough to prove that such a world exists, but there is still another proof in the fact that so many come among us showing instinctive and ineradicable familiarity with a state of things which has no counterpart here, and cannot therefore have been acquired here. From such a world we come, every one of us, but some seem to have more living recollection of it than others. Perfect recollection of it no man can have, for to put on flesh is to have all one's other memories jarred beyond power of conscious recognition. And genius must put on flesh, for it is only by the hook and crook of taint and flesh that tainted beings like ourselves can apprehend it. Only in and through flesh can it be made manifest to us at all. The flesh and the shop will return, no matter with how many pitchforks we expel them, for we cannot conceivably expel them thoroughly. Therefore it is better not to be too hard upon them. And yet this same flesh cloaks genius at the very time that it reveals it. It seems as though the flesh must have been on and must have gone clean off before genius can be discerned, and also that we must stand a long way from it, for the world grows more and more myopic as it grows older. And this brings another trouble, for by the time the flesh has gone off it enough, and it is far enough away for us to see it without glasses, the chances are we shall have forgotten its very existence and lose the wish to see at the very moment of becoming able to do so. Hence there appears to be no remedy for the oft-repeated complaint that the world knows nothing of its greatest men. How can it be expected to do so? And how can its greatest men be expected to know more than a very little of the world? At any rate, they seldom do, and it is just because they cannot, and do not that. If they ever happen to be found out at all, they are recognized as the greatest, and the world weeps and wrings its hands that it cannot know more about them. Lastly, if genius cannot be bought with money, still less can it sell what it produces. The only price that can be paid for genius is suffering, and this is the only wages it can receive. The only work that has any considerable permanence is written, more or less consciously, in the blood of the writer, or in that of his or her forefathers. Genius is like money, or again, like crime. Everyone has a little, if it be only a halfpenny, and he can beg or steal this much, if he has not got it. But those who have little are rarely very fond of millionaires. People generally like and understand best those who are of much about the same social standing and money status as their own. And so it is for the most part as between those who have only the average amount of genius and the Homers, Shakespeares, and Handels of the race. And yet, so paradoxical is everything connected with genius, that it almost seems as though the nearer people stood to one another in respect either of money or genius, the more jealous they become of one another. I have read somewhere that Thackeray was one day flattening his nose against a grocer's window and saw 2 bags of sugar, one marked 10 pence, halfpenny, and the other 11 pence, for sugar has come down since Thackeray's time. As he left the window, he was heard to say, "How they must hate one another!" So it is in the animal and vegetable worlds. The war of extermination is generally fiercest between the most nearly allied species, for these stand most in one another's light. So here again the same old paradox and contradiction in terms meets us, like a stone wall, in the fact that we love best those who are in the main like ourselves, but when they get too like we hate them, and at the same time we hate most those who are unlike ourselves, but if they become unlike enough, we may often be very fond of them. Genius must make those who have it think apart, and to think apart is to take one's view of things instead of being, like Poins, a blessed fellow to think as every man thinks. A man who thinks for himself knows what others do not, but does not know what others know. Hence the belli causa, for he cannot serve two masters, the God of his own inward light and the mammon of common sense, at one and at the same time. How can a man think apart and not apart? But if he is a genius, this is the riddle he must solve. The uncommon sense of genius and the common sense of the rest of the world are thus as husband and wife to one another. They are always quarrelling, and common sense, who must be taken to be the husband, always fancies himself the master. Nevertheless, genius is generally admitted to be the better half. He who would know more of genius must turn to what he can find in the poets, or to whatever other sources he may discover, for I can help him no further. Part 2. The destruction of great works of literature and art is as necessary for the continued development of either one or the other as death is for that of organic life. We fight against it as long as we can, and often stave it off successfully both for ourselves and others. But there is nothing so great. Not Homer, Shakespeare, Handel, Rembrandt, Giovanni Bellini, De Hoogh, Velasquez, and the goodly company of other great men for whose lives we would gladly give our own. But it has got to go sooner or later and leave no visible traces, though the invisible ones endure from everlasting to everlasting. It is idle to regret this for ourselves or others. Our effort should tend towards enjoying and being enjoyed as highly and as for a long time as we can, and then chancing the rest. Part 3. Inspiration is never genuine if it is known as inspiration at the time. True inspiration always steals on a person, its importance not being fully recognized for some time. So men of genius always escape their own immediate belongings, and indeed, generally their own age. Part 4. Dullness is so much stronger than genius because there is so much more of it, and it is better organized and more naturally cohesive inter se. So the Arctic volcano can do no thing against Arctic ice. Part 5. America will have her geniuses, as every other country has. In fact, she has already had one in Walt Whitman, but I do not think America is a good place in which to be a genius. A genius can never expect to have a good time anywhere, if he is a genuine article, but America is about the last place in which life will be endurable at all for an inspired writer of any kind. Great things. All men can do great things if they know what great things are. So hard is this last that even where it exists the knowledge is as much unknown as known to them that have it, and is more a leaning upon the Lord than a willing of one that willeth. And yet all the leaning on the Lord in Christendom fails, if there be not a will of him that willeth to back it up. God and the man are powerless without one another. Genius and Providence. Among all the evidences for the existence of an overruling providence that I can discover, I see none more convincing than the elaborate and for the most part effectual provision that has been made for the suppression of genius. The more I see of the world, the more necessary I see it to be that by far the greater part of what is written or done should be of so fleeting a character as to take itself away quickly. That is the advantage in the fact that so much of our literature is journalism. Schools and colleges are not intended to foster genius and to bring it out. Genius is a nuisance, and it's the duty of schools and colleges to abate it by setting genius traps in its way. They are as the artificial obstructions in a hurdle race, tests of skill and endurance, but in themselves useless. Still, so necessary is it that genius and originality should be abated that, did not academies exist, we should have had to invent them. The art of covery. This is as important and interesting as discovery. Surely the glory of finally getting rid of and burying a long and troublesome matter should be as great as that of making an important discovery. The trouble is that the coverer is like Samson, who perished in the wreck of what he had destroyed. If he gets rid of a thing, effectually he gets rid of himself too. Wanted. We want a society for the suppression of erudite research and the decent burial of the past. The ghosts of the dead past want quite as much laying as raising. Ephemeral and permanent success. The supposition that the world is ever in league to put a man down is childish. Hardly less childish is it for an author to lay the blame on reviewers. A good sturdy author is a match for 100 reviewers. He, I grant, knows nothing of either literature or science who does not know that a mot d'ordre given by a few wire-pullers can for a time make or mar any man's success. People neither know what it is they like nor do they know what they want to find out. All they care about is the being supposed to derive their likings from the best West End magazines. So they look to the shop with the large plate-glass window and take what the shopman gives them. But no amount of plate glass can carry off more than a certain amount of false pretenses, and there is no mot d'ordre that can keep a man permanently down if he is as intent on winning lasting good name as I have been. If I had played for immediate popularity, I think I could have won it. Having played for lasting credit, I doubt not that it will in the end be given me. A man should not be held to be ill-used for not getting what he has not played for. I am not saying that it is better or more honourable to play for lasting than for immediate success. I know which I myself find pleasanter, but that has nothing to do with it. It is a nice question whether the light or the heavy-armed soldier of literature and art is the more useful. I join the plotters and have aimed at permanent good name rather than brilliancy. I have no doubt I did this because instinct told me, for I never thought about it, that this would be the easier and less thorny path. I have more of perseverance than of those, perhaps, even more valuable gifts, facility and readiness of resource. I hate being hurried. Moreover, I am too fond of independence to get on with the leaders of literature and science. Independence is essential for permanent, but fatal to immediate success. Besides, luck enters much more into ephemeral than into permanent success, as I have always distrusted luck. Those who play a waiting game have matters more in their own hands. Time gives them double chances, whereas if success does not come at once to the ephemerid, he misses it altogether. I know that the ordinary reviewer, who either snarls at my work or misrepresents it, or ignores it, or again who pats it subcontemptuously on the back, is as honourably and usefully employed as I am. In the kingdom of literature, as I have just been saying in the Universal Review about science, there are many mansions, and what is intolerable in one is common form in another. It is a case of the division of labour, and a man will gravitate toward one class of workers or another, according as he is built. There is neither higher nor lower about it. I should like to put it on record that I understand it, and I am not inclined to regret the arrangements that have made me possible. My birthright. I had to steal my own birthright. I stole it and was bitterly punished, but I saved my soul alive. End of section 15. Recording by Rebecca Nance. Section 16 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Nance. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler, edited by Henry Festing Jones. Section 16. The Enfant terrible of literature. Myself. I am the enfant terrible of literature and science. If I cannot, and I know I cannot, get the literary and scientific bigwigs to give me a shilling, I can, and I know I can, heave bricks into the middle of them. Blake, Dante, Virgil, and Tennyson. Talking it over, we agreed that Blake was no good because he learnt Italian at 60 in order to study Dante, and we knew Dante was no good because he was so fond of Virgil, and Virgil was no good because Tennyson ran him, and as for Tennyson, well, Tennyson goes without saying. My father and Shakespeare. My father is one of the few men I know who say they do not like Shakespeare. I could forgive my father for not liking Shakespeare if it was only because Shakespeare wrote poetry, but this is not the reason. He dislikes Shakespeare because he finds him so very coarse. He also says he likes Tennyson, and this seriously aggravates his offense. Tennyson. We were saying what a delightful dispensation of Providence it was that prosperous people will write their memoirs. We hoped Tennyson was writing his. 1890. P.S. We think his son has done nearly as well. 1898. Walter Pater and Matthew Arnold. Mr. Walter Pater's style is, to me, like the face of some old woman who has been to Madame Rachel and had herself enamelled. The bloom is nothing but powder and paint, and the odour is cherry blossom. Mr. Matthew Arnold's odour is as the faint sickliness of hawthorn. My Random Passages. At the Century Club, a friend very kindly and hesitatingly ventured to suggest to me that I should get someone to go over my manuscript before printing. A judicious editor, he said, would have prevented me from printing many a bit which, it seemed to him, was written too recklessly and offhand. The fact is that the more reckless and random a passage appears to be, the more carefully it has been submitted to friends and considered and reconsidered. Without the support of friends, I should never have dared to print one half of what I have printed. I am not one of those who can repeat the general confession unreservedly. I should say rather, I have left unsaid much that I am sorry I did not say, but I have said little that I am sorry for having said, and I am pretty well on the whole, thank you. Moral, try your strengths. There are people who, if they only had a slot, might turn a pretty penny as moral try your strengths, like those we see in railway stations for telling people their physical strength when they have dropped a penny in the slot. In a way, they have a slot, which is their mouths, and people drop pennies in by asking them to dinner, and then they try their strength against them and get snubbed. But this way is roundabout and expensive. We want a good automatic asinometer, by which we can tell at a moderate cost how great or how little of a fool we are. Populous Vault. If people like being deceived, and this can hardly be doubted, there can rarely have been a time during which they can have had more of the wish than now. The literary, scientific, and religious worlds vie with one another in trying to gratify the public. Men and Monkeys. In his latest article, February 1892, Professor Garner says that the chatter of monkeys is not meaningless, but that they are conveying ideas to one another. This seems to me hazardous. The monkeys might with equal justice conclude that in our magazine articles, or literary and artistic criticisms, we are not chattering idly, but are conveying ideas to one another. One touch of nature. One touch of nature makes the whole world kin. Should it not be marks, not makes? There is one touch of nature, or natural feature, which marks all mankind as of one family. P.S. Surely it should be of ill nature. One touch of ill nature marks, or several touches of ill nature mark, the whole world kin. Genuine feeling. In the Times of today, June 4th, 1887, there is an obituary notice of a Reverend Mr. Knight, who wrote about 200 songs. Among others, She Wore a Wreath of Roses. The Times says that though these songs have no artistic merit, they are full of genuine feeling, or words to this effect, as though a song which was full of genuine feeling could by any possibility be without artistic merit. George Meredith. The Times, in a leading article, says, January 3, 1899, a talker, as Mr. George Meredith has somewhere said, involves the existence of a talkee, or words to this effect. I said what comes to the same thing as this in Life and Habit in 1877, and I repeated it in the preface to my translation of the Iliad in 1898. I do not believe George Meredith has said anything to the same effect, but I have read so very little of that writer, and have so utterly rejected what I did read, that he may well have done so without my knowing it. He damned Erewhon, as in Chapman and Hall's Reader in 1871, and, as I am still raw about this after 28 years, I am afraid unless I say something more I shall be taken as writing these words seriously. I prefer to assert that the Times writer was quoting from my preface to the Iliad, published a few weeks earlier, and fathering the remark on George Meredith. By the way, the Times did not give so much as a line to my translation in its Books of the Week, though it was duly sent to them. Froude and Freeman. I think it was last Saturday, April 9th, at any rate it was a day just thereabouts, the Times had a leader on Froude's appointment as Regius Professor of Modern History at Oxford. It said Froude was perhaps our greatest living master of style, or words to that effect, only that, like Freeman, he was too long, i.e., only he is a habitual offender against the most fundamental principles of his art. If then Froude is our greatest master of style, what are the rest of us? There was a much better article yesterday on Marbeau, on which my namesake A.J. Butler got a dressing for talking rubbish about style. 1892. Style. In this day's Sunday Times there is an article on Mrs. Browning's letters, which begins with some remarks about style. It is recorded, says the writer, of Plato that in a rough draft of one of his dialogues found after his death, the first paragraph was written in 70 different forms. Wordsworth spared no pains to sharpen and polish to the utmost the gifts with which nature had endowed him, and Cardinal Newman, one of the greatest masters of English style, has related in an amusing essay the pains he took to acquire his style. I never knew a writer yet who took the smallest pains with his style and was at the same time readable. Plato's having had 70 shies at one sentence, it's quite enough to explain to me why I dislike him. A man may and ought to take a great deal of pains to write clearly, tersely, and euphemistically. He will write many a sentence 3 or 4 times over. To do much more than that is worse than not rewriting at all. He will be at great pains to see that he does not repeat himself, to arrange his matter in the way that shall best enable the reader to master it, to cut out superfluous words, and even more to eschew irrelevant matter. But in each case he will be thinking not of his own style, but of his reader's convenience. Men like Newman and R.L. Stevenson seem to have taken pains to acquire what they called a style as a preliminary measure, as something that they had to form before their writings could be of any value. I should like to put it on record that I never took the smallest pains with my style, have never thought about it, and do not know or want to know whether it is a style at all, or whether it is not, as I believe and hope, just common, simple straightforwardness. I cannot conceive how any man can take thought for his style without loss to himself and his readers. I have, however, taken all the pains that I had patience to endure in the improvement of my handwriting, which, by the way, has a constant tendency to resume feral characteristics, and also with my manuscript, generally to keep it clean and legible. I am having a great tidying just now, in the course of which the manuscript of Erewhon turned up, and I was struck with the great difference between it and the manuscript of the authoress of the Odyssey. I have also taken great pains, with what success I know not, to correct impatience, irritability, and other like faults in my own character, and this not because I care 2 straws about my own character, but because I find the correction of such faults as I have been able to correct makes life easier and saves me from getting into scrapes, and attaches nice people to me more readily. But I suppose this really is attending to style after all. 1897. Diderot on criticism. Il est si difficile de produire une chose même médiocre. Il est si facile de sentir la médiocrité. I have lately seen this quoted as having been said by Diderot. It is easy to say we feel the mediocrity when we have heard a good many people say that the work is mediocre. But unless in matters about which he has been long conversant, no man can easily form an independent judgment as to whether or not a work is mediocre. I know that in the matter of books, painting, and music I constantly find myself unable to form a settled opinion, till I have heard what many men of varied tastes have to say, and have also made myself acquainted with details about a man's antecedents and way of life which are generally held to be irrelevant. Often, of course, this is unnecessary. A man's character, if he has left much work behind him, or if he is not coming before us for the first time, is generally easily discovered without extraneous aid. We want no one to give us any clues to the nature of such men as Giovanni Bellini or De Hoogh. Hogarth's character is written upon his work so plainly that he who runs it may read it. So is Handel's upon his, so is Purcell's, so is Corelli's. So, indeed, are the characters of most men. But often, where only little work has been left, or where a work is by a new hand, it is exceedingly difficult, sentir la médiocrité, and it might be added, ou même sentir de tout. How many years, I wonder, was it before I learned to dislike Thackeray and Tennyson as cordially as I do now? For how many years did I not almost worship them? Bunyan and Others. I have been reading The Pilgrim's Progress again, the third part and all, and wish that someone would tell me what to think about it. The English is racy, vigorous, and often very beautiful, but the language of any book is nothing except in so far as it reveals the writer. The words in which a man clothes his thoughts are like all other clothes. The cut raises presumptions about his thoughts, and these generally turn out to be just. But the words are no more the thoughts than a man's coat is himself. I am not sure, however, that in Bunyan's case the dress in which he has clothed his ideas does not reveal him more justly than the ideas do. The Pilgrim's Progress consists mainly of a series of infamous libels upon life and things. It is a blasphemy against certain fundamental ideas of right and wrong which our consciences most instinctively approve. Its notion of heaven is hardly higher than a transformation scene at Drury Lane. It is essentially infidel. Hold out to me the chance of a golden crown, and harp with freedom from all further worries. Give me angels to flatter me and fetch and carry for me, and I shall think the game worth playing, notwithstanding the great and horrible risk of failure. But no crown, no cross for me. Pay me well, and I will wait for payment. But if I have to give credit, I shall expect to be paid better in the end. There is no conception of the faith that a man should do his duty cheerfully with all his might, though. As far as he can see, he will never be paid directly or indirectly, either here or hereafter. Still less is there any conception that unless a man has this faith, he is not worth thinking about. There is no sense that we have received freely, so we should give freely and be only too thankful that we have anything to give at all. Furthermore, there does not appear to be even the remotest conception that this honorable, comfortable, and sustaining faith is, like all other high faiths, to be brushed aside very peremptorily at the bidding of common sense. What a pity it is that Kristin never met Mr. Common Sense, with his daughter Good Humor and her affianced husband Mr. Hate Can't. But if he ever saw them in the distance, he steered clear of them, probably as feeling that they would be more dangerous than Giant Despair, Vanity Fair, and Apollyon altogether, for they would have stuck to him if he had let them get in with them. Among other things, they would have told him that, if there was any truth in his opinions, neither man nor woman ought to become a father or mother at all, inasmuch as their doing so would probably entail eternity of torture on the wretched creature whom they were launching into the world. Life in this world is risk enough to inflict on another person who has not been consulted in the matter, but death will give quittance in full. To weaken our faith in this and certain hope of peace eternal, except so far as we have so lived as to win life in others after we are gone, would be a cruel thing, even though the evidence against it were overwhelming. But to rob us of it, on no evidence worth a moment's consideration, and apparently from no other motive than the pecuniary advantage of the robbers themselves, is infamy. For the churches are but institutions for the saving of men's souls from hell. This is true enough. Nevertheless, it is untrue that in practice any Christian minister, knowing what he preaches to be both very false and very cruel, yet insists on it because it is to the advantage of his own order. In a way, the preachers believe what they preach, but it is as men who have taken a bad 10-pound note and refuse to look at the evidence that makes for its badness, though if the note were not theirs, they would see at a glance that it was not a good one. For the man in the street, it is enough that what the priests teach in respect of a future state is palpably both cruel and absurd, while, at the same time, they make their living by teaching it, and thus prey upon other men's fears of the unknown. If the churches do not wish to be misunderstood, they should not allow themselves to remain in such an equivocal position. But let this pass. Bunyan, we may be sure, took all that he preached in its most literal interpretation. He could never have made his book so interesting had he not done so. The interest of it depends almost entirely on the unquestionable good faith of the writer, and the strength of the impulse that compelled him to speak that which was within him. He was not writing a book which he might sell. He was speaking what was borne in upon him from heaven. The message he uttered was, to my thinking, both low and false, but it was truth of truths to Bunyan. No, this will not do. The epistles of St. Paul were truth of truths to Paul, but they do not attract us to the man who wrote them, and, except here and there, they are very uninteresting. Mere strength of conviction on a writer's part is not enough to make his work take permanent rank. Yet I know that I could read the whole of Pilgrim's Progress, except occasional episodical sermons, without being at all bored by it, whereas, having spent a penny upon Mr. Steed's abridgment of Joseph Andrews, I had to give it up as putting me out of all patience. I then spent another penny on an abridgment of Gulliver's Travels, and was enchanted by it. What is it that makes one book so readable and another so unreadable? Swift, from all I can make out, was a far more human and genuine person than he is generally represented, but I do not think I should have liked him, whereas Fielding, I am sure, must have been delightful. Why do the faults of his work overweigh its many great excellences, while the less great excellences of the Voyage to Lilliput outweigh its more serious defects? I suppose it is the prolixity of Fielding that fatigues me. Swift is terse. He gets through what he has to say on any matter as quickly as he can and takes the reader on to the next, whereas Fielding is not only long, but his length is made still longer by the disconnectedness of the episodes that appear to have been padded into the books, episodes that do not help one forward and are generally so exaggerated and often so full of horseplay as to put one out of conceit with the parts that are really excellent. Whatever else Bunyan is, he is never long. He takes you quickly on from incident to incident, and however little his incidents may appeal to us, we feel that he is never giving us one that is not bona fide as far as he is concerned. His episodes and incidents are introduced not because he wants to make his book longer, but because he cannot be satisfied without these particular ones, even though he may feel that his book is getting longer than he likes. And here I must break away from this problem, leaving it unsolved. 1897. Bunyan and the Odyssey. Anything worse than the Pilgrim's Progress in the matter of defiance of literary canons can hardly be conceived. The allegory halts continually. It professes to be spiritual, but nothing can be more carnal than the golden splendor of the eternal city. The view of life and the world generally is flat blasphemy against the order of things with which we are surrounded. Yet, like the Odyssey, which flatly defies sense and criticism— no, it doesn't, still, it defies them a good deal— no one can doubt that it must rank among the very greatest books that have ever been written. How Odyssean it is in its sincerity and downrightness, as well as in the marvelous beauty of its language, its freedom from all taint of the schools, and, not least, in complete victory of genuine internal zeal over a scheme initially so faulty as to appear hopeless. I read that part where Kristin passes the lions which he thought were free, but which were really chained, and it occurred to me that all lions are chained until they actually eat us, and that the moment they do this, they chain themselves up again automatically, as far as we are concerned. If one dissects this passage, it fares as many a passage in the Odyssey does when we dissect it. Kristin did not, after all, venture to pass the lions till he was assured that they were chained. And really, it is more excusable to refuse point-blank to pass a couple of lions till one knows whether they are chained or not, and the poor wicked people seem to have done nothing more than this, than it would be to pass them. Besides, by being told, Kristin fights, as it were, with loaded dice. Poetry. The greatest poets never write poetry. The Homers and Shakespeares are not the greatest. They are only the greatest that we can know. And so with Handel among musicians. For the highest poetry, whether in music or literature, is ineffable. It must be felt from one person to another. It cannot be articulated. Verse. Versifying is the lowest form of poetry, and the last thing a great poet will do in these days is to write verses. I have been trying to read Venus and Adonis and The Rape of Lucrece, but cannot get on with them. They teem with fine things, but they are got up fine things. I do not know whether this is quite what I mean, but come what may, I find the poems bore me. Were I a schoolmaster, I should think I was setting a boy a very severe punishment if I told him to read Venus and Adonis through in 3 sittings. If, then, the magic of Shakespeare's name, let alone the great beauty of occasional passages, cannot reconcile us, for I find most people of the same mind, to verse, and especially rhymed verse as a medium of sustained expression, what chance has anyone else? It seems to me that a sonnet is the utmost length to which a rhymed poem should extend. Verse, poetry, and prose. The preface to Bunyan's Pilgrim Progress is verse, but it is not poetry. The body of the work is poetry, but it is not verse. Ancient work. If a person would understand either the Odyssey or any other ancient work, he must never look at the dead without seeing the living in them, nor at the living without thinking of the dead. We are too fond of seeing the ancients as one thing and the moderns as another. Nausicaa and myself. I am elderly, grey-bearded, and, according to my clerk Alfred, disgustingly fat. I wear spectacles and get more and more bronchitic as I grow older. Still, no young prince in a fairy story ever found an invisible princess more effectually hidden behind a hedge of dullness, or more fast asleep than Nausicaa was when I woke her and hailed her as authoress of the Odyssey. And there was no difficulty about it either. All one had to do was go up to the front door and ring the bell. Telemachus and Nicholas Nickleby. The virtuous young man defending a virtuous mother against a number of powerful enemies is one of the ignis fatui of literature. The scheme ought to be very interesting, and often is so, but it always fails as regards the hero, who from Telemachus to Nicholas Nickleby is always too much of the good young man to please. Gadshill and Trapani. While getting our lunch one Sunday at the east end of the long room in the Sir John Falstaff Inn, Gadshill, we overheard some waterside-looking dwellers in the neighbourhood talking among themselves. I wrote down the following. Bill. Oh, yes, I've got a mate that works in my shop. He's chucked the dining room because they give him too much to eat. He found another place where they gave him 4 pennyworth of meat and 2 vegetables, and it was quite as much as he could put up with. George. You can't kid me, Bill, that they give you too much to eat, but I'll believe it to oblige you, Bill. Shall I see you tonight? Bill. No, I must go to church. George. Well, so must I. I've got to go. So, at Trapani I heard 2 small boys one night on the quay. I am sure I have written this down somewhere, but it is less trouble to write it again than to hunt for it. Singing with all their might, with their arms round one another's necks. I should say they were about 10 years old, not more. I asked Ignazio Giacalone, what are they singing? He replied that it was a favourite song among the Popolino of Trapani about a girl who did not want to be seen going about with a man. The people in this place, says the song, are very ill-natured, and if they see you and me together, they will talk. I do not say that there was any dissent here from Nausicaa's speech to Ulysses, but I felt as though that speech was still in the air. Footnote The Odyssey, Book 6, line 273, end footnote. I reckon Gadshill and Trapani as perhaps the 2 most classic grounds that I frequent familiarly, and at each I have seemed to hear echoes of the scenes that have made them famous. Not that what I heard at Gadshill is like any particular passage in Shakespeare. Waiting to be hired. At Castelvetrano, about 30 miles from Trapani, I had to start the next morning at 4 a.m. to see the ruins of Selinunte, and slept lightly with my window open. About 2 o'clock I began to hear a buzz of conversation in the piazza outside, and it kept me awake, so I got up to shut the window and see what it was. I found it came from a long knot of men standing about, 2 deep, but not strictly marshalled. When I got up at 3:30, it was still dark, and the men were still there, though perhaps not so many. I inquired and found they were standing to be hired for the day. Anyone wanting labourers would come there, engage as many as he wanted, and go off with them. Others would come up, and so on, till about 4 o'clock, after which no one would hire, the day being regarded as short in weight after that hour. Being so collected, the men gossip over their own and other people's affairs. Wonder who was that fine-looking stranger going about yesterday with Nausicaa, and so on. Footnote, The Odyssey, Book 6, line 273, end footnote. This, in fact, is their club, and the place where the public opinion of the district is formed. Ilium and Padua. The story of the Trojan horse is more nearly within possibility than we should readily suppose. In 1848, during the rebellion of the North Italians against the Austrians, 8 or 9 young men, for whom the authorities were hunting, hid themselves inside Donatello's wooden horse in the Salone at Padua, and lay there for 5 days, being fed through the trap door on the back of the horse, with the connivance of the custode of the Salone. No doubt they were let out for a time at night. When pursuit had become less hot, their friends smuggled them away. One of those who had been shut up was still living in 1898, and on the occasion of the Jubilee festivities was carried round the town in triumph. Eumaeus and Lord Burleigh. The inference which Arthur Platt, Journal of Philology, Volume 24, No. 47, wishes to draw from Eumaeus being told to bring Ulysses' bow, The Odyssey, Book 21, line 234, suggests to me the difference which some people in future ages may wish to draw between the character of Lord Burleigh's steps in Tennyson's poem, according as he was walking up or pacing down, wherefrom also the critic will argue that the scene of Lord Burleigh's weeping must have been on an inclined plane. Weeping, weeping late and early, walking up and pacing down, deeply mourned the Lord of Burleigh, Burleigh House by Stamford Town. My reviewers' sense of need. My reviewers felt no sense of need to understand me. If they had, they would have developed the mental organism which would have enabled them to do so. When the time comes that they want to do so, they will throw out a little mental pseudopodium without much difficulty. They threw it out when they wanted to misunderstand me, with a good deal of the pseudo in it too. The authoress of the Odyssey. The amount of pains which my reviewers have taken to understand this book is not so great as to encourage the belief that they would understand the Odyssey, however much they studied it. Again, the people who could read the Odyssey without coming to much the same conclusions as mine are not likely to admit that they ought to have done so. If a man tells me that a house in which I have long lived is inconvenient, not to say unwholesome, and that I have been very stupid in not finding this out for myself, I should be apt in the first instance to tell him that he knew nothing about it, and that I was quite comfortable. By and by I should begin to be aware that I was not so comfortable as I thought I was, and in the end I should probably make the suggested alterations in my house if, on reflection, I found them sensibly conceived. But I should kick hard at first. Homer and his commentators. Homeric commentators have been blind so long that nothing will do for them but Homer must be blind too. They have transferred their own blindness to the poet. The Iliad. In the Iliad, civilization bursts upon us as a strong stream out of a rock. We know that the water has gathered from many a distant vein underground, but we do not see these. Or it is like the drawing up the curtain on the opening of a play. The scene is then first revealed. Glacial periods of folly. The moraines left by secular glacial periods of folly stretch out over many a plane of our civilization. So in the Odyssey, especially in the second 12 books, whenever anyone eats meat, it is called sacrificing it, as though we were descended from a race that did not eat meat. Then it was said that meat might be eaten if one did not eat the life. What was the life? Clearly the blood, for when you stick a pig, it lives till the blood is gone. You must sacrifice the blood, therefore, to the gods, but so long as you abstain from things strangled and from blood, and so long as you call it sacrificing, you may eat as much meat as you please. What a mountain of lies! What a huge geological formation of falsehood, with displacement of all kinds, and strata twisted every conceivable way, must have accreted before the Odyssey was possible. Translations from verse into prose. Whenever this is attempted, great license must be allowed to the translator in getting rid of all those poetical common forms which are foreign to the genius of prose. If the work is to be translated into prose, let it be into such prose as we write and speak among ourselves. A volume of poetical prose, i.e., affected prose, had better be in verse outright at once. Poetical prose is never tolerable for more than a very short bit at a time, and it may be questioned whether poetry itself is not better kept short in 99 cases out of 100. Translating the Odyssey. If you wish to preserve the spirit of a dead author, you must not skin him, stuff him, and set him up in a case. You must eat him, digest him, and let him live in you with such life as you have, for better or worse. The difference between the Andrew Lang manner of translating the Odyssey and mine is that between making a mummy and a baby. He tries to preserve a corpse, for the Odyssey is a corpse to all who need Lang's translation, whereas I try to originate a new life, and one that is instinct, as far as I can effect this, with the spirit, though not the form of the original. They say no woman could possibly have written the Odyssey. To me, on the other hand, it seems even less possible that a man could have done so. As for its being by a practised and elderly writer, nothing but youth and inexperience could produce anything so naive and so lovely. That is where the work will suffer by my translation. I am male, practised, and elderly, and the trail of sex, age, and experience is certain to be over my translation. If the poem is ever to be well translated, it must be by some high-spirited English girl who has been brought up at Athens and who, therefore, has not been jaded by academic study of the language. A translation is at best a dislocation. A translation from verse to prose is a double dislocation, and corresponding further dislocations are necessary if an effect of deformity is to be avoided. The people who, when they read Athene, translated by Minerva, cannot bear in mind that every Athene varies more or less with, and takes colour from, the country and temperament of the writer who is being translated, will not be greatly helped by translating Athene and not Minerva. Besides, many readers would pronounce the word as a dissyllable or an anapest. The Odyssey and a tomb at Carcassonne. There is a tomb at some place in France, I think at Carcassonne, on which there is some sculpture representing the friends and relation of the deceased in paroxysms of grief, with their cheeks all cracked, and crying like Gaudenzio's angels on the Sacro Monte at Varallo Sesia. Round the corner, however, just out of sight till one searches, there is a man holding both his sides and splitting with laughter. In some parts of the Odyssey, especially about Ulysses and Penelope, I fancy that laughing man as being round the corner. October 1891. Getting it wrong. Zeffirino Carestia, a sculptor, told me we had a great sculptor in England named Simpson. I demurred and asked about his work. It seemed he had made a monument to Nelson in Westminster Abbey. Of course I saw he meant Stevens, who had made a monument to Wellington in St. Paul's. I cross-questioned him and found I was right. Suppose that in some ancient writer I had come upon a similar error, about which I felt no less certain than I did here, ought I to be debarred from my conclusion merely by the accident that I have not the wretched muddler at my elbow and cannot ask him personally? People are always getting things wrong. It is the critic's business to know how and when to believe on insufficient evidence, and to know how far to go in the matter of setting people right without going too far. The question of what is too far and what is sufficient evidence can only be settled by the higgling and haggling of the literary market. So I justify my emendation of the Grotta del Toro at Trapani. The authoress of the Odyssey, chapter 8. Il toro macina un tesoro di oro. The bull is grinding a treasure of gold. In the grotto in which, for other reasons, I am convinced Ulysses hid the gifts the Phaeacians had given him. And so the grotto is called La Grotta del Toro, the grotto of the bull. I make no doubt it was originally called La Grotta del Tesoro, the grotto of the treasure, but children got it wrong and corrupted tesoro into toro. Then, it being known that the tesoro was in it somehow, the toro was made to grind the tesoro. End of section 16. Recording by Rebecca Nance. Section 17 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Nance. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler, edited by Henry Festing Jones. Section 17. Unprofessional Sermons. Righteousness. According to Mr. Matthew Arnold, as we find the highest traditions of grace, beauty, and the heroic virtues among the Greeks and Romans, so we derive our highest ideal of righteousness from Jewish sources. Righteousness was to the Jew what strength and beauty were to the Greek, or fortitude to the Roman. This sounds well, but can we think that the Jews taken as a nation were really more righteous than the Greeks and Romans? Could they indeed be so if they were less strong, graceful, and enduring? In some respects they may have been. Every nation has its strong points, but surely there has been a nearly unanimous verdict for many generations that the typical Greek or Roman is a higher, nobler person than the typical Jew. And this referring not to the modern Jew, who may perhaps be held to have been injured by centuries of oppression, but to the Hebrew of the time of the old prophets and of the most prosperous eras in the history of the nation. If three men could be set before us as the most perfect Greek, Roman, and Jew respectively, and if we could choose which we would have our only son most resemble, is it not likely we should find ourselves preferring the Greek or Roman to the Jew? And does not this involve that we hold the two former to be the more righteous in a broad sense of the word? I dare not say that we owe no benefits to the Jewish nation. I do not feel sure whether we do or do not, but I can see no good thing that I can point to as a notoriously Hebrew contribution to our moral and intellectual well-being, as I can point to our law and say that it is Roman, or to our fine arts and say that they are based on what the Greeks and Italians taught us. On the contrary, if asked what feature of post-Christian life we had derived most distinctly from Hebrew sources, I should say at once intolerance. The desire to dogmatize about matters whereon the Greek and Roman held certainty to be at once unimportant and unattainable. This, with all its train of bloodshed and family disunion, is chargeable to the Jewish rather than to any other account. There is yet another vice which occurs readily to any one who reckons up the characteristics which we derive mainly from the Jews. It is one that we call, after a Jewish sect, Pharisaism. I do not mean to say that no Greek or Roman was ever a sanctimonious hypocrite. Still, sanctimoniousness does not readily enter into our notions of Greeks and Romans, and it does so enter into our notions of the old Hebrews. Of course, we are all of us sanctimonious sometimes. Horace himself is so when he talks about aurum repertum et sic melius situm. And as for Virgil, he was a prig, pure and simple. Still, on the whole, sanctimoniousness was not a Greek and Roman vice, and it was a Hebrew one. True, they stone their prophets freely, but these are not the Hebrews to whom Mr. Arnold is referring. They are the ones whom it is the custom to leave out of sight and out of mind as far as possible, so that they should hardly count as Hebrews at all, and none of our characteristics should be ascribed to them. Taking their literature, I cannot see that it deserves the praises that have been lavished upon it. The Song of Solomon and the Book of Esther are the most interesting in the Old Testament, but these are the very ones that make the smallest pretensions to holiness, and even these are neither of them of very transcendent merit. They would stand no chance of being accepted by Messrs. Cassell and Company, or by any biblical publisher of the present day. Chatto and Windus might take the Song of Solomon, but with this exception I doubt if there is a publisher in London who would give a guinea for the pair. Ecclesiastes contains some fine things, but it is strongly tinged with pessimism, cynicism, and affectation. Some of the Proverbs are good, but not many of them are in common use. Job contains some fine passages, and so do some of the Psalms, but the Psalms generally are poor and for the most part querulous, spiteful, and introspective into the bargain. Moody would not take 13 copies of the lot if they were to appear now for the first time, unless indeed their royal authorship were to arouse an adventitious interest in them, or unless the author were a rich man who played his cards judiciously with the reviewers. As for the prophets, we know what appears to have been the opinion formed concerning them by those who should have been best acquainted with them. I am no judge as to the merits of the controversy between them and their fellow countrymen, but I have read their works, and am of opinion that they will not hold their own against such masterpieces of modern literature as, we will say, The Pilgrim's Progress, Robinson Crusoe, Gulliver's Travels, or Tom Jones. Whether there be prophecies, exclaims the apostle, they shall fail. On the whole, I should say that Isaiah and Jeremiah must be held to have failed. I would join issue with Mr. Matthew Arnold on yet another point. I understand him to imply that righteousness should be a man's highest aim in life. I do not like setting up righteousness, nor yet anything else, as the highest aim in life. A man should have any number of little aims about which he should be conscious and for which he should have names, but he should have neither name for nor consciousness concerning the main aim of his life. Whatever we do, we must try and do it rightly. This is obvious, but righteousness implies something much more than this. It conveys to our minds not only the desire to get whatever we have taken in hand as nearly right as possible, but also the general reference of our lives to the supposed will of an unseen but supreme power. Granted that there is such a power, and granted that we should obey its will, we are the more likely to do this the less we concern ourselves about the matter, and the more we confine our attention to the things immediately round about us which seem, so to speak, entrusted to us as the natural and legitimate sphere of our activity. I believe a man will get the most useful information on these matters from modern European sources. Next to these, he will get most from Athens and ancient Rome. Mr. Matthew Arnold notwithstanding, I do not think he will get anything from Jerusalem which he will not find better and more easily elsewhere. 1883. Wisdom. But where shall wisdom be found? Job, chapter 28, verse 12. If the writer of these words meant exactly what he said, he had so little wisdom that he might well seek more. He should have known that wisdom spends most of her time crying in the streets and public houses, and he should have gone thither to look for her. It is written, Wisdom crieth without, she uttereth her voice in the streets. She crieth in the chief place of concourse, in the openings of the gates, in the city she uttereth her words. Proverbs, chapter 1, verses 20 and 21. If, however, he meant rather, where shall wisdom be regarded, this again is not a very sensible question. People have had wisdom before them for some time, and they may be presumed to be the best judges of their own affairs, yet they do not generally show much regard for wisdom. We may conclude, therefore, that they have found her less profitable than by her own estimate she would appear to be. This indeed is what one of the wisest men who ever lived, the author of the book of Ecclesiastes, definitely concludes to be the case when he tells his readers that they had better not overdo either their virtue or their wisdom. They must not, on the other hand, overdo their wickedness nor, presumably, their ignorance. Still, the writer evidently thinks that error is safer on the side of too little than of too much. Reflection will show that this must always have been true and must always remain so, for this is the side on which error is both least disastrous and offers most place for repentance. He who finds himself inconvenienced by knowing too little can go to the British Museum or to the Workingmen's College and learn more. But when a thing is once well learnt, it is even harder to unlearn than it was to learn it. Would it be possible to unlearn the art of speech or the arts of reading and writing, even if we wished to do so? Wisdom and knowledge are, like a bad reputation, more easily won than lost. We got on fairly well without knowing that the earth went round the sun. We thought the sun went round the earth until we found it made us uncomfortable to think so any longer. Then we altered our opinion. It was not very easy to alter it, but it was easier than it would be to alter it back again. Vestigia nulla retrorsum. The earth itself does not pursue its course more steadily than mind does when it has once committed itself, and if we could see the movements of the stars in slow time, we should probably find that there was much more throb and tremor in detail than we can take note of. How, I wonder, will it be if in our pursuit of knowledge we stumble upon some awkward fact as disturbing for the human race as an inquiry into the state of his own finances may sometimes prove to the individual? The pursuit of knowledge can never be anything but a leap in the dark, and a leap in the dark is a very uncomfortable thing. I have sometimes thought that if the human race ever loses its ascendancy, it will not be through plague, famine, or cataclysm, but by getting to know some little microbe, as it were, of knowledge, which shall get into its system and breed there till it makes an end of us. It is well, therefore, that there should be a substratum of mankind who cannot by any inducement be persuaded to know anything whatever at all, and who are resolutely determined to know nothing among us but what the parson tells them, and not to be too sure even about that. Whence then cometh wisdom, and where is the place of understanding? How does Job solve his problem? Behold the fear of the Lord, that is wisdom, and to depart from evil is understanding. The answer is all very well as far as it goes, but it only amounts to saying that wisdom is wisdom. We know no better what the fear of the Lord is than what wisdom is, and we often do not depart from evil simply because we do not know what we are cleaving to is evil. Loving and hating. I have often said that there is no true love short of eating and consequent assimilation. The embryonic processes are but a long course of eating and assimilation. The sperm and the germ cells, or the two elements that go to form the new animal, whatever they should be called, eat one another up, and then the mother assimilates them, more or less, through mutual interfeeding and interbreeding between her and them. But the curious point is that the more profound our love is, the less we are conscious of it as love. True, a nurse tells her child that she would like to eat it, but this is only an expression that shows an instinctive recognition of the fact that eating is a mode of, or rather the acme of, love. No nurse loves her child half well enough to want really to eat it. Put to such proof as this, the love of which she is so profoundly as she imagines sentient proves to be but skin deep. So with our horses and dogs, we think we dote upon them, but we do not really love them. What, on the other hand, can awaken less consciousness of warm affection than an oyster? Who would press an oyster to his heart or pat it and want to kiss it? Yet nothing short of its complete absorption into our own being can in the least satisfy us. No merely superficial temporary contact of exterior form to exterior form will serve us. The embrace must be consummate, not achieved by a mocking environment of draped and muffled arms that leaves no lasting trace on an organization or consciousness, but by an enfolding within the bare and warm bosom of an open mouth, a grinding out of all differences of opinion by the sweet persuasion of the jaws, and the eloquence of a tongue that now convinces all the more powerfully because it is inarticulate and deals but with the one universal language of agglutination. Then we become made one with what we love, not heart to heart, but protoplasm to protoplasm, and this is far more to the purpose. The proof of love, then, like that of any other pleasant pudding, is in the eating, and tested by this proof we see that consciousness of love, like all other consciousness, vanishes on becoming intense. While we are yet fully aware of it, we do not love as well as we think we do. When we really mean business and are hungry with affection, we do not know that we are in love, but simply go into the love shop, for so any eating house should be more fitly called, ask the price, pay our money down, and love till we can either love or pay no longer. And so with hate. When we really hate a thing, it makes us sick, and we use this expression to symbolize the utmost hatred of which our nature is capable. But when we know hate, our hatred is in reality mild and inoffensive. I, for example, think I hate all those people whose photographs I see in the shop windows, but I am so conscious of this that I am convinced in reality nothing would please me better than to be in the shop windows too. So when I see the universities conferring degrees on anyone, or the learned societies molting the yearly medals as peacocks molt their tails, I am so conscious of disapproval as to feel sure I should like a degree or a medal too if they would only give me one, and hence I conclude that my disapproval is grounded in nothing more serious than a superficial, transient jealousy. The Roman Empire. Nothing will ever die so long as it knows what to do under the circumstances. In other words, so long as it knows its business. The Roman Empire must have died of inexperience of some kind. I should think most likely it was puzzled to death by the Christian religion. But the question is not so much how the Roman Empire or any other great thing came to an end. Everything must come to an end sometime. It is only scientists who wonder that a state should die. The interesting question is, how did the Romans become so great? Under what circumstances were they born and bred? We should watch childhood and school days rather than old age and deathbeds. As I sit writing on the top of a wild beast pen of the amphitheatre of Aosta, I may note, for one thing, that the Romans were not squeamish. They had no society for the prevention of cruelty to animals. Again, their ladies did not write in the newspapers. Fancy Miss Cato reviewing Horace. They had no Francis Power Cobbs, no S's. Yet they seem to have got along quite nicely without these powerful moral engines. The comeliest and most enjoyable races that we know of were the ancient Greeks, the Italians, and the South Sea Islanders, and they have none of them been purists. Italians and Englishmen. Italians, and perhaps Frenchmen, consider first whether they like or want to do a thing, and then whether on the whole it will do them any harm. Englishmen, and perhaps Germans, consider first whether they ought to like a thing, and often never reach the questions whether they do like it and whether it will hurt. There is much to be said for both systems, but I suppose it is best to combine them as far as possible. On knowing what gives us pleasure. Part 1. One can bring no greater reproach against a man than to say that he does not set sufficient value upon pleasure, and there is no greater sign of a fool than the thinking that he can tell at once and easily what it is that pleases him. To know this is not easy, and how to extend our knowledge of it is the highest and most neglected of all arts and branches of education. Indeed, if we could solve the difficulty of knowing what gives us pleasure, if we could find its springs, its inception, and earliest modus operandi, we should have discovered the secret of life and development. For the same difficulty has attended the development of every sense from touch onwards, and no new sense was ever developed without pains. A man had better stick to known and proved pleasures, but if he will venture in quest of new ones, he should not do so with a light heart. One reason we find it so hard to know our own likings is because we are so little accustomed to try. We have our likings found for us in respect of by far the greatest number of the matters that concern us. Thus we have grown all our limbs on the strength of the likings of our ancestors, and adopt these without question. Another reason is that, except in mere matters of eating and drinking, people do not realize the importance of finding out what it is that gives them pleasure, if that is to say they would make themselves as comfortable here as they reasonably can. Very few, however, seem to care greatly whether they are comfortable or no. There are some men so ignorant and careless of what gives them pleasure that they cannot be said ever to have been really born as living beings at all. They present some of the phenomena of having been born. They reproduce, in fact, so many of the ideas which we associate with having been born that it is hard not to think of them as living beings. But in spite of all appearances, the central idea is wanting. At least one half of the misery which meets us daily might be removed, or at any rate greatly alleviated, if those who suffer by it would think it worth their while to be at any pains to get rid of it. That they do not so think is proof that they neither know nor care to know more than in a very languid way what it is that will relieve them the most effectually, or in other words, that the shoe does not really pinch them so hard as we think it does. For when it really pinches, as when a man is being flogged, he will seek relief by any means in his power. So my great namesake said, "Surely the pleasure is as great of being cheated as to cheat." And so again, I remember to have seen a poem many years ago in Punch, according to which a certain young lady, being discontented at home, went out into the world in quest to some burden make or burden bear, but which she did not greatly care, oh misery. So long as there was discomfort somewhere, it was all right. To those, however, who are desirous of knowing what gives them pleasure but do not quite know how to set about it, I have no better advice to give than that they must take the same pains about acquiring this difficult art as about any other, and must acquire it in the same way, that is, by attending to one thing at a time, and not being in too great a hurry. Proficiency is not to be attained here any more than elsewhere by shortcuts or by getting other people to do work that no other than oneself can do. Above all things, it is necessary here, as in all other branches of study, not to think we know a thing before we do know it, to make sure of our ground and be quite certain that we really do like a thing before we say we do. When you cannot decide whether you like a thing or not, nothing is easier than to say so and to hang it up among the uncertainties. Or when you know you do not know, and are in such doubt as to see no chance of deciding, then you may take one side or the other provisionally and throw yourself into it. This will sometimes make you uncomfortable, and you will feel you have taken the wrong side, and thus learn that the other side was the right one. Sometimes you will feel you have done right. Anyway, ere long you will know more about it. But there must have been a secret treaty with yourself to the effect that the decision was provisional only. For, after all, the most important first principle in this matter is not the lightly thinking you know what you like till you have made sure of your ground. I was nearly 40 before I felt how stupid it was to pretend to know things that I did not know, and I still often catch myself doing so. Not one of my schoolmasters taught me this, but altogether otherwise. Part 2. I should like to like Schumann's music better than I do. I dare say I could make myself like it better if I tried. But I do not like having to try to make myself like things. I like things that make me like them at once, and no trying at all. Part 3. To know whether you are enjoying a piece of music or not, you must see whether you find yourself looking at the advertisements of Pear's soap at the end of the program. De minimis non curat lex. Part 1. Yes, but what is a minimum? Sometimes a maximum is a minimum, and sometimes the other way about. If you know, you know, and if you don't, you don't. Part 2. Yes, but what is a minimum? So increased material weight involves increased moral weight, but where does there begin to be any weight at all? There is a miracle somewhere, at the point where two very large nothings have united to form a very little something. Part 3. There is no such complete assimilation as assimilation of rhythm. In fact, it is in assimilation of rhythm that what we see as assimilation consists. When two liquid bodies come together with nearly the same rhythms, as, say, 2 tumblers of water, differing but very slightly, the two assimilate rapidly, becoming homogeneous throughout. So with wine and water, which assimilate, or at any rate form a new homogeneous substance very rapidly. Not so with oil and water. Still, I should like to know whether it would not be possible to have so much water and so little oil that the water would in time absorb the oil. I have not thought about it, but it seems as though the maximum de minimis non curat lex, the fact that a wrong, a contradiction in terms, a violation of all our ordinary canons, does not matter and should be brushed aside. It seems as though this maxim went very low down in the scale of nature, as though it were the one principle rendering combination, integration, and I suppose dissolution, disintegration, also possible. For combination of any kind involves contradiction in terms. It involves a self-stultification on the part of one or more things, more or less complete in both of them, for one or both cease to be, and to cease to be is to contradict all one's fundamental axioms or terms. And this is always going on in the mental world as much as in the material. Everything is always changing and stultifying itself more or less completely. There is no permanence of identity so absolute, either in the physical world or in our conception of the word identity, that it is not crossed with the notion of perpetual change, which, pro tanto, destroys identity. Perfect, absolute identity is like perfect, absolute anything, as near an approach to nothing or nonsense as our minds can grasp. It is, then, in the essence of our conception of identity that nothing should maintain a perfect identity. There is an element of disintegration in the only conception of integration that we can form. What is it, then, that makes this conflict not only possible and bearable, but even pleasant? What is it that so oils the machinery of our thoughts that things which would otherwise cause intolerable friction and heat produce no jar? Surely it is the principle that a very overwhelming majority rides roughshod with impunity over a very small minority, that a drop of brandy in a gallon of water is practically no brandy, that a dozen maniacs among 100,000 people produce no unsettling effect upon our minds, that a well-written I will go as an I even though the dot be omitted. It seems to me that it is this principle which is embodied in De minimis non curat lex that makes it possible that there should be a majora and a lex to care about them. This is saying in another form that association does not stick to the letter of its bond. Saints. Saints are always grumbling because the world will not take them at their own estimate, so they cry out upon this place and upon that, saying it does not know the things belonging to its peace, and that it will be too late soon, and that people will be very sorry then that they did not make more of the grumbler, whoever he may be, inasmuch as he will make it hot for them and pay them out generally. All this means, put me in a better social and financial position than I now occupy, give me more of the good things of this life, if not actual money, yet authority, which is better loved by most men than even money itself, to reward me because I am to have such an extraordinary good fortune and high position in the world which is to come. When their contemporaries do not see this and tell them that they cannot expect to have it both ways, they lose their tempers, shake the dust from their feet, and go sulking off into the wilderness. This is as regards themselves. To their followers they say, "You must not expect to be able to make the best of both worlds. The thing is absurd, it cannot be done. You must choose which you prefer. Go in for it and leave the other, for you cannot have both." When a saint complains that people do not know the things belonging to their peace, what he really means is that they do not sufficiently care about the things belonging to his own peace. Prayer, Part 1. Lord, let me know mine end, and the number of my days, that I may be certified how long I have to live. Psalm chapter 39, verse 5. Of all prayers, this is the insanest. That the one who uttered it should have made and retained a reputation is a strong argument in favor of his having been surrounded with courtiers. Lord, let me not know mine end would be better, only it would be praying for what God has already granted us. Lord, let me know A.B.'s end would be bad enough. Even though A.B. were Mr. Gladstone, we might hear he was not to die yet. Lord, stop A.B. from knowing my end would be reasonable, if there were any use in praying that A.B. might not be able to do what he never can do. Or can the prayer refer to the other end of life? Lord, let me know my beginning. This again would not always be prudent. The prayer is a silly piece of petulance, and it would have served the maker of it right to have had it granted. A painful and lingering disease followed by death, or 90 a burden to yourself and everyone else. There is not so much to pick and choose between them. Surely, I thank thee, O Lord, that thou hast hidden mine end from me, would be better. The sting of death is in foreknowledge of the when and the how. If again he had prayed that he might be able to make his psalms a little more lively and be saved from becoming the bore which he has been to so many generations of sick persons and young children, or that he might find a publisher for them with greater facility, but there is no end to it. The prayer he did pray was about the worst he could have prayed, and the psalmist, being the psalmist, naturally prayed it, unless I have misquoted him. Part 2. Prayers are to men as dolls are to children. They are not without use and comfort, but it is not easy to take them very seriously. I dropped saying mine suddenly once for all without malice prepense on the night of the 29th of September 1859, when I went on board the Roman Emperor to sail for New Zealand. I had said them the night before, and doubted not that I was always going to say them as I always had done hitherto. That night, I suppose, the sense of change was so great that it shook them quietly off. I was not then a skeptic. I had got as far as disbelief in infant baptism, but no further. I felt no compunction of conscience, however, about leaving off my morning and evening prayers. Simply I could no longer say them. Part 3. Lead us not into temptation. Matthew, chapter 6, verse 13. For example, I am crossing from Calais to Dover, and there is a well-known popular preacher on board, say Archdeacon Farrar. I have my camera in my hand, and though the sea is rough, the sun is brilliant. I see the Archdeacon come on board at Calais and seat himself upon the upper deck, looking as though he had just stepped out of a bandbox. Can I be expected to resist the temptation of snapping him? Suppose that in the train for an hour before reaching Calais I had said any number of times, "Lead us not into temptation." Is it likely that the Archdeacon would have been made to take some other boat or to stay in Calais, or that I myself, by being delayed on my homeward journey, should have been led into some other temptation, though perhaps smaller? Had I not better snap him and have done with it? Is there enough chance of good result to make it worth while to try the experiment? The general consensus of opinion is that there is not. And as for the praying for strength to resist temptation, granted that if, when I saw the Archdeacon in the bandbox stage, I had immediately prayed for strength, I might have been enabled to put the evil thing from me for a time. How long would this have been likely to last when I saw his face grow saintlier and saintlier? I am an excellent sailor myself, but he is not, and when I see him there, his eyes closed and his head thrown back like a sleeping St. Joseph in a shovel hat, with a basin beside him, can I expect to be saved from snapping him by such a formula as, "Deliver us from evil"? Is it in a photographer's nature to do so? When David found himself in the cave with Saul, he cut off one of Saul's coat-tails. If he had had a camera and there had been enough light, he would have photographed him. But would it have been in flesh and blood for him neither to cut off his coat-tail nor to snap him? There is a photographer in every bush, going about like a roaring lion, seeking whom he may devour. Part 4. Teach me to live that I may dread the grave as little as my bed. This is from the evening hymn which all respectable children are taught. It sounds well, but it is immoral. Our own death is a premium which we must pay for the far greater benefit we have derived from the fact that so many people have not only lived but also died before us. For if the old ones had not in course of time gone, there would have been no progress. All our civilization is due to the arrangement whereby no man shall live forever, and to this huge mass of advantage we must each contribute our mite. That is to say, when our turn comes, we too must die. The hardship is that interested persons should be able to scare us into thinking the change we call death to be the desperate business which they make it out to be. There is no hardship in having to suffer that change. Bishop Ken, however, goes too far. Undesirable, of course, death must always be to those who are fairly well off, but it is undesirable that any living being should live in habitual indifference to death. The indifference should be kept for worthy occasions, and even then, though death be gladly faced, it is not healthy that it should be faced as though it were a mere undressing and going to bed. End of section 17, read by Rebecca Nance. Section 18 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca Nance. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler, edited by Henry Festing Jones. Section 18, Higgledy-Piggledy. Preface to Volume 2. On indexing this volume, as with volumes 1 and 4 which are already indexed, and as no doubt will be the case with any that I may live to index later, I am alarmed at the triviality of many of these notes, the ineptitude of many, and the obvious untenableness of many that I should have done much better to destroy. Elmsley, in one of his letters to Dr. Butler, says that an author is the worst person to put one of his own works through the press. Life of Dr. Butler, Volume 1, page 88. It seems to me that he is the worst person also to make selections from his own notes, or indeed even in my case to write them. I cannot help it. They grew, as with little disturbance they now stand. They are not meant for publication. The bad ones serve as bread for the jam of the good ones. It was less trouble to let them go than to think whether they ought not to be destroyed. The retort, however, is obvious. No thinking should have been required in respect of many. A glance should have consigned them to the waste paper basket. I know it, and I know that many a one of those who look over these books, for that they will be looked over by not a few I doubt not, will think me to have been a greater fool than I probably was. I cannot help it. I have at any rate the consolation of also knowing that however much I may have irritated, displeased, or disappointed them, they will not be able to tell me so. And I think that, to some, such a record of passing moods and thoughts, good, bad, and indifferent, will be more valuable as throwing light upon the period to which it relates than it would have been if it had been edited with greater judgment. Besides volumes 1 and 4 being already bound, I should not have had enough to form volumes 2 and 3 if I cut out all those that ought to be cut out. June 1898. P.S. If I had reread my preface to volume 4, I need not have written the above. Waste paper baskets. Everyone should keep a mental waste paper basket, and the older he grows, the more things he will consign to it, torn up to irrecoverable tatters. Flies in the milk jug. Saving scraps is like picking flies out of the milk jug. We do not mind doing this, I suppose, because we feel sure the flies will never want to borrow money off us. We do not feel so sure about anything much bigger than a fly. If it were a mouse that had got into the milk jug, we should call the cat at once. My thoughts. They are like persons met upon a journey. I think them very agreeable at first, but soon find, as a rule, that I am tired of them. Our ideas. They are for the most part like bad sixpences, and we spend our lives in trying to pass them on one another. Cat ideas and mouse ideas. We can never get rid of mouse ideas completely. They keep turning up again and again and nibble, no matter how often we drive them off. The best way to keep them down is to have a few good, strong cat ideas which will embrace them and ensure their not reappearing till they do so in another shape. Incoherency of new ideas. An idea must not be condemned for being a little shy and incoherent. All new ideas are shy when introduced first among our old ones. We should have patience and see whether the incoherency is likely to wear off or wear on, in which latter case the sooner we get rid of them the better. An apology for the devil. It must be remembered that we have only heard one side of the case. God has written all the books. Hallelujah. When we exclaim so triumphantly, Hallelujah, for the Lord God omnipotent reigneth, we only mean that we think no small beer of ourselves, that our God is a much greater God than anyone else's God, that He was our Father's God before us, and that it is all right, respectable, and as it should be. Hating. It does not matter much what a man hates provided he hates something. Hamlet, Don Quixote, Mr. Pickwick, and others. The great characters of fiction live as truly as the memories of dead men. For the life after death, it is not necessary that a man or woman should have lived. Reputation. The evil that men do lives after them. Yes, and a good deal of the evil that they never did as well. Science and business. The best class of scientific mind is the same as the best class of business mind. The great desideratum in either case is to know how much evidence is enough to warrant action. It is as unbusinesslike to want too much evidence before buying or selling as to be content with too little. The same kind of qualities are wanted in either case. The difference is that if the businessman makes a mistake, he commonly has to suffer for it, whereas it is rarely that scientific blundering, so long as it is confined to theory, entails loss on the blunderer. On the contrary, it very often brings him fame, money, and a pension. Hence, the businessman, if he is a good one, will take greater care not to overdo or underdo things than the scientific man can reasonably be expected to take. Scientists. There are two classes, those who want to know and do not care whether others think they know or not, and those who do not much care about knowing, but care very greatly about being reputed as knowing. Scientific terminology. This is the Scylla's cave, which men of science are preparing for themselves to be able to pounce out upon us from it, and into which we cannot penetrate. Scientists and drapers. Why should the botanist, geologist, or otherist give himself such airs over the draper's assistant? Is it because he names his plants or specimens with Latin names and divides them into genera and species, whereas the draper does not formulate his classifications, or at any rate only uses his mother tongue when he does? Yet how like the subdivisions of textile life are those to the animal and vegetable kingdoms! A few great families, cotton, linen, hempen, woolen, silk, mohair, alpaca. Into what an infinite variety of genera and species do not these great families subdivide themselves? And does it take less labor, with less intelligence, to master all these and to acquire familiarity with their various habits, habitats, and prices than it does to master the details of any other great branch of science? I do not know. But when I think of shoolbreads on the one hand and say the ornithological collections of the British Museum upon the other, I feel as though it would take me less trouble to master the second than the first. Men of science. If they are worthy of the name, they are indeed about God's path and about his bed and spying out all his ways. Sparks. Everything matters more than we think it does, and at the same time nothing matters so much as we think it does. The merest spark may set all Europe in a blaze, but though all Europe be set in a blaze 20 times over, the world will wag itself right again. Dumbbells. I regard them with suspicion as academic. Purgatory. Time is the only true purgatory. Greatness. He is greatest who is most often in men's good thoughts. The vanity of human wishes. There is only one thing vainer, and that is having no wishes. Jones's conscience. He said he had not much conscience, and what little he had was guilty. Nihilism. The nihilists do not believe in nothing. They only believe in nothing that does not commend itself to themselves. That is, they will not allow that anything may be beyond their comprehension. As their comprehension is not great, their creed is, after all, very nearly nihil. Unbreaking habits. To begin knocking off the habit in the evening, then the afternoon as well, and finally the morning too, is better than to begin cutting it off in the morning and then go on to the afternoon and the evening. I speak from experience as regards smoking, and can say that when one comes to within an hour or two of smoke time, one begins to be impatient for it, whereas there will be no impatience after the time for knocking off has been confirmed as a habit. Dogs. The great pleasure of a dog is that you may make a fool of yourself with him, and not only will he not scold you, but he will make a fool of himself too. Future and past. The will be and the has been touch us more nearly than the is, so we are more tender towards children and old people than to those who are in the prime of life. Nature. As the word is now commonly used, it excludes nature's most interesting productions, the works of man. Nature is usually taken to mean mountains, rivers, clouds, and undomesticated animals and plants. I am not indifferent to this half of nature, but it interests me much less than the other half. Lucky and unlucky. People are lucky and unlucky not according to what they get absolutely, but according to the ratio between what they get and what they have been led to expect. Definitions. 1. As no matter what cunning system of checks we devise, we must in the end trust someone whom we do not check, but to whom we give unreserved confidence, so there is a point at which the understanding and mental processes must be taken as understood without further question or definition in words. And I should say that this point should be fixed pretty early in the discussion. 2. There is one class of mind that loves to lean on rules and definitions, and another that discards them as far as possible. A faddist will generally ask for a definition of faddism, and one who is not a faddist will be impatient of being asked to give one. 3. A definition is the enclosing a wilderness of idea within a wall of words. 4. Definitions are a kind of scratching and generally leave a sore place more sore than it was before. 5. As love is too young to know what conscience is, so truth and genius are too old to know what definition is. Money. It has such an inherent power to run itself clear of taint that human ingenuity cannot devise the means of making it work permanent mischief, any more than means can be found of torturing people beyond what they can bear. Even if a man founds a college of technical instruction, the chances are 10 to 1 that no one will be taught anything, and that it will have been practically left to a number of excellent professors who will know very well what to do with it. Wit. There is no professor of wit at either university. Surely they might as reasonably have a professor of wit as of poetry. Oxford and Cambridge. The dons are too busy educating the young men to be able to teach them anything. Cooking. There is a higher average of good cooking at Oxford and Cambridge than elsewhere. The cooking is better than the curriculum, but there is no chair of cookery. It is taught by apprenticeship in the kitchens. Perseus and St. George. These dragon slayers did not take lessons in dragon slaying, nor do leaders of forlorn hopes generally rehearse their parts beforehand. Small things may be rehearsed, but the greatest are always do or die, neck or nothing matters. Specialism and generalism. Woe to the specialist who is not a pretty fair generalist, and woe to the generalist who is not also a bit of a specialist. Silence and tact. Silence is not always tact, and it is tact that is golden, not silence. Truth-tellers. Professional truth-tellers may be trusted to profess that they are telling the truth. Street preachers. These are the costermongers and barrowmen of the religious world. Providence and Othello. Providence, in making the rain fall also upon the sea, was like the man who, when he was to play Othello, must needs black himself all over. Providence and improvidence. 1. We should no longer say, "Put your trust in Providence," but in improvidence, for this is what we mean. 2. To put one's trust in God is only a longer way of saying that one will chance it. 3. There is nothing so imprudent or so improvident as over-prudence or over-providence. Epiphany. If Providence could be seen at all, he would probably turn out to be a very disappointing person. A little wizened old gentleman with a cold in his head, a red nose, and a comforter around his neck, whistling o'er the furrowed land or crooning to himself as he goes aimlessly along the streets, poking his way about and loitering continually at shop windows and second-hand bookstalls. Fortune. Like wisdom, fortune crieth in the streets, and no man regardeth. There is not an advertisement supplement to the Times. Nay, hardly a half-sheet of newspaper that comes into a house wrapping up this or that, but it gives information which would make a man's fortune if he could only spot it and detect the one paragraph that would do this among the 99 which would wreck him if he had anything to do with them. Gold mines. Gold is not found in quartz alone. Its richest lodes are in the eyes and ears of the public, but these are harder to work and to prospect than any quartz vein. Things and purses. Everything is like a purse. There may be money in it, and we can generally say by the feel of it whether there is or is not. Sometimes, however, we must turn it inside out before we can be quite sure whether there is anything in it or no. When I have turned a proposition inside out, put it to stand on its head and shaken it, I have often been surprised to find how much came out of it. Solomon in all his glory. But in the first place, the lilies do toil and spin after their own fashion, and in the next, it was not desirable that Solomon should be dressed like a lily of the valley. David's teachers. David said he had more understanding than his teachers. If his teachers were anything like mine, this need not imply much understanding on David's part. And if his teachers did not know more than the Psalms, it is absurd. It is merely swagger, like the German emperor. 1897. St. Michael. He contended with the devil about the body of Moses. Now I do not believe that any reasonable person would contend about the body of Moses with the devil or with anyone else. One form of failure. From a worldly point of view, there is no mistake so great as that of being always right. Andromeda. The dragon was never in better health and spirits than on the morning when Perseus came down upon him. It is said that Andromeda told Perseus she had been thinking how remarkably well he was looking. He had got up quite in his usual health, and so on. When I said this to Ballard, a fellow art student at Heatherley's, and that other thing which I said about Andromeda in Life and Habit, he remarked that he wished it had been so in the poets. I looked at him. "Ballard," I said, "I also am the poets." Self-confidence. Nothing is ever any good unless it is thwarted with self-distrust, though in the main self-confident. Wandering. When the inclination is not obvious, the mind meanders or maunders as a stream in a flat meadow. Poverty. I shun it because I have found it so apt to become contagious, but I fancy my constitution is more seasoned against it now than formerly. I hope that what I have gone through may have made me immune. Pedals or drones. The discords of every age are rendered possible by being taken on a drone or pedal of cant, common form, and conventionality. This drone is, as it were, the flour and suet of a plum pudding. Evasive nature. She is one long this way and it isness, and at the same time that way and it isn'tness. She flies so like a snipe that she is hard to hit. Fashion. Fashion is like God. Man cannot see it in its holy of holies and live. And it is, like God, increate, springing out of nothing, yet the maker of all things, ever-changing, yet the same yesterday, today, and forever. Doctors and clergymen. A physician's physiology has much the same relation to his power of healing as a cleric's divinity has to his power of influencing conduct. God is love. I dare say, but what a mischievous devil love is. Common chords. If man is the tonic and God the dominant, the devil is certainly the subdominant, and woman is the relative minor. God and the devil. God and the devil are an effort after specialization and division of labor. Sex. The sexes are the first, or are among the first, great experiments in the social subdivision of labor. Women. If you choose to insist on the analogies and points of resemblance between men and women, they are so great that the differences seem indeed small. If, on the other hand, you are in a mood for emphasizing the points of difference, you can show that men and women have hardly anything in common. And so, with anything, if a man wants to make a case, he can generally find a way of doing so. Offers of marriage. Women sometimes say that they have had no offers and only wish that someone had ever proposed to them. This is not the right way to put it. What they should say is that though, like all women, they have been proposing to men all their lives, yet they grieve to remember that they have been invariably refused. Marriage. 1. The question of marriage or non-marriage is only the question of whether it is better to be spoiled one way or another. 2. In matrimony, to hesitate is sometimes to be saved. 3. Inoculation, or a hair of the dog that is going to bite you. This principle should be introduced in respect of marriage and speculation. Life and love. To live is like to love. All reason is against it, and all healthy instinct for it. The basis of life. We may say what we will, but life is, au fond, sensual. Woman suffrage. I will vote for it when women have left off making a noise in the reading room of the British Museum, when they leave off wearing high head-dresses in the pit of a theatre, and when I have seen as many as 12 women in all catch hold of the strap or bar on getting into an omnibus. Manners maketh man. Yes, but they make women still more. Women and religion. It has been said that all sensible men are of the same religion, and that no sensible man ever says what that religion is. So all sensible men are of the same opinion about women, and no sensible man ever says what that opinion is. Happiness. Behold, and see if there be any happiness like unto the happiness of the devils when they found themselves cast out of Mary Magdalene. Sorrow within sorrow. He was, in reality, damned glad. He told people he was sorry he was not more sorry, and here began the first genuine sorrow, for he was really sorry that people would not believe he was sorry that he was not more sorry. Going away. I can generally bear the separation, but I don't like the leave-taking. End of section 18. Recording by Rebecca Nance.
Section 19 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler, edited by Henry Festing Jones. Titles and subjects. Titles. A good title should aim at making what follows as far as possible superfluous to those who know anything of the subject. The Ancient Mariner. This poem would not have taken so well if it had been called The Old Sailor, so that Wardour Street has its uses. For unwritten articles, essays, stories. The Art of Quarrelling. Christian Deathbeds. The Book of Babes and Sucklings. Literary Struldbrugs. The Life of the World to Come. The Limits of Good Faith. Art, Money and Religion. The Third-Class Excursion Train, or Steamboat, as the Church of the Future. The utter speculation involved in much of the good advice that is commonly given, as never to sell a reversion, etc. Tracts for Children, warning them against the virtues of their elders. Making Ready for Death as a Means of Prolonging Life, an essay concerning human misunderstanding. So McCulloch, a fellow art student at Heatherley's, a very fine draughtsman, used to say that he drew a great many lines and saved the best of them. Illusion, mistake, action, taken in the dark, these are among the main sources of our progress. The Elements of Immortality for the use of earnest schoolmasters. Family Prayers, a series of perfectly plain and sensible ones asking for what people really do want without any kind of humbug. A penitential psalm, as David would have written it if he had been reading Herbert Spencer. A few little crows which you have to pick with various people. The Scylla of Atheism and the Charybdis of Christianity. The Battle of the Prigs and Blackguards. That Good May Come. The Marriage of Inconvenience. The Judicious Separation. Fooling Around. Higgledy-Piggledy. The Diseases and Ordinary Causes of Mortality Among Friendships. The Finding a Lot of Old Photographs at Herculaneum or Thebes, and should they turn out to be of no interest. On the points of resemblance and difference between the dropping off of leaves from a tree and the dropping off of guests from a dinner or a concert. The Sense of Touch, an essay showing that all the senses resolve themselves ultimately into a sense of touch, and that eating is touch carried to the bitter end. So there is but one sense, touch, and the amoeba has it. When I look upon the foraminifera, I look upon myself. The China Shepherdess with Lamb, on public house chimney pieces in England as against the Virgin with Child in Italy. For a medical pamphlet, Kant as a Means of Prolonging Life. For an art book, The Complete Potboiler, or What to Paint and How to Paint It, with illustrations reproduced from contemporary exhibitions and explanatory notes. For a picture, St. Francis preaching to Silenus. Fra Angelico and Rubens might collaborate to produce this picture. The Happy Mistress. 15 mistresses apply for 3 cooks, and the mistress who thought herself nobody is chosen by the beautiful and accomplished cook. The Complete Drunkard. He would not give money to sober people, he said they would only eat it and send their children to school with it. The Contented Porpoise. I knew it was to be stuffed and set up in a glass case after death, and looked forward to this as to a life of endless happiness. The Flying Balance. The ghost of an old cashier haunts a ledger, so that the books always refuse to balance by the sum of, say, £1, £15, £11. No matter how many accountants are called in, year after year the same error always turns up. Sometimes they think they have it right, and it turns out there was a mistake, so the old error reappears. At last a son and heir is born, and at some festivities the old cashier's name is mentioned with honor. This lays his ghost. Next morning the books are found correct and remain so. A dialogue between Isaac and Ishmael on the night that Isaac came down from the mountain with his father. The rebellious Ishmael tries to stir up Isaac, and that good young man explains the righteousness of the transaction, without much effect. Bad Habits, on the dropping them gradually, as one leaves off requiring them, on the evolution principle. A story about a free-thinking father who has an illegitimate son which he considers the proper thing. He finds the son taking to immoral ways. For example, he turns Christian, becomes a clergyman, and insists on marrying. For a ballad, 2 sets of rooms in some almshouses at Cobham near Gravesend have an inscription stating that they belong to the 100 of Who in the Isle of Grain. These words would make a lovely refrain for a ballad. A story about a man who suffered from atrophy of the purse or atrophy of the opinions, but whatever the disease, some plausible Latin or imitation Latin name must be found for it, and also some cure. A fairy story modelled on the ugly duckling of Hans Andersen about a bumptious boy whom all the nice boys hated. He finds out that he was really at last caressed by the Huxleys and Tyndalls as one of themselves. A collection of the letters of people who have committed suicide, and also of people who only threaten to do so. The first may be got abundantly from reports of coroners' inquests, the second would be harder to come by. The structure and comparative anatomy of fads, fancies, and theories, showing, moreover, that men and women exist only as the organs and tools of the ideas that dominate them. It is the fad that is alone living. An astronomical speculation. Each fixed star has a separate god whose body is his own particular solar system, and these gods know each other, move about among each other as we do, laugh at each other, and criticize one another's work. Write some of their discourses with and about one another. Imaginary worlds. A world exactly, to the minutest detail, a duplicate of our own, but as we shall be 500, or from that to 20,000, years hence. Let there be also another world, a duplicate of what we were 500 to 20,000 years ago. There should be many worlds of each kind at different dates behind us and ahead of us. I send a visitor from a world ahead of us to a world behind us, after which he comes to us, and so we learn what happened in the Homeric age. My visitor will not tell me what has happened in his own world since the time corresponding to the present moment in our world, because the knowledge of the future would be not only fatal to ourselves, but would upset the similarity between the two worlds, so they would be no longer able to refer to us for information on any point of history from the moment of the introduction of the disturbing element. When they are in doubt about a point in their past history that we have not yet reached, they make preparation and forecast its occurrence in our world as we foretell eclipses and transits of Venus, and all their most accomplished historians investigate it. But if the conditions for observations have been unfavorable, or if they postpone consideration of the point till the time of its happening here has gone by, then they must wait for many years till the same combination occurs in some other world. Thus they say, the next beheading of King Charles I will be in Ald BX 231C/D, or whatever the name of the star may be, on such and such day of such and such a year, and it will not be another in the lifetime of any man now living. Or there will, in such and such a star, as the case may be. Communication with a world 20,000 years ahead of us might ruin the human race as effectually as if we had fallen into the sun. It would be too wide a cross. The people in my supposed world know this, and if, for any reason, they want to kill civilization, stuff it, and put it into a museum, they tell it something that is too much ahead of its other ideas, something that travels faster than thought, thus setting an avalanche of new ideas tumbling in upon it and utterly destroying everything. Sometimes they merely introduce a little poisonous microbe of thought which the cells in the world where it is introduced do not know how to deal with. Some such trifle as that 2 and 2 make 7, or that you can weigh time in scales by the pound. A single such microbe of knowledge placed in the brain of a fitting subject would breed like wildfire, and kill all that came in contact with it. And so on. An idyll. I knew a South Italian of the old Greek blood whose sister told him when he was a boy that he had eyes like a cow. Raging with despair and grief, he haunted the fountains and looked into the mirror of their waters. Are my eyes, he asked himself with horror, are they really like the eyes of a cow? Alas, he was compelled to answer, they are only too sadly, sadly like them. And he asked those of his playmates whom he knew best and trusted whether it was indeed true that his eyes were like the eyes of a cow, but he got no comfort from any of them, for they one and all laughed at him and said that they were not only like, but very like. Then grief consumed his soul, and he could eat no food, till one day the loveliest girl in the place said to him, Gaetano, my grandmother is ill and cannot get her firewood. Come with me to the Bosco this evening and help me to bring her a load or two, will you? And he said he would go. So when the sun was well down and the cool night air was sauntering under the chestnuts, the pair sat together cheek to cheek and with their arms round each other's waists. "Oh, Gaetano," she exclaimed, "I do love you so very dearly. When you look at me your eyes are they are like the eyes—" Here she faltered a little. "The eyes of a cow." Thenceforward he cared not. And so on. A divorce novelette. The hero and heroine are engaged against their wishes. They like one another very well, but each is in love with someone else. Nevertheless, under an uncle's will, they forfeit large property unless they marry one another, so they get married, making no secret to one another that they dislike it very much. On the evening of their wedding day, they broach the subject that has long been nearest to their hearts, the possibility of being divorced. They discuss it tearfully, but the obstacles seem insuperable. Nevertheless, they agree that faint heart never yet got rid of fair lady. None but the brave, exclaimed the husband, deserve to lose the fair, and they plight their most solemn vows that they will henceforth live but for the object of getting divorced from one another. But the course of true divorce never did run smooth, and the plot turns upon the difficulties that meet them and how they try to overcome them. At one time they seem almost certain of success, but the cup is dashed from their lips and is farther off than ever. At last an opportunity occurs in an unlooked-for manner. They are divorced and live happily apart ever afterwards. The Moral Painter, a tale of double personality. Once upon a time there was a painter who divided his lives into two halves. In the one half he painted pot-boilers for the market, setting every consideration aside except that of doing for his master, the public, something for which he could get paid the money on which he lived. He was great at floods and never looked at nature except in order to see what would make most show with least expense. On the whole, he found nothing so cheap to make and easy to sell as veiled heads. The other half of his time he studied and painted with the sincerity of Giovanni Bellini, Rembrandt, Holbein, or de Hooge. He was then his own master and thought only of doing his work as well as he could, regardless of whether it would bring him anything but debt and abuse or not. He gave his best without receiving so much as thanks. He avoided the temptation of telling either half about the other. Two writers. One left little or nothing about himself, and the world complained that it was puzzled. Another, mindful of this, left copious details about himself, whereon the world said that it was even more puzzled about him than about the man who had left nothing, till presently it found out that it was also bored, and troubled itself no more about either. The Archbishop of Heligoland. The Archbishop of Heligoland believes his faith, and it makes him so unhappy that he finds it impossible to advise anyone to accept it. He summons the devil, makes a compact with him, and is relieved by being made to see that there was nothing in it, whereon he is very good and happy, and leads a most beneficent life, but is haunted by the thought that on his death the devil will claim his bond. The terror grows greater and greater, and he determines to see the devil again. The upshot of it all is that the devil turns out to have been Christ, who has a dual life and appears sometimes as Christ and sometimes as the devil. End of section 19. Recording by Foon.
Section 20 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler, edited by Henry Festing Jones. 16. Written Sketches, Part 1. Literary sketchbooks. The true writer will stop everywhere and anywhere to put down his notes, as the true painter will stop everywhere and anywhere to sketch. I do not see why an author should not have the sale of literary sketches, each one short, slight, and capable of being framed and glazed in small compass. They would make excellent library decorations, and ought to fetch as much as an artist's sketches. They might be cut up in suitable lots, if the fashion were once set, and many a man might be making provision for his family at odd times with his notes, as an artist does with his sketches. London. If I were asked what part of London I was most identified with after Clifford's Inn itself, I should say Fetter Lane, every part of it. Just by the Record Office is one of the places where I'm especially prone to get ideas. So also was the other end about the butcher's shop near Holborn. The reason in both cases is the same, namely that I have about had time to settle down to reflection after leaving on the one hand my rooms in Clifford's Inn, and on the other Jones's rooms in Barnard's Inn, where I usually spend the evening. The subject which has occupied my mind during the day, being approached anew after an interval and a shake, some fresh ideas in connection with it often strikes me. But long before I knew Jones, Fetter Lane was always a street which I was more in than perhaps any other in London. Leather Lane, the road through Lincoln's Inn Fields to the Museum, the Embankment, Fleet Street, the Strand and Charing Cross come next. A Clifford's Inn euphemism. People, when they want to get rid of their cats and do not like killing them, bring them to the garden of Clifford's Inn, drop them there and go away. In spite of all that is said about cats being able to find their way so wonderfully, they seldom do find it, and once in Clifford's Inn, the cat generally remains there. The technical word among the laundresses in the inn for this is losing a cat. Poor thing, said one old woman to me a few days ago. It's got no fur on its head at all, and no doubt that's why the people she lived with lost her. London trees. They are making a great outcry about the ventilators on the Thames Embankment, just as they made a great outcry about the Griffin in Fleet Street. Footnote, see Alps and Sanctuaries. Introduction, end of footnote. They say the ventilators have spoiled the Thames Embankment. They do not spoil it half so much as the statues do. Indeed, I do not see that they spoil it at all. The trees that are planted everywhere are, or will be, a more serious nuisance. Trees are all very well where there is plenty of room. Otherwise they are a mistake. They keep in the moisture, exclude light and air, and their roots disturb foundations. Most of our London squares would look much better if the trees were thinned. I should like to cut down all the plane trees in the garden of Clifford's Inn and leave only the others. What I said to the milkman. One afternoon I heard a knock at the door and found it was the milkman. Mrs. Doncaster, his laundress, was not there, so I took the milk in myself. The milkman is a very nice man, and by way of making himself pleasant, said rather complainingly that the weather kept very dry. I looked at him significantly and said, "Ah, yes, of course, for your business you must find it very inconvenient," and laughed. He saw he had been caught and laughed too. It was a very old joke, but he had not expected it at that particular moment, and on the top of such an innocent remark. The return of the Jews to Palestine. A man called on me last week and proposed gravely that I should write a book upon an idea which had occurred to a friend of his, a Jew living in New Bond Street. It was a plan requiring the cooperation of a brilliant writer, and that was why he had come to me. If only I would help, the return of the Jews to Palestine would be rendered certain and easy. There was no trouble about the poor Jews. He knew how he could get them back at any time. The difficulty lay with the Rothschilds, the Oppenheims and such. With my assistance, however, the thing could be done. I'm afraid I was rude enough to decline to go into the scheme on the ground that I did not care tuppence whether the Rothschilds and Oppenheims went back to Palestine or not. This was felt to be an obstacle, but then he began to try and make me care, whereupon, of course, I had to get rid of him. 1883. The Great Bear's Barley Water. Last night, Jones was walking down with me from Staple Inn to Clifford's Inn about 10 o'clock, and we saw the Great Bear standing upright on the tip of his tail, which was coming out of a chimney pot. Jones said it wanted attending to. I said yes, but to attend to it properly we ought to sit up with it all night. And if the Great Bear thinks that I am going to sit by his bedside and give him a spoonful of barley water every 10 minutes, he will find himself much mistaken. 1892. The Cock Tavern. I went into Fleet Street one Sunday morning last November, 1882, with my camera lucida to see whether I should like to make a sketch of the gap made by the demolition of the Cock Tavern. It was rather pretty, with an old roof or two behind, and scaffolding about, and torn paper hanging to an exposed party wall, and old fireplaces and so on. But it was not very much out of the way. Still, I would have taken it if it had not been the Cock. I thought of all the trash that has been written about it, and of Tennyson's plump head waiter, who, by the way, used to swear that he did not know Tennyson, and that Tennyson never did resort to the Cock. And I said to myself, no, you may go. I will put out no hand to save you. Myself in Dowie's shop. I always buy ready-made boots and insist on taking those which the shopman says are much too large for me. By this means I keep free from corns. But I have a great deal of trouble generally with the shopman. I had got on a pair once which I thought would do, and the shopman said for the third or fourth time, "But really, sir, these boots are much too large for you." I turned to him and said rather sternly, "No, you made that remark before." There was nothing in it, but all at once I became aware that I was being watched, and looking up saw a middle-aged gentleman eyeing the whole proceedings with much amusement. He was quite polite, but he was obviously exceedingly amused. I can hardly tell why, nor why I should put such a trifle down, but somehow or other an impression was made upon me by the affair quite out of proportion to that usually produced by so small a matter. My dentist. Mr. Forsyth had been stopping a tooth for me and then talked a little, as he generally does, and asked me if I knew a certain distinguished literary man, or rather journalist. I said no, and that I did not want to know him. The paper edited by the gentleman in question was not to my taste. I was a literary Ishmael, and preferred to remain so. It was my role. It seems to me, I continued, that if a man will only be careful not to write about things that he does not understand, if he will use a toothpick freely and the spirit twice a day and come to you again in October, he will get on very well without knowing any of the big wigs. The toothpick freely and the spirit twice a day being tags of Mr. Forsyth's, he laughed. Ferber the violin maker. From what my cousin, Reginald E. Worsley, and Gauguin both tell me, I am sure that Ferber is one of the best men we have. My cousin did not like to send Hyam to him for a violin. He did not think him worthy to have one. Ferber does not want you to buy a violin unless you can appreciate it when you have it. My cousin says of him, he is generally a little tight on a Saturday afternoon. He always speaks the truth, but on Saturday afternoons it comes pouring out more. His joints, that is, the joints of the violins he makes, are the closest and neatest that were ever made. He always speaks of the corners of a fiddle. Haweis would call them the points. Haweis calls it the neck of a fiddle, Ferber always the handle. My cousin says he would like to take his violins to bed with him. Speaking of Strad violins, Ferber said, rough linings, but they look as if they grew together. One day my cousin called, and Ferber, on opening the door, before saying how do you do or any word of greeting, said very quietly, "The dog is dead." My cousin, having said what he thought sufficient, took up a violin and played a few notes. Ferber evidently did not like it. Rose, the dog, was still unburied. She was laid out in that very room. My cousin stopped. Then Mrs. Ferber came in. R.E.W. "I'm very sorry, Mrs. Ferber, to hear about Rose." Mrs. F. "Well, yes, sir, but I suppose it is all for the best." R.E.W. "I'm afraid you will miss her a great deal." Mrs. F. "No doubt we shall, sir, but you see she's only gone a little while before us." R.E.W. "Oh, Mrs. Ferber, I hope a good long while. Mrs. F. brightening. Well, yes, sir. I don't want to go just yet, though Mr. Ferber does say it is a happy thing to die. My cousin says that Ferber hardly knows anyone by their real name. He identifies them by some nickname in connection with the fiddles they buy from him, or get him to repair, or by some personal peculiarity. There is one man, said my cousin, whom he calls Diaphragm, because he wanted a fiddle made with what he called a diaphragm in it. He knows Dando and Curridus and Jenny Lind, but hardly anyone else. Who is Dando? Said I. Why, Dando? Not know Dando? He was George IV's music master and is now one of the oldest members of the profession. Window cleaning in the British Museum reading room. Once a year or so, the figures on the Assyrian bas-reliefs break adrift and may be seen with their scaling ladders and all cleaning the outside of the windows in the dome of the reading room. It is very pretty to watch them, and they would photograph beautifully. If I live to see them do it again, I must certainly snapshot them. You can see them smoking and sparring, and this year they have left a little hole in the window above the clock. The electric light in its infancy. I heard a woman in a bus boring her lover about the electric light. She wanted to know this and that, and the poor lover was helpless. Then she said she wanted to know how it was regulated. At last she settled down by saying that she knew it was in its infancy. The word infancy seemed to have a soothing effect upon her, for she said no more, but leaning her head against her lover's shoulder, composed herself to slumber. Fire. I was at one the other night and heard a man say, "That corner staggers alight now quite nicely." People's sympathies seem generally to be with the fire, so long as no one is in danger of being burnt. Adam and Eve. A little boy and a little girl were looking at a picture of Adam and Eve. "Which is Adam and which is Eve?" said one. "I do not know," said the other, "but I could tell if they had their clothes on." Does Mamma know? A father was telling his eldest daughter, aged about 6, that she had a little sister, and was explaining to her how nice it all was. The child said it was delightful and added, "Does Mamma know? Let's go and tell her." Mr. Darwin in the Zoological Gardens. Frank Darwin told me his father was once standing near the hippopotamus cage when a little boy and girl, aged 4 or 5, came up. The hippopotamus shut his eyes for a minute. "That bird's dead," said the little girl. "Come along." Terbush. Gauguin told me that Berg, an impulsive Swede whom he had known in Lauren's studio in Paris, and who painted very well, came to London and was taken by an artist friend, Henry Scott Tuke, ARA, to the National Gallery, where he became very enthusiastic about the Terbush. They then went for a walk, and in Kensington Gore, near one of the entrances to Hyde Park or Kensington Gardens, there was an old Irish apple woman sitting with her feet in a basket, smoking a pipe and selling oranges. "Oranges to a penny, sir," said the old woman in a general way. And Berg, turning to her and throwing out his hands appealingly, said, "Oh, madame, avez-vous vu les Terbush? Allez voir les Terbush." He felt that such a big note had been left out of the life of anyone who had not seen them. At Doctors' Commons. A woman once stopped me at the entrance to Doctors' Commons and said, "If you please, sir, can you tell me, is this the place that I came to before?" Not knowing where she'd been before, I could not tell her. The sack of Khartoum. As I was getting out of a bus, the conductor said to me in a confidential tone, "I say, what does that mean, sack of Khartoum? What does sack of Khartoum mean?" "It means," said I, "that they've taken Khartoum and played hell with it all round." He understood that and thanked me, whereon we parted. Missolonghi. Ballard, a fellow art student with Butler at Heatherley's, told me that an old governess some 20 years since was teaching some girls modern geography. One of them did not know the name Missolonghi. The old lady wrung her hands. "Why, me dear," she exclaimed, "when I was your age, I could never hear the name mentioned without bursting into tears." I should perhaps add that Byron died there. Memnon. I saw the driver of the Hampstead bus once near St. Giles's Church, an old, fat, red-faced man sitting bolt upright at the top of his bus in a driving storm of snow, fast asleep with a huge waterproof over his greatcoat, which descended with sweeping lines onto a tarpaulin. All this rose out of a cloud of steam from the horses. He had a short clay pipe in his mouth, but for the moment he looked just like Memnon. Mansi the model. They had promised him sittings at the Royal Academy and then refused him on the ground that his legs were too hairy. He complained to Gauguin. "Why," said he, "I sat at the Slade School for the figure only last week, and there were 5 ladies, but not one of them told me my legs were too hairy." A sailor boy and some chickens. A pretty girl in the train had some chirping chickens about 10 days old in a box labelled "German egg powders, 1 packet equal to 6 eggs." A sailor boy got in at Basingstoke, a quiet, reserved youth, well behaved and unusually good looking. By and by the chickens were taken out of the box and fed with biscuit on the carriage seat. This thawed the boy, who, though he fought against it for some time, yielded to irresistible fascination and said, "What are they?" "Chickens," said the girl. "Will they grow bigger?" "Yes." Then the boy said with an expression of infinite wonder, "And did you hatch them from they powders?" We all laughed till the boy blushed, and I was very sorry for him. If we had said they had been hatched from the powders, he would have certainly believed us. Gauguin, the Japanese gentleman, and the dead dog. Gauguin was one day going down Cleveland Street and saw an old, lean, careworn man crying over the body of his dog, which had been just run over and killed by the old man's own cart. I have no doubt it was the dog's fault, for the man was in great distress. As for the dog, there it lay, all swelled and livid where the wheel had gone over it. Its eyes protruded from their sockets and its tongue lolled out, but it was dead. The old man gazed on it, helplessly weeping for some time, and then got a large piece of brown paper in which he wrapped up the body of his favourite. He tied it neatly with a piece of string and, placing it in his cart, went homeward with a heavy heart. The day was dull, the gutters were full of cabbage stalks, and the air resounded with the cry of costermongers. On this, a Japanese gentleman who had watched the scene lifted up his voice and made the bystanders a set oration. He was very yellow, had long black hair, gold spectacles and a top hat. He was a typical Japanese, but he spoke English perfectly. He said, "The scene they had all just witnessed was a very sad one, and that it ought not to be passed over entirely without comment." He explained that it was very nice of the good old man to be so sorry about his dog and to be so careful of its remains, and that he and all the bystanders must sympathise with him in his grief, and as the expression of their sympathy, both with the man and with the poor dog, he had thought fit, with all respect, to make them his present speech. I have not got the man's words, but Gauguin said they were like a Japanese drawing, that is to say, wonderfully charming and showing great knowledge, but not done in the least after the manner in which a European would do them. The bystanders stood open-mouthed and could make nothing of it, but they liked it, and the Japanese gentleman liked addressing them. When he went off and went away, they followed him with their eyes, speechless. St Pancras Bells. Gauguin lives at 164 Euston Road, just opposite St Pancras Church, and the bells play doleful hymn tunes opposite his window, which worries him. My St Dunstan's bells near Clifford's Inn play doleful hymn tunes which enter in at my window. I not only do not dislike them, but rather like them. They are so silly, and the bells are out of tune. I never yet was annoyed by either bells or street music, except when a loud piano organ strikes up outside the public house opposite my bedroom window after I'm in bed and when I'm just going to sleep. However, Jones was at Gauguin's one summer evening and the bells struck up their dingy old burden as usual. The tonic bell on which the tune concluded was the most stuffy and out of tune. Gauguin said it was like the smell of a bug. At Ainsford. I saw a man painting there the other day, but passed his work without looking at it and sat down to sketch some 100 yards off. In course of time he came strolling round to see what I was doing, and I, not knowing but what he might paint much better than I, was apologetic and said I was not a painter by profession. "What are you?" said he. I said I was a writer. "Dear me," said he, "why, that's my line. I'm a writer." I laughed and said I hoped he made it pay better than I did. He said it paid very well, and asked me where I lived and in what neighbourhood my connection lay. I said I had no connection, but only wrote books. "Oh, I see. You mean you are an author." "I'm not an author. I didn't mean that. I paint people's names up over their shops, and that's what we call being a writer. There isn't a touch on my work as good as any touch on yours." I was gratified by so much modesty, and on my way back to dinner called to see his work. I'm afraid he was not far wrong. It was awful. Omne ignotum pro magnifico holds with painters perhaps more than elsewhere. We never see a man sketching or even carrying a paint box without rushing to the conclusion that he can paint very well. There is no cheaper way of getting a reputation than that of going about with easel, paint box, etc., provided one can ensure one's work not being seen. And the more traps one carries, the cleverer people think one. End of section 20. Section 21 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording, or LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler, edited by Henry Festing Jones. 16. Written Sketches, Part 2. Mrs. Hicks. She and her husband, an old army sergeant who was all through the Indian Mutiny, are two very remarkable people. They keep a public house where we often get our beer when we're out for our Sunday walk. She owns 267. I should think she was a full 75, and her husband, say, 65. She is a tall, raw-boned Gothic woman, with a strong family likeness to the crooked old crusader who lies in the church transept, and one would expect to find her body scrawled over with dates ranging from 400 years ago to the present time, just as the marble figure itself is. She has a great beard and moustaches and 3 protruding teeth in her lower jaw, but no more in any part of her mouth. She moves slowly and is always a little in liquor. Besides being singularly dirty in her person, her husband is like unto her. For all this, they are hard-working, industrious people, keep no servant, pay cash for everything, are clearly going up rather than down in the world, and live well. She always shows us what she is going to have for dinner, and it is excellent. And I made the stuffing overnight and the gravy first thing this morning. Each time we go, we find the house a little more done up. She dotes on Mr. Hicks. We never go there without her wedding day being referred to. She has earned her own living since she was 10 years old, and lived 29.5 years in the house from which Mr. Hicks married her. I am as happy, she said, as the day is long. She dearly loves a joke and a little flirtation. I always say something perhaps a little impudently broad to her, and she likes it extremely. Last time she sailed smilingly out of the room, doubtless to tell Mr. Hicks, and came back still smiling. When we come, we find her as though she had lain among the pots. But as soon as she has given us our beer, she goes upstairs and puts on a cap and a clean apron and washes her face. That is to say, she washes a round piece in the middle of her face, leaving a great glory of dirt showing all round it. It is plain the pair are respected by the manner in which all who come in treat them. Last time we were there, she said she hoped she should not die yet. You see, she said, I am beginning now to know how to live. These were her own words, and considering the circumstances under which they were spoken, they are enough to stamp the speaker as a remarkable woman. She has got as much from age and lost as little from youth as woman can well do. Nevertheless, to look at, she is like one of the witches in Macbeth. New laid eggs. When I take my Sunday walks in the country, I try to buy a few really new-laid eggs warm from the nest. At this time of the year, January, they're very hard to come by, and I have long since invented a sick wife who has implored me to get her a few eggs laid not earlier than the self-same morning. Of late, as I'm getting older, it has become my daughter, who has just had a little baby. This will generally draw a new-laid egg, if there is one about the place at all. At Harrow Weald, it has always been my wife, who for years has been a great sufferer and finds a really new-laid egg the one thing she can digest in the way of solid food. So I turned her on as movingly as I could not long since, and was at last sold some eggs that were no better than common shop eggs, if so good. Next time I went, I said my poor wife had been made seriously ill by them. It was no good trying to deceive her. She could tell a new-laid egg from a bad one as well as any woman in London, and she had such a high temper that it was very unpleasant for me when she found herself disappointed. "Ah, sir," said the landlady, "but you would not like to lose her?" "Ma'am," I replied, "I must not allow my thoughts to wander in that direction. But it's no use bringing her stale eggs anyhow." The egg that hen belonged to. I got some new-laid eggs a few Sundays ago. The landlady said they were her own and talked about them a good deal. She pointed to one of them and said, "Now, would you believe it? The egg that hen belonged to laid 53 hens running and never stopped." She called the egg a hen and the hen an egg. One would have thought she had been reading Life and Habit, page 134, and Passim. At Englefield Green. As an example of how anything can be made out of anything or done with anything by those who want to do it, as I said in Life and Habit that a bullock can take an eyelash out of its eye with its hind foot, which I saw one of my bullocks in New Zealand do. At the barley mow Englefield Green, they have a picture of a horse and dog talking to one another, made entirely of butterflies' wings, and very well and spiritedly done too. They have another picture done in the same way of a greyhound running after a hare, also good but not so good. At Abbey Wood, I heard a man say to another, "I went to live there just about the time that beer came down from 5p to 4p a pot. That will give you an idea when it was. At Ightham Moat. We took Ightham on one of our Sunday walks about a fortnight ago, and Jones and I wanted to go inside over the house. My cousin said, "You'd much better not. It will only unsettle your history." We felt, however, that we had so little history to unsettle that we left him outside and went in. Dr. Mandell Creighton and Mr. W.S. Rockstro. Quote, "The Bishop had been reading Mr. Samuel Butler's enchanting book, Alps and Sanctuaries, and determined to visit some of the places there described. We divided our time between the Italian lakes and the lower slopes of the Alps, and explored many mountain sanctuaries, ellipsis. As a result of this journey, the Bishop got to know Mr. S. Butler. He wrote to tell him the pleasure the books had given us, and asked him to visit us. After this he came frequently, and the Bishop was much attracted by his original mind and stores of out-of-the-way knowledge." Unquote. The Life and Letters of Dr. Mandell Creighton by his wife, Volume 2, page 83. The first time that Dr. Creighton asked me to come down to Peterborough, in 1894, before he became Bishop of London, I was a little doubtful whether to go or not. As usual, I consulted my good clerk, Alfred, who said, "Let me have a look at his letter, sir." I gave him the letter, and he said, "I see, sir, there's a crumb of tobacco in it." "I think you may go." I went, and enjoyed myself very much. I should like to add that there are very few men who have ever impressed me so profoundly and so favourably as Dr. Creighton. I have often seen him since, both at Peterborough and at Fulham, and like and admire him most cordially. I paid my first visit to Peterborough at a time when that learned musician and incomparable teacher, Mr. W.S. Rockstro, was giving me lessons in medieval counterpoint, so I particularly noticed the music at Divine Service. The hymns were very silly and of the usual Gounod Barnby character. Their numbers were posted up in a frame, and I saw that there were to be 5, so I called the first Farringdon Street, the second King's Cross, the third Gower Street, the fourth Portland Road, and the fifth Baker Street, those being stations on my way to Rickmansworth, where I frequently go for a walk in the country. In his private chapel at night, the Bishop began his verse of the Psalms always well before we had done the response to the preceding verse. It reminded me of what Rockstro had said a few weeks earlier, to the effect that a point of imitation was always more effective if introduced before the other voices had finished. I told Rockstro about it and said that the Bishop's instinct had guided him correctly. Certainly I found his method more satisfactory than if he had waited till we had finished. Rockstro smiled, and knowing that I was at that time forbidden to work, said, "Satan finds some mischief still for idle brains to do." Talking of Rockstro, he scolded me once and said he wondered how I could have done such a thing as to call Handel, quote, "one of the greatest of all musicians," referring to the great chords in Erewhon. I said that if he would look again at the passage, he would find I had said not that Handel was one of the greatest, but that he was the greatest of all musicians, on which he apologised. Pigs. We often walk from Rickmansworth or across Moore Park to Pinner. On getting out of Moore Park, there is a public house just to the left, where we generally have some shandy gaff and buy some eggs. The landlord had a noble sow, which I photographed for him. Some months afterwards I asked how the sow was. She had been sold. The landlord knew she ought to be killed and made into bacon, but he had been intimate with her for 3 years, and someone else must eat her, not he. And what, said I, became of her daughter? Oh, we killed and ate her. You see, we had only known her 18 months. I wonder how he settled the exact line beyond which intimacy with a pig must not go if the pig is to be eaten. Mozart. An old Scotchman of Boulogne was holding forth on the beauties of Mozart, which he exemplified by singing thus. I maliciously assented, but said, strange how strongly that air always reminded me of Voi che sapete. Divorce. There was a man in the hotel at Harwich with an ugly, disagreeable woman who I supposed was his wife. I did not care about him, but he began to make up to me in the smoking room. This divorce case, said he, referring to one that was being reported in the papers, doesn't seem to move very fast. I put on my sweetest smile and said, I have not observed it. I'm not married myself and naturally take less interest in divorce. He dropped me. Ravens. Mr. Latham, the master of Jones's College, Trinity Hall, Cambridge, had 2 ravens named Agrippa and Agrippina. Mr. Latham throws Agrippa a piece of cheese. Agrippa takes it, hides it carefully, and then goes away contented. But Agrippina has had her eye upon him and immediately goes and steals it, hiding it somewhere else. Agrippa, however, has always one eye upon Agrippina, and no sooner is her back turned than he steals it and buries it anew. Then it becomes Agrippina's turn, and thus they pass the time, making believe that they want the cheese, though neither of them really wants it. One day Agrippa had a small fight with a spaniel and got rather the worst of it. He immediately flew at Agrippina and gave her a beating. Jones said he could almost hear him say, "It's all your fault." Calais to Dover. When I got on board the steamer at Calais, I saw Louis Day, who writes books about decoration, and began to talk with him. Also I saw A.B., editor of the XYZ Review. I met him some years ago at Phipps and Beale's, but we did not speak. Recently I wanted him to let me write an article in his review, and he would not. So I was spiteful, and when I saw him come on board, said to Day, "I see we are to have the editor of the XYZ on board." "Yes," said Day. "He's an owl," I said sententiously. "I wonder," said Day, "how he got the editorship of his review." "Ah," said I suppose he married someone." On this the conversation dropped and we parted. Later on we met again and Day said, "Do you know who that lady was? The one standing at your elbow when we were talking just now?" "No," I said. "That," he replied, "was Mrs. A.B." And it was so. Snapshotting a bishop. I must some day write about how I hunted the late Bishop of Carlisle with my camera, hoping to shoot him when he was seasick crossing from Calais to Dover, and how St. Somebody protected him and said I might shoot him when he was well, but not when he was seasick. I should like to do it in the manner of the Odyssey. And the steward went round and laid them all on the sofas and benches, and he set a beautiful basin by each, variegated and adorned with flowers, but it contained no water for washing the hands, and Neptune sent great waves that washed over the eyelet holes of the cabin. But when it was now the middle of the passage, and a great roaring arose as of beasts in the zoological gardens, and they promised hecatombs to Neptune if he would still the raging of the waters. At any rate, I shot him, and have him in my snapshot book, but he was not seasick. 1892. Homer and the Basins. When I returned from Calais last December after spending Christmas at Boulogne, according to my custom, the sea was rough as I crossed to Dover, and having a cold upon me, I went down into the second-class cabin, cleared the railway books off one of the tables, spread out my papers, and continued my translation, or rather analysis, of the Iliad. Several people of all ages and sexes were on the sofas, and they soon began to be seasick. There was no steward, so I got them each a basin and placed it for them as well as I could. Then I sat down again at my table in the middle and went on with my translation, while they were sick all round me. I had to get the Iliad well into my head before I began my lecture on the humour of Homer, and I could not afford to throw away a couple of hours. But I doubt whether Homer was ever before translated under such circumstances. 1892. The Channel Passage. How holy people look when they are seasick. There was a patient Parsee near me who seemed purified once and forever from all taint of the flesh. Buddha was a low, worldly-minded music-hall comic singer in comparison. He sat like this for a long time until... and he made a noise like cows coming home to be milked on an April evening. The two barristers at Ypres. When Gauguin and I were taking our Easter holiday this year, we went, among other places, to Ypres. We put up at the Hôtel Tête d'Or and found it exquisitely clean, comfortable and cheap, with a charming old-world last-century feeling. It was Good Friday, and we were to dine maigre. This was so clearly de rigueur that we did not venture even the feeblest protest. When we came down to dinner, we were told that there were two other gentlemen, also English, who were to dine with us, and in due course they appeared. The one, a man verging towards 58, a kind of cross between Cardinal Manning and the late Mr. John Parry. The other some 10 years younger, amiable-looking, and, I should say, not so shining a light in his own sphere as his companion. These two sat on one side of the table, and we opposite them. There was an air about them both which said, "You are not to try to get into conversation with us. We shall not let you if you do. We dare say you are a very good sort of people, but we have nothing in common. So long as you keep quiet, we will not hurt you. But if you so much as ask us to pass the melted butter, we will shoot you." We saw this, and so during the first two courses talked sotto voce to one another, and made no attempt to open up communications. With the third course, however, there was a new arrival in the person of a portly gentleman of about 55, or from that to 60, who was told to sit at the head of the table, and accordingly did so. This gentleman had a decided manner, and carried quite as many guns as the two barristers, for barristers they were, who sat opposite to us. He had rather a red nose. He dined maigre because he had to, but he did not like it. I do not think he dined maigre often. He had something of the air of a half, if not wholly, broken-down blackguard of a gambler who had seen much, but had moved in good society, and been accustomed to have things more or less his own way. This gentleman, who before he went gave us his card, immediately opened up conversation with both us and with our neighbours, addressing his remarks alternately and impartially to each. He said he was an Italian who had the profoundest admiration for England. I said at once, "Lei non può amare l'Inghilterra più che io amo ed admiro l'Italia." The Manning Parry barrister looked up with an air of slightly offended surprise. Conversation was from this point carried on between both parties through the Italian, who acted, as Gauguin said afterwards, like one of those stones in times of plague, on which people from the country put their butter and eggs, and people from the town their money. By and by, dealings became more direct between us, and at last, I know not how, I found myself in full discussion with the elder barrister as to whether Jan van Eyck's picture in the National Gallery, commonly called Portrait of John Arnolfini and his wife, should not properly be held to be a portrait of Van Eyck himself, which, by the way, I suppose there is no doubt that it should not, though I've never gone into the evidence of the present inscription. Then they spoke of the tricks of light practised by de Hooge. So we rebelled and said de Hooge had no tricks, no one less, and what they called trick was only observation and direct rendering of nature. Then they applauded Tintoretto, and so did we, but still, as men who are bowing the knee to Baal, we put in a word for Gaudenzio Ferrari, but they had never heard of him. Then they played Raffaele as a safeguard, and we said he was a master of line and a facile decorator, but nothing more. On this, all the fat was in the fire, for they had invested in Raffaele as believing him to be the 3% of artistic securities. Did I not like the Madonna di San Sisto? I said no. I said the large photo looked well at a distance, because the work was so concealed under a dark and sloppy glaze that anyone might see into it pretty much what one chose to bring, while the small photo looked well because it had gained so greatly by reduction. I said the child was all very well as a child, but a failure as a Christ, as all infant Christs must be to the end of time. I said the Pope and the female saint, whoever she was, were commonplace, as also the angels at the bottom. I admitted the beauty of line in the Virgin's drapery, and also that the work was an effective piece of decoration, but I said it was not inspired by devotional or serious feeling of any kind, and for impressiveness could not hold its own with even a very average Madonna by Giovanni Bellini. They appealed to the Italian, but he said there was a great reaction against Raffaele in Italy now, and that few of the younger men thought of him as their fathers had done. Gauguin, of course, backed me up, so they were in a minority. It was not at all what they expected or were accustomed to. I yielded wherever I could, and never differed without giving a reason which they could understand. They must have seen that there was no malice prepense, but it always came round to this in the end, that we did not agree with them. Then they played Leonardo da Vinci. I had not intended saying how cordially I dislike him, but presently they became enthusiastic about the head of the Virgin in the Vierge Rocher in our gallery. I said Leonardo had not succeeded with this head. He had succeeded with the angel's head lower down to the right, I think, of the picture, but had failed with the Madonna. They did not like my talking about Leonardo da Vinci as now succeeding and now failing, just like other people. I said it was perhaps fortunate that we knew the Last Supper only by engravings, and might have fancied the original to have been more full of individuality than the engravings are, and I greatly questioned whether I should have liked the work if I had seen it as it was when Leonardo left it. As for his caricatures, he should not have done them, much less preserved them. The fact of his having set store by them was enough to show that there was a screw loose about him somewhere, and that he had no sense of humour. Still, I admitted that I liked him better than I did Michelangelo. Whatever we touched upon, the same fatality attended us. Fortunately, neither evolution nor politics came under discussion, nor yet, happily, music, or they would have praised Beethoven, and very likely Mendelssohn too. They did begin to run Nuremberg, and it was on the tip of my tongue to say, yes, but there's a flavour of Faust and Goethe. However, I did not. In course of time, the séance ended, though not till nearly 10 o'clock, and we all went to bed. Next morning, we saw them at breakfast. They were quite tame. As Gauguin said afterwards, they came and sat on our fingers and ate crumbs out of our hands. 1887. At Montreux-sur-Mer, Jones and I lunched at the Hôtel de France, where we found everything very good. As we were going out, the landlady, getting on towards 80, with a bookish nose, pale blue eyes, and a Giovanni Bellini's Loredana kind of expression, came up to us and said in sweetly apologetic accents, "Avez-vous donc déjeuné à peu près selon vos idées, messieurs?" It would have been too much for her to suppose that she'd been able to give us a repast that had fully realised our ideals. Still, she hoped that these had been at any rate adumbrated in the luncheon she had provided. Dear old thing, of course they had, and a great deal more than adumbrated. 26th of December 1901. End of section 21.
Section 22 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler, edited by Henry Festing Jones. Chapter 17. Material for a projected sequel to Alps and Sanctuaries, Part 1. Mrs. Doe on Alps and Sanctuaries. After reading Alps and Sanctuaries, Mrs. Doe said to Ballard, "You seem to hear him talking to you all the time you are reading." I don't think I ever heard a criticism of my books which pleased me better, especially as Mrs. Doe is one of the women I have always liked. Not to be omitted. I must get in about the people one meets. The man who did not like parrots because they were too intelligent, and the man who told me that Handel's Messiah was très chic, and the smell of cyclamens stupendous, and the man who thought it was hard to think the world was not more than 6,000 years old, and we encouraged him by telling him we thought it must be even more than 7,000. And the English lady who said of someone that, being an artist, you know, of course he had a great deal of poetical feeling. And the man who was sketching and said he had a very good eye for color in the light, but would I be good enough to tell him what color was best for the shadows? An amateur, he said, might do very decent things in watercolor, but oils require genius. So I said, what is genius? Millet's picture of the Angelus sold for 700,000 francs. Now that, he said, is genius. After which I was very civil to him. At Bellinzona, a man told me that one of the two towers was built by the Visconti and the other by Julius Caesar 100 years earlier. So, poor old Mrs. Barrett at Langer could conceive no longer time than 100 years. The Trojan War did not last 10 years, but 10 years was as big a lie as Homer knew. We went over the Albula Pass to St. Moritz in 2 diligences and could not settle which was tonic and which was dominant, but the carriage behind us was the relative minor. There was a picture in the dining room, but we could not get near enough to see it. We thought it must be either Christ disputing with the doctors, or Louis XVI saying farewell to his family, or something of that sort. The Sacro Monte at Varese. The Sacro Monte is a kind of ecclesiastical Rocherville Gardens, eminently the place to spend a happy day. The processions were best at the last part of the ascent. There were pilgrims, all decked out with colored feathers, and priests, and banners, and music, and crimson, and gold, and white, and glittering brass against the cloudless blue sky. The old priest sat at his open window to receive the offerings of the devout as they passed, but he did not seem to get more than a few bambini modelled in wax. Perhaps he was used to it. And the band played the barocco music on the barocco little piazza, and we were all barocco together. It was as though the clergyman at Ladywell had given out that, instead of having service as usual, the congregation would go in procession to the Crystal Palace with all their traps, and that the band had been practising "Wait till the clouds roll by" for some time, and on Sunday, as a great treat, they should have it. The Pope has issued an order saying he will not have masses written like operas. It is no use. The Pope can do much, but he will not be able to get contrapunctual music into Varese. He will not be able to get anything more solemn than La Fille de Madame Angot into Varese. As for fugues, I would as soon take an English bishop to the Surrey pantomime as to the Sacro Monte on a festa. Then the pilgrims went into the shadow of a great rock behind the sanctuary, spread themselves out over the grass, and dined. The Albergo Grotta Crimea. The entrance to this hotel at Chiavenna is through the covered courtyard. Steps lead up to the roof of the courtyard, which is a terrace where one dines in fine weather. A great tree grows in the courtyard below, its trunk pierces the floor of the terrace, and its branches shade the open-air dining room. The walls of the house are painted in fresco, with a check pattern like the late Lord Brougham's trousers, and there are also pictures. One represents Mendelssohn. He is not called Mendelssohn, but I knew him by his legs. He is in the costume of a dandy of some 45 years ago, is smoking a cigar, and appears to be making an offer of marriage to his cook. Footnote: Ramblings in Cheapside, in Essays on Life, Art, and Science. End footnote. Down below is a fresco of a man sitting on a barrel with a glass in his hand. A more absolutely worldly-minded, uncultured individual it would be impossible to conceive. When I saw these frescoes, I knew I should get along all right and not be overcharged. Public opinion. The public buys its opinions as it buys its meat, or takes in its milk, on the principle that it is cheaper to do this than to keep a cow. So it is, but the milk is more likely to be watered. These notes. I make them under the impression that I may use them in my books, but I never do unless I happen to remember them at the right time. When I wrote Ramblings in Cheapside, in the Universal Review, reprinted in Essays on Life, Art, and Science, the preceding note about public opinion would have come in admirably. It was in my pocket, in my little black notebook, but I forgot all about it till I came to post my pocketbook into my notebook. The Wife of Bath. There are Canterbury pilgrims every Sunday in summer who start from Close to the Old Tabard, only they go by the Southeastern Railway and come back the same day for 5 shillings. And, what is more, they are just the same sort of people. If they do not go to Canterbury, they go by the Clacton Bell to Clacton-on-the-Sea. There is not a Sunday the whole summer through but you may find all Chaucer's pilgrims, man and woman for man and woman, on board the Lord of the Isles or the Clacton Bell. Why, I have seen the Wife of Bath on the Lord of the Isles myself. She was eating her luncheon off an Ally Sloper's half-holiday, which was spread out upon her knees. Whether it was I who had had too much beer, or she, I cannot tell, God knoweth, and whether or no I was caught up into paradise, again I cannot tell. But I certainly did hear unspeakable words which it is not lawful for a man to utter, and that not above 14 years ago, but the very last Sunday that ever was. The Wife of Bath heard them too, but she never turned a hair. Luckily I had my detective camera with me, so I snapped her there and then. She put her hand up to her mouth at that very moment and rather spoiled herself, but not much. 1891. Horace at the post office in Rome. When I was in Rome last summer, whom should I meet but Horace? I did not know him at first, but told him inquiringly that the post office was in the Piazza Venezia. He smiled benignly, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "Prego," and pointed to the post office itself, which was over the way and, of course, in the Piazza San Silvestro. Then I knew him. I believed he went straight home and wrote an epistle to Maecenas, or whatever the man's name was, asking how it comes about that people who travel hundreds of miles to see things can never see what is all the time under their noses. In fact, I saw him take out his notebook and begin making notes at once. He need not talk. He was not a good man of business, and I do not believe his books sold much better than my own. But this does not matter to him now, for he has not the faintest idea that he ever wrote any of them, and, more likely than not, has never even refreshed his memory by reading them. Beethoven at Fado and at Boulogne. I have twice seen people so unmistakably like Beethoven, just as Madame Patey is unmistakably like Handel, and only once dressing in costume to be the image of him not in features only, but in figure and air and manner. That I always think of them as Beethoven. Once, at Fado, in the Val Leventina, in 1876 or 1877, when the engineers were there surveying for the tunnel, there was among them a rather fine-looking young German with wild ginger hair that rang out to the wild sky like the bells in Memoriam, and a strong Edmund Gurney cut. Footnote: Edmund Gurney, the author of The Power of Sound and secretary of the Society for Psychical Research. End footnote. Who played Wagner and was great upon the overture to Lohengrin. As for Handel, he was not worth consideration, etc. Well, this young man rather took a fancy to me, and I did not dislike him. But one day, to tease him, I told him that a little insignificant-looking engineer, the most commonplace mortal imaginable, who was sitting at the head of the table, was like Beethoven. He was very like him indeed, and Müller saw it, smiled, and flushed at the same time. He was short, getting on in years, and was a little thick, though not fat. A few days afterwards he went away, and Müller and I happened to meet his box, an enormous cube of a trunk, coming down the stairs. "That's Beethoven's box," said Müller to me. "Oh," I said, and looking at it curiously for a moment, asked gravely, "And is he inside it?" It seemed to fit him, and to correspond so perfectly with him in every way, that one felt as though if he were not inside it, he ought to be. The second time was at Boulogne this spring. There were 3 Germans at the Hôtel de Paris, who sat together, went in and out together, smoked together, and did everything together, as though they were a unity in Trinity and a Trinity in unity. We settled that they must be the Heckman Quartet, minus Heckman. We had not the smallest reason for thinking this, but we settled it at once. The middle one of these was like Beethoven also. On Easter Sunday, after dinner, when he was little, well, it was after dinner, and his hair went rather mad, Jones said to me, "Do you see that Beethoven has got into the posthumous quartet stage?" 1855. Silvio. In the autumn of 1884, Butler spent some time at Promontagno and Solglio in the Val Bregaglia, sketching and making notes. Among the children of the Italian families in the albergo was Silvio, a boy of 10 or 12. He knew a little English and was very fond of poetry. He could repeat "How doth the little busy bee." The poem which pleased him best, however, was "Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon." They had nothing, he said, in Italian literature so good as this. Silvio used to talk to Butler while he was sketching. "And shall you read Longfellow much in England?" "No," I replied, "I don't think we read him very much." "But how is that? He is a very pretty poet." "Oh, yes, but I don't greatly like poetry myself." "Why don't you like poetry?" "You see, poetry resembles metaphysics. One does not mind one's own, but one does not like anyone else's." "Oh, and what you call metaphysic?" This was too much. It was like the lady who attributed the decline of the Italian opera to the fact that singers would no longer podge their voices. "And what, pray, is podging?" inquired my informant of the lady. "Why, don't you understand what podging is? Well, I don't know that I can exactly tell you, but I am sure Edith and Blanche podge beautifully." However, I said that metaphysics were la filosofia, and this quieted him. He left poetry and turned to prose. "Then you shall like much the works of Washington Irving." I was grieved to say that I did not, but I dislike Washington Irving so cordially that I determined to chance another no. "Then you shall like better Fenimore Cooper?" I was becoming reckless. I could not go on saying no after no, and yet to ask me to be ever so little enthusiastic about Fenimore Cooper was laying a burden upon me heavier than I could bear. So I said I did not like him. "Oh, I see," said the boy. "Then it is Uncle Tom's Cabin that you shall like." Here I gave in. More no's I could not say, so thinking I might as well be hung for a sheep as for a mutton chop, I said that I thought Uncle Tom's Cabin was one of the most wonderful and beautiful books that were ever written. Having got at a writer whom I admired, he was satisfied, but not for long. "And you think very much of these theories of Darwin in England, do you not?" I groaned inwardly and said we did. And what are the theories of Darwin? Imagine what followed. After which, why do you not like poetry? You shall have a very good university in London? And so on. Sunday morning at Soglio. The quarantine men sat on the wall, dangling their legs over the parapet and singing the same old tune over and over again, and the same old words over and over again. Fu tradito da una donna. To them it was a holiday. 2 gnomes came along and looked at me. I asked the first how old it was. It said 14. They both looked about 8. I said that the flies and the fowls ought to be put into quarantine, and the gnomes grinned and showed their teeth till the corners of their mouths met at the backs of their heads. The skeleton of a bird was nailed up against a barn, and I said to a man, Aquila? He replied, Aquila, and I passed on. The village boys came round me and sighed while they watched me sketching, and the women came and exclaimed, Oh, che testa, che testa. And the bells in the windows of the campanile began, and I turned and looked up at their beautiful lolling and watched their fitful tumble aboutedness. They swung open-mouthed like elephants with uplifted trunks, and I wished I could have fed them with buns. They were not like English bells, and yet they rang more all Inglese than bells mostly do in Italy. They had got it, but they had not got it right. There used to be 2 crows, and when one disappeared the other came, to the house where it had not been for a month. While I was sketching, it played with a woman who was weeding. It got on her back and tried to bite her hat. Then it got down and pecked at the nails in her boots and tried to steal them. It let her catch it and then made a little fuss, but it did not fly away when she let it go. It continued playing with her. Then it came to exploit me, but would not come close up. Signor Scartazzini says it will play with all the women of the place, but not with men or boys, except with him. Then there came a monk and passed by me, and I knew I had seen him before, but could not think where, till of a sudden it flashed across me that he was Valoroso the 24th, king of Paphlagonia, no doubt expiating his offences. And I watched the ants that were busy near my feet, and listened to them as they talked about me and discussed whether man has instinct. What is he doing here? They said. He wasn't here yesterday. Certainly they have no instinct. They may have a low kind of reason, but nothing approaching to instinct. Some of the London houses show signs of instinct. Gower Street, for example, does really seem to suggest instinct, but it is all delusive. It is curious that these cities of theirs should always exist in places where there are no ants. They certainly anthropomorphize too freely. Or is it perhaps that we micropomorphize more than we should? And Silvio came by on his way to church. It was he who taught all the boys in Soglio to make a noise. Before he came up there was no sound to be heard in the streets except the fountains and the bells. I asked him whether the curate was good to him. Si, he replied, è abbastanza buono. I should think old Robin Gray was abbastanza buono to Mrs. Gray. One of the little girls told me that Silvio had so many sestimi and she had none. I said at once, You don't want any centissimi. As soon as these words fell from my lips, I knew I must be getting old. And presently the devil came up to me. He was a nice, clean old man, but he dropped his H's, and that was where he spoiled himself. Or perhaps it was just that threw me off my guard, for I had always heard that the Prince of Darkness was a perfect gentleman. He whispered to me that in the winter the monks of St. Bernard sometimes say matins overnight. The blue of the mountain looks bluer through the chestnuts than through the pines. The river is snowy against the verdi prati e selve amene. The great vat tobacco plant agrees with itself if not with us. I never saw any plant look better in health. The briar knows perfectly well what it wants to do, and that it does not want to be disturbed. It knows, in fact, all that it cares to know. The question is how and why it got to care to know just these things and no others. 2 cheeky goats came tumbling down upon me and demanded salt, and the man came from the sawmill, and with his great brown hands scooped the mud from the dams of the rills that watered his meadow, for the hour had come when it was his turn to use the stream. There were cowbells, mountain elderberries, and lots of flowers in the grass. There was the glacier, the roar of the river, and a plaintive little chapel on a green knoll under the great cliff of ice which cut the sky. There was a fat, crummy woman making hay. She said, "Buon giorno," and the IOR of the giorno came out like oil and honey. I saw she wanted a gossip. She and her husband turned their scythes in two-part note against note counterpoint. But I could hear that it was she who was the canto fermo and he who was the counterpoint. I peered down over the edge of the steep, slippery slope which all had to be mown from top to bottom. If hay grew on the dome of St. Paul's, these dreadful traders would gather it in, and presently the autumn crocuses would begin to push up their delicate naked snouts through the closely shaven surface. I expressed my wonder. "Siamo assati," said the fat, crummy woman. For what little things will not people risk their lives? So Smith and I crossed the Rangitata. So Esau sold his birthright. It was noon, and I was so sheer above the floor of the valley and the sun was so sheer above me that the chestnuts in the meadow of Bondo squatted upon their own shadows and the gardens were as though the valley had been paved with bricks of various colors. The old grass-grown road ran below, nearer the river, where many a good man had gone up and down on his journey to that larger road where the reader and the writer shall alike join him. Fascination. I know a man, and one whom people generally call a very clever one, who, when his eye catches mine, if I meet him at an home or an evening party, beams upon me from afar with the expression of an intellectual rattlesnake on having espied an intellectual rabbit. Through any crowd that man will come sidling toward me, ruthless and irresistible as fate, while I, foreknowing my doom, sidle also himwards, and flatter myself that no sign of my inward apprehension has escaped me. Supreme occasions. Men are seldom more commonplace than on supreme occasions. I knew of an old gentleman who insisted on having the original polka played to him as he lay upon his deathbed. In the only well-authenticated words I have ever met with as spoken by a man who knew he was going to be murdered, there is a commonness which may almost be called Shakespearean. There had been many murders on or near some goldfields in New Zealand about the years 1863 or 1864. I forget where, but I think near the Nelson goldfields. And at last the murderers were taken. One was allowed to turn Queen's evidence and give an account of the circumstances of each murder. One of the victims, it appeared, on being told they were about to kill him, said, "If you murder me, I shall be foully murdered." Whereupon they murdered him, and he was foully murdered. It is a mistake to expect people to rise to the occasion unless the occasion is only a little above their ordinary limit. People seldom rise to the greater occasions, they almost always fall to them. It is only supreme men who are supreme at supreme moments. They differ from the rest of us in this, that when the moment for rising comes, they rise at once and instinctively. The Aurora Borealis. I saw one once in the Gulf of the St. Lawrence off the island of Anticosti. We were in the middle of it, and seemed to be looking up through a great cone of light millions and millions of miles into the sky. Then we saw it farther off, and the pillars of fire stalked up and down the face of heaven like one of Handel's great basses. In front of my room at Montreal there was a veranda from which a rope was stretched across a small yard to a chimney on a stable roof over the way. Clothes were hung to dry on this rope. As I lay in bed of a morning I could see the shadows and reflected lights from these clothes moving on the ceiling as the clothes were blown about by the wind. The movement of these shadows and reflected lights was exactly that of the rays of an aurora borealis, minus color. I can conceive no resemblance more perfect. They stalked across the ceiling with the same kind of movement absolutely. A tragic expression. The 3 occasions when I have seen a really tragic expression upon a face were as follows. 1. When Mrs. Inglis, in my room at Montreal, heard my sausages frying, as she thought, too furiously in the kitchen, she left me hurriedly with a glance, and the folds of her dress as she swept out of the room were Nibian. 2. Once at dinner I sat opposite a certain lady who had a tureen of soup before her, and also a plate of the same to which she had just helped herself. There was meat in the soup, and I suppose she got a bit she did not like. Instead of leaving it, she swiftly, stealthily, picked it up from her plate when she thought no one was looking, and, with an expression which Mrs. Siddons might have studied for a performance of Clytemnestra, popped it back into the tureen. 3. There was an alarm of fire on an emigrant ship in mid-ocean when I was going to New Zealand, and the women rushed aft with faces as in a massacre of the innocents. The wrath to come. On the Monte Generoso, a lady who sat next to me at the table d'hôte was complaining of a man in the hotel. She said he was a nuisance because he practiced on the violin. I excused him by saying that I supposed someone had warned him to fly from the wrath to come, meaning that he had conceptions of an ideal world and was trying to get into it. I heard a man say something like this many years ago, and it stuck by me. The beauties of nature. A man told me that at some Swiss hotel he had been speaking enthusiastically about the beauty of the scenery to a Frenchman, who said to him, "Aimez-vous donc la beauté de la nature? Pour moi, je l'abhorre." The late King Vittorio Emanuele. Cavaliere Negre at Casale Monferrato told me not long since that when he was a child, during the troubles of 1848 and 1849, the king was lunching with his, Cavaliere Negre's, father, who had provided the best possible luncheon in honor of his guest. The king said, "I can eat no such luncheon in times like these. Give me some garlic." The garlic being brought, he ate it, nothing else. The Bishop of Chichester at Fiedo. When I was at Fiedo in the Val Leventina last summer, there was a lady there who remembered me in New Zealand. She had brought her children to Switzerland for their holiday, good people, all of them. They had friends coming to them, a certain canon and his sister, and there was a talk that the Bishop of Chichester might possibly come too. In course of time the canon and his sister came. At first, the sister, who was put to sit next to me at dinner, was below zero, and her brother opposite was hardly less freezing, but as dinner wore on they thawed, and from regarding me as the monster which in the first instance they clearly did, began to see that I agreed with them in much more than they had thought possible. By and by they were reassured, became cordial, and proved on acquaintance to be most kind and good. They soon saw that I liked them, and the canon let me take him where I chose. I took him to the place where the woodsae grew, and we found some splendid specimens. I took him to Marengo, and showed him the double chancel. Coming back, he said I had promised to show him some alternifolium. I stopped him and said, "Here is some," for there happened to be a bit in the wall by the side of the path. This quite finished the conquest, and before long I was given to understand that the bishop really would come, and we were to take him pretty near the woodsae, and not tell him, and he was to find them out for himself. I have no doubt that the bishop had meant coming with the canon, but then the canon had heard from the New Zealand lady that I was there, and this would not do at all for the bishop. Anyhow, the canon had better exploit me by going first and seeing how bad I was. So the canon came, said I was all right, and in a couple of days or so the bishop and his daughters arrived. The bishop did not speak to me at dinner, but after dinner, in the salon, he made an advance in the matter of the newspaper, and, I replying, he began a conversation which lasted the best part of an hour, and during which I trust I behaved discreetly. Then I bade him good night and left the room. Next morning I saw him eating his breakfast, and said good morning to him. He was quite ready to talk. We discussed the woodsae ilvenus, and agreed that it was a mythical species. It was said in botany books to grow near Guildford. We dismissed this assertion, but he remarked that it was extraordinary in what odd places we sometimes do find plants. He knew a single plant of Asplenium trichomanes, which had no other within 30 miles of it. It was growing on a tombstone which had come from a long distance and from a trichomanes country. It almost seemed as if the seeds and germs were always going about in the air and grew wherever they found a suitable environment. I said it was the same with our thoughts. The germs of all manner of thoughts and ideas are always floating about unperceived in our minds, and it was astonishing sometimes in what strange places they found the soil which enabled them to take root and grow into perceived thought and action. The bishop looked up from his egg and said, "That is a very striking remark." And then he went on with his egg, as though if I were going to talk like that he should not play any more. Thinking I was not likely to do better than this, I retreated immediately and went away down to Claro, where there was a confirmation, and so on to Bellinzona. In the morning I asked the waitress how she liked the bishop. "Oh, beaucoup, beaucoup!" she exclaimed. "Et je trouve son nez vraiment noble." 1886. At Piora. I am confident that I have written the following note in one or other of the earlier of these volumes, but I have searched my precious indexes in vain to find it. No doubt, as soon as I have retold the story, I shall stumble upon it. One day in the autumn of 1886 I walked up to Piora from Ariolo, returning the same day. At Piora I met a very nice quiet man, whose name I presently discovered, and who, I have since learned, is a well-known and most liberal employer of labor somewhere in the north of England. He told me that he had been induced to visit Piora by a book which had made a great impression upon him. He could not recollect its title, but it had made a great impression upon him. Nor yet could he recollect the author's name, but the book had made a great impression upon him. He could not remember even what else there was in the book; the only thing he knew was that it had made a great impression upon him. This is a good example of what is called a residuary impression. Whether or no I told him that the book which had made such a great impression upon him was called Alps and Sanctuaries (see Chapter 6), and that it had been written by the person he was addressing, I cannot tell. It would be very like me to have blurted it all out and given him to understand how fortunate he had been in meeting me. This would be so fatally like me that the chances are 10 to 1 that I did it. But I have, thank Heaven, no recollection of sin in this respect, and have rather a strong impression that, for once in my life, I smiled to myself and said nothing. At Ferentino. After dinner I ordered a coffee. The landlord, who also had had his dinner, asked me to be good enough to defer it for another year, and I assented. I then asked him which was the best inn at Segni. He replied that it did not matter, that when a man had quattrini, one albergo was as good as another. I said no, that more depended on what kind of blood was running about inside the albergatore than on how many quattrini the guest had in his pocket. He smiled and offered me a pinch of the most delicious snuff. His wife came and cleared the table, having done which, she shed the water bottle over the floor to keep the dust down. I am sure she did it all to all the blessed gods that live in heaven, though she did not say so. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler, edited by Henry Festing Jones. Chapter 17, Material for a Projected Sequel to Alps and Sanctuaries, Part 2. The Imperfect Lady. There was one at a country house in Sicily where I was staying. She had been lent to my host for change of air by his friend the Marchese. She dined at table with us, and we all liked her very much. She was extremely pretty, and not less amiable than pretty. In order to reach the dining room, we had to go through her bedroom as also through my host's. When the monsieur came, she dined with us just the same, and the old priest evidently did not mind at all. In Sicily they do not bring the scent of the incense across the dining room table, and one would hardly expect the attempt to be made by people who use the oath Santo Diavolo. Siena and San Gimignano. At Siena last spring, prowling round outside the cathedral, we saw an English ecclesiastic in a stringed sub-shovel hat. He had a young lady with him, presumably a daughter or niece. He eyed us with much the same incurious curiosity as that with which we eyed him. We passed them and went inside the Duomo. How far less impressive is the interior, indeed I had almost said also the exterior, than that of San Domenico. Nothing palls so soon as over-ornamentation. A few minutes afterwards my lord and the young lady came in too. It was Sunday, and Mass was being celebrated. The pair passed us, and when they reached the fringe of the kneeling folk, the bishop knelt down too on the bare floor, kneeling bolt upright from the knees, a few feet in front of where we stood. We saw him, and I am sure he knew we were looking at him. The lady seemed to hesitate, but after a minute or so she knuckled down by his side, and we left them kneeling bolt upright from the knees on the hard floor. I always cross myself and genuflect when I go into a Roman Catholic church, as a mark of respect, but Jones and Gauguin say that any one can see I am not an old hand at it. How rudimentary is the action of an old priest! I saw one once at Venice in the dining room of the Hotel La Luna, who crossed himself by a rapid motion of his fork just before he began to eat. And Miss Bertha Thomas told me she saw an Italian lady at Varallo at the table d'hôte cross herself with her fan. I do not cross myself before eating, nor do I think it incumbent upon me to kneel down on the hard floor in church, perhaps because I am not an English bishop. We were sorry for this one and for his young lady, but it was their own doing. We then went into the Libreria to see the frescoes by Pinturicchio, which we did not like, and spent some little time in attending to them. On leaving we were told to sign our names in a book, and did so. As we were going out we met the bishop and his lady coming in. Whether they had been kneeling all the time, or whether they had got up as soon as we were gone, and had spent time in looking round, I cannot say. But when they had seen the frescoes, they would be told to sign their names, and when they signed they would see ours, and, I flatter myself, know who we were. On returning to our hotel, we were able to collect enough information to settle in our own minds which particular bishop he was. A day or two later we went to Poggibonsi, which must have been an important place once. Nothing but the walls remain now, the city within them having been razed by Charles V. At the station we took a carriage, and our driver, Ulysses Pogni, was a delightful person, second baritone in the Poggibonsi opera, and principal fly owner of the town. He drove us up to San Gimignano, and told us that the people still hold the figures in Benzo Gozzi's frescoes to be portraits of themselves, and say, "That's me," and "That's so-and-so." Of course we went to see the frescoes, and as we were coming down the main street, from the piazza on which the Municipio stands, who should be mounting the incline but our bishop and his lady? The moment he saw us he looked cross, stood still, and began inspecting the tops of the houses on the other side of the street. So also did the lady. There was nothing of the smallest interest in these, and we neither of us had the smallest doubt that he was embarrassed at meeting us, and was pretending not to notice us. I have seldom seen any like attempt more clumsily and fatuously done. Whether he was saying to himself, "Good Lord, that wretch will be putting my kneeling down into another Alps and Sanctuaries or ex voto," or whether it was only that we were a couple of blackguard atheists who contaminated the air all around us, I cannot tell. But on venturing to look back a second or two after we had passed them, the bishop and the lady had got a considerable distance away. As we returned, our driver took us about 4 kilometers outside Poggibonsi to San Lucchese, a church of the 12th or 13th century, greatly decayed, but still very beautiful, and containing a few nave frescoes. He told us he had sung the Sanctus here at the Festa on the preceding Sunday. In a room adjoining the church, formerly, we were told, a refectory, there is a very good fresco representing the miraculous draught of fishes by Gerino da Pistoia, I think. But one forgets these names at once unless one writes them down then and there. It is dated, I think, again, about 1509, betrays the influence of Perugino, but is more lively and interesting than anything I know by that painter, for I cannot call him master. It is in good preservation, and deserves to be better, though perhaps not very much better, known than it is. Our driver pointed out that the baskets in which the fishes are being collected are portraits of the baskets still in use in the neighbourhood. After we had returned to London we found, in the Royal Academy Exhibition, a portrait of our bishop, which, though not good, was quite good enough to assure us that we had not been mistaken as to his diocese. The Etruscan urns at Volterra. As regards the way in which the Etruscan artists kept to a few stock subjects, this has been so in all times and countries. When Christianity convulsed the world and displaced the older mythology, she did but introduce new subjects of her own, to which her artists kept as closely as their pagan ancestors had kept to their heathen gods and goddesses. We now make believe to have freed ourselves from these trammels, but the departure is more apparent than real. Our works of art fall into a few well-marked groups, and the pictures of each group, though differing in detail, present the same general characters. We have, however, broken much new ground. Whereas, until the last 300 or 400 years, it almost seems either as if artists had thought subject a detail beneath their notice, or publics had insisted on being told only what they knew already. The principle of living only to see and to hear some new thing, and the other principle of avoiding everything with which we are not perfectly familiar, are equally old, equally universal, equally useful. They are the principles of conservation and accumulation on the one hand, and of adventure, speculation, and progress on the other, each equally indispensable. But money has been, and will probably always be, more persistently in the hands of the first of these two groups. But, after all, is not money an art? Nay, is it not the most difficult on earth and the parent of all? And, if life is short and art long, is not money still longer? And are not works of art, for the most part, more or less works of money also? In so far as a work of art is a work of money, it must not complain of being bound by the laws of money. In so far as it is a work of art, it has nothing to do with money, and again cannot complain. It is a great help to the spectator to know the subject of a picture, and not to be bothered with having to find out all about the story. Subjects should be such as either tell their own story instantly, on the face of them, or things with which all spectators may be supposed familiar. It must not be forgotten that a work exposed to public view is addressed to a great many people, and should accordingly consider many people rather than one. I saw an English family not long since looking at a fine collection of the coins of all nations. They hardly pretended even to take a languid interest in the French, German, Dutch, and Italian coins, but brightened up at once on being shown a shilling, a florin, and a half-crown. So children do not want new stories, they look for old ones. "Mamma dear, will you please tell us the story of the three bears?" "No, my love, not today. I have told it to you very often lately, and I am busy." "Very well, mamma dear, then we will tell you the story of the three bears." The Iliad and the Odyssey are only the three bears upon a larger scale, just as the life of a man is only the fission of two amoebas on a larger scale. Qui non dictus illas puer et Latonia delos? That was no argument against telling it again, but rather for repeating it. So people look out in the newspapers for what they know rather than for what they do not know, and the better they know it, the more interested they are to see it in print. And, as a general rule, unless they get what they expect, or think they know already, they are angry. This tendency of our nature culminates in the well-known lines repeated forever and ever. "The battle of the Nile, I was there all the while. I was there all the while at the battle of the Nile. The battle of," and so on ad lib. Even this will please very young children. As they grow older they want to hear about nothing but the three bears. As they mature still further they want the greater invention and freer play of fancy manifested by such people as Homer and our West End upholsterers, beyond which there is no liberty, but only eccentricity and extravagance. So it is with all fashion. Fashions change, but not radically except after convulsion, and even then the change is more apparent than real, the older fashions continually coming back as new ones. So it is not only as regards choice of subject, but also as regards treatment of subject within the limits of work itself, after the subject is chosen. No matter whether the utterance of a man's inner mind is attempted by way of words, painting, or music, the same principle underlies all these three arts, and of course also those arts that are akin to them. In each case a man should have but one subject easily recognizable as the main motive, and in each case he must develop, treat, and illustrate this by means of episodes and details that are neither so alien to the subject as to appear lugged in by the heels, nor yet so germane to it as to be identical. The treatment grows out of the subject as the family from the parents and the race from the family, each new-born member being the same and yet not the same with those that have preceded him. So it is with all the arts and all the sciences. They flourish best by the addition of but little new at a time in comparison with the old. And so lastly it is with the ars artium itself, that art of arts and science of sciences, that guild of arts and crafts which is comprised within each one of us, I mean our bodies. In the detail they are nourished from day to day by food which must not be too alien from past food or from the body itself, nor yet too germane to either; and in the gross, that is to say, in the history of the development of a race or species, the evolution is admittedly for the most part exceedingly gradual, by means of many generations, as it were, of episodes that are kindred to and yet not identical with the subject. And when we come to think of it, we find in the evolution of bodily form, which along with modification involves persistence of type, the explanation why persistence of type in subjects chosen for treatment in works of art should be so universal. It is because we are so averse to great changes, and at the same time so adverse to no change at all, that we have a bodily form, in the main, persistent, and yet at the same time capable of modifications. Without a strong aversion to change its habits, and with its habits the pabulum of its mind, there would be no fixity of type in any species, and indeed there would be no life at all, as we are accustomed to think of life, for organs would disappear before they could be developed, and to try to build life on such a shifting foundation would be as hopeless as it would be to try and build a material building on an actual quicksand. Hence the habits, cries, abodes, food, hopes, and fears of each species. And what are these but the realities of which human arts are as the shadow? Tell the same old tales in the same old ways from generation to generation, and it is only because they do so that they appear to us as species at all. Returning now to the Etruscan cinerary urns, I have no doubt that, perhaps 3,000 or 4,000 years hence, a collection of the tombstones from some of our suburban cemeteries will be thought exceedingly interesting; but I confess to having found the urns in the museum at Volterra a little monotonous, and after looking at about 3 urns, I hurried over the remaining 397 as fast as I could. 1889. The Quick and the Dead. The walls of the houses, in an Italian village, are built of brick, and the roofs are covered with stone. They call the stone vivo. It is as though they thought bricks were like veal or mutton, and stone like bits out of the living calf or sheep. Footnote: Cross reference Wamba's explanation of the Saxon swine being converted into Norman pork on their death. Ivanhoe, Chapter 1. The grape filter. When the water of a place is bad, it is safest to drink none that has not been filtered through either the berry of a grape or else a tub of malt. These are the most reliable filters yet invented. Bertolli and his bees. Giacomo Bertolli of Varaleo Sesia keeps a watch and clock shop in the street. He is a cheery little old gentleman, though I do not see why I should call him old, for I doubt his being so old as I am. He and I have been very good friends for years, and he is always among the first to welcome me when I go to Varallo. He is one of the most famous bee masters in Europe. He keeps some of his bees during the winter at Camasco, not very far from Varallo, others in other places near, and moves them up to Algena, at the head of the Val Sesia, towards the end of May, that they may make their honey from spring flowers; and excellent honey they make. About a fortnight ago I happened to meet him bringing down 10 of his hives. He was walking in front, and was immediately followed by 2 women, each with crates on their backs, and each carrying 5 hives. They seemed to me to be ordinary deal boxes, open at the top, but covered over with gauze which would keep the bees in but not exclude air. I asked him if the bees minded the journey, and he replied that they were very angry and had a great deal to say about it. He was sure to be stung when he let them out. He said it was un lavoro improbo, and cost him a great deal of anxiety. The lost chord. It should be the lost progression, for the young lady was mistaken in supposing she had ever heard any single chord, like the sound of a great Amen; unless we are to suppose that she had already found the chord of C major for the final syllable of the word, and was seeking the chord for the first syllable, and there she is on the walls of a Milanese restaurant arpeggioing experimental harmonies in a transport of delight to advertise somebody and someone's pianos, and holding the loud pedal solidly down all the time. Her family had always been unsympathetic about her music. They said it was like a loose bundle of firewood which you never can get across the room without dropping sticks. They said she would have been so better employed doing anything else. Fancy being in the room with her while she was strumming about and hunting after her chord. Fancy being in heaven with her when she had found it. Introduction of foreign plants. I have brought back this year some mountain auriculas and the seed of some salvia and fusio tiger lily, and mean to plant the auriculas and to sow the seeds in Epping Forest and elsewhere round about London. I wish people would more generally bring back the seeds of pleasing foreign plants and introduce them broadcast, sowing them by our waysides and in our fields, or in whatever situation is most likely to suit them. It is true this would puzzle botanists. But there is no reason why botanists should not be puzzled. A botanist is a person whose aim is to uproot, kill, and exterminate every plant that is at all remarkable for rarity or any special virtue, and the rarer it is the more bitterly he will hunt it down. Saint Cosimo and Saint Damiano at Siena. Sano di Pietro shows us a heartless practical joke played by these two very naughty saints, both medical men, who should be uncanonized immediately. It seems they laid their heads together and for some reason best known to themselves resolved to cut a leg off a dead negro and put it onto a white man. In the one compartment they are seen in high glee cutting the negro's leg off, in the next they have gone to the white man who is in bed, obviously asleep, and are substituting the black leg for his own. Then no doubt they will stand behind a door and see what he does when he wakes. They must be saints because they have glories on, but it looks as though a glory is not much more to be relied on than a gig as a test of respectability. 1889. At Pienza. At Pienza, after having seen the museum with a custode whom I photoed as being more like death, though in excellent health and spirits, than anyone I ever saw, I was taken to the leading college for young ladies, the Conservatorio di San Carlo, under the direction of Signora, or Signorina, I do not know which, Cesira Carletti, to see the wonderful viol of the 12th or 13th century given to Pienza by Pope Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini (Pius II), and stolen a few years since, but recovered. Signora Carletti was copying parts of it in needlework, nor can I think that the original was ever better than the parts which she had already done. The work would take weeks or even months to examine with any fullness, and volumes to describe. It is as prodigal of labor, design, and color as nature herself is. In fact, it is one of those things that nature has a right to do, but not art. It fatigues one to look at it or think upon it, and Bathos thought it be to say so. It won the first prize at the exhibitions of ecclesiastical artwork held a few years ago at Rome and at Siena. It has taken Signora Carletti months to do even the little she has done, but that little must be seen to be believed, for no words can do justice to it. Having seen the viol, I was shown round the whole establishment, and can imagine nothing better ordered. I was taken over the dormitories, very nice and comfortable, and finally, not without being much abashed, into the room where the young ladies were engaged upon needlework. It reminded me of nothing so much as of the education of the Virgin Chapel at Oropa. [Footnote: See A Medieval Girls' School in Essays on Life, Art, and Science.] End footnote. I was taken to each young lady and did my best to acquit myself properly in praising her beautiful work, but, beautiful as the work of one and all was, it could not compare with that of Signora Carletti. I asked her if she could not get some of the young ladies to help her in the less important parts of her work, but she said she preferred doing it all herself. They all looked well and happy, and as though they were well cared for, as I am sure they are. Then Signora Carletti took me to the top of the house to show me the meteorological room of which she is superintendent, and which is in connection with the main meteorological observatory at Rome. Again I found everything in admirable order, and left the house not a little pleased and impressed with everything I have seen. Homer's Hot and Cold Springs. The following extract is taken from a memorandum Butler made of a visit he paid to Greece and the Troad in the spring of 1895. In the Iliad, 22:145, Homer mentions hot and cold springs where the Trojan women used to wash their clothes. There are no such springs near Higgledy, where they ought to be, but the American consul at the Dardanelles told Butler there was something of the kind on Mount Ida, at the sources of the Scamander, and he determined to see them after visiting Higgledy. He was provided with an interpreter, Jacob, an attendant, Ahmed, an escort of one soldier, and a horse. He went first to the consul's farm at Thymbre, about 5 miles from Hissarlik, where he spent the night, and found it all very like a first-class New Zealand sheep station. The next day he went to Hissarlik, and saw no reason for disagreeing with the received opinion that it is the site of Troy. He then proceeded to Bunarbashi, and so to Bermich, passing on the way a sawmill where there was a government official with 20 soldiers under him. This official was much interested in the traveler, and directed his men to take carpets and a dish of trout, caught that morning in the Scamander, and carry them up to the hot and cold springs, while he himself accompanied Butler. So they set off, and the official, Ishmael, showed him the way and pointed out the springs, and there is a long note about the hot and cold water. And now let me return to Ismail Gusbashi, the excellent Turkish official, who, by the way, was with me during all my examination of the springs, and whose assurances of their twofold temperature I should have found it impossible to doubt, even though I had not caught one warmer cupful myself. His men, while we were at the springs, had spread a large Turkey carpet on the flower-bespangled grass under the trees, and there were 3 smaller rugs at 3 of the corners. On these Ismail and Jacob and I took our places. The other 2 were cross-legged, but I reclining anyhow. The sun shimmered through the spring foliage. I saw 2 hoopoes and many beautiful birds whose names I knew not. Through the trees I could see the snowfields of Ida far above me, but it was hopeless to think of reaching them. The soldiers and Ahmed cooked the trout and the eggs all together. Then we had boiled eggs, bread and cheese, and of course more lamb's liver done on skewers like cat's meat. I ate with my pocket knife, the others using their fingers in true Homeric fashion. When we had put from us the desire of meat and drink, Ismail began to talk to me. He said he had now, for the first time in his life, found himself in familiar conversation with wisdom from the West. That was me. And that, as he greatly doubted whether such another opportunity would ever be vouchsafed to him, he should wish to consult me upon a matter which had greatly exercised him. He was now 50 years old, and had never married. Sometimes he thought he had done a wise thing, and sometimes it seemed to him that he had been very foolish. Would I kindly tell him which it was, and advise him as to the future? I told him he was addressing one who was in much the same condition as himself, only that I was some 10 years older. We had a saying in England that if a man marries he will regret it, and that if he does not marry he will regret it. "Ah," said Ismail, who was leaning towards me and trying to catch every word I spoke, though he could not understand a syllable till Jacob interpreted my Italian into Turkish. "Ah," he said, "that is a true word." In my younger days, I said, may Heaven forgive me, I had been passionately in love with a most beautiful young lady, but—and here my voice faltered, and I looked very sad, waiting for Jacob to interpret what I had said. But it had been the will of Allah that she should marry another gentleman, and this had broken my heart for many years. After a time, however, I concluded that these things were all settled for us by a higher power. Ah, that is a true word. And so, my dear sir, in your case I should reflect that if Allah, and I raised my hand to heaven, had desired your being married, he would have signified his will to you in some way that you could hardly mistake. As he does not appear to have done so, I should recommend you to remain single until you receive some distinct intimation that you are to marry. Ah, that is a true word. Besides, I continued, suppose you marry a woman with whom you think you are in love, and then find out, after you have been married to her for 3 months, that you do not like her. This would be a very painful situation. Ah, yes, indeed, that is a true word. And if you had children who were good and dutiful, it would be delightful, but suppose they turned out disobedient and ungrateful, and I have known many such cases. Could anything be more distressing to a parent in his declining years? Ah, that is a true word that you have spoken. We have a great Imam, I continued, in England. He is called the Archbishop of Canterbury, and gives answers to people who are in any kind of doubt or difficulty. I knew one gentleman who asked his advice upon the very question that you have done me the honor of propounding to myself. Ah, and what was his answer? He told him, said I, that it was cheaper to buy the milk than to keep a cow. Ah, that is a most true word. Here I closed the conversation, and we began packing up to make a start. When we were about to mount, I said to him, hat in hand, "Sir, it occurs to me with great sadness that though you will, no doubt, often revisit this lovely spot, yet it is most certain that I shall never do so. Promise me that when you come here you will sometimes think of the stupid old Englishman who has had the pleasure of lunching with you today, and I promise that I will often think of you when I am at home again in London." He was much touched, and we started. After we had gone about a mile, I suddenly missed my knife. I knew I would want it badly many a time before we got to the Dardanelles, and I knew perfectly well where I should find it, so I stopped the cavalcade and said I must ride back for it. I did so, found it immediately, and returned. Then I said to Ismail, "Sir, I understand now why I was led to leave my knife behind me. I had said it was certain I should never see that enchanting spot again, but I spoke presumptuously, forgetting that if Allah," and I raised my hand to heaven, "willed it, I should assuredly do so. I am corrected, and with great leniency." Ismail was much affected. The good fellow immediately took off his watch chain, happily of brass and of no intrinsic value, and gave it to me, assuring me that it was given him by a very dear friend, that he had worn it for many years, and valued it greatly. Would I keep it as a memorial of himself? Fortunately I had with me a little silver matchbox which Alfred had given me and which had my name engraved on it. I gave it to him, but had some difficulty in making him accept it. Then we rode on till we came to the sawmills. I ordered 2 lambs for the 10 soldiers who had accompanied us, having understood from Jacob that this would be an acceptable present. And so I parted from this most kind and friendly gentleman with every warm expression of cordiality on both sides. I sent him his photograph which I had taken, and I sent his soldiers their groups also, 1 for each man, and in due course I received the following letter of thanks. Alas! I have never written an answer. I knew not how to do it. I knew, however, that I could not keep up a correspondence, even though I wrote once. But few unanswered letters more often rise up and smite me. How the post office people ever read Buter, Caforison Street into Butler, Clifford's Inn, I cannot tell. What splendid emendators of a corrupt text they ought to make. But I could almost wish that they had failed, for it has pained me not a little that I have not replied. Mr. Samuel Buter, No. 15, Zavoren Street, London, England. Dardanelles, August 4, '95. Mr. Samuel, England. My dear friend, many thanks for the photograph you have sent me. It was very kind of you to think of me to send me this token of your remembrance. I certainly appreciate it, and shall think of you whenever I look at it. Ah, my dear brother, it is impossible for me to forget you. Under favorable circumstance I confess I must prefer you. I have a great desire to have the beautiful chance to meet you. Ah, then with the tears of gladness to be the result of the great love of our friendness. My sir, what pen can describe the meeting that shall become with your second visit, if it please God? It is my prayer to our Lord God to protect you and to keep you glad and happy forever. Though we are far from each other, yet we can speak with letters. Thank God to have your love of friendness with me and mine with your noble person. Hoping to hear from you, yours truly, Ismail, from Byramich Hizar Memuru Isu Bashi. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elaine Conway, England. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler. Edited by Henry Festing Jones. Material for Erewhon Revisited. Apologize for the names in Erewhon. I was an unpracticed writer and had no idea the names could matter so much. Give a map showing the geography of Erewhon in so far as the entrance into the country goes, and explain somewhere, if possible, about Butler stones. Up as far as the top of the pass, where the statues are, keeps to the actual geography of the upper Rangitata district, except that I have doubled the gorge. There was no gorge up above my place, Mesopotamia, and I wanted one, so I took the gorge some 10 or a dozen miles lower down and repeated it, and then came upon my own country again, but made it bare of grass and useless instead of, as it actually was, excellent country. Baker and I went up the last saddle we tried and thought it was a pass to the west coast, but found it looked down onto the headwaters of the Mayah. However, we saw a true pass opposite, just as I have described in Erewhon, only that there were no clouds, and we never went straight down as I said I did, but took 2 days going round by Lake Heron. And there is no lake at the top of the true pass. This is the pass over which, in consequence of our report, Whitcomb was sent and got drowned on the other side. We went up to the top of the pass, but found it too rough to go down, without more help than we had. I rather think I have told this in a first year in Canterbury settlement, but am so much ashamed of that book that I dare not look to see. I don't mean to say that the latter books are much better. Still, they are better. They show a lot of stones on the Hokitika Pass, so Mr. Slade told me, which they call mine and say I intended them in Erewhon for the statues. I never saw them and knew nothing about them. Referred to the agony and settled melancholy with which unborn children in the womb regard birth as the extinction of their being, and how some declare that there is a world beyond the womb, and others deny this. We must all one day be born. Birth is certain, and so on, just as we say of death. Birth involves with it an original sin. It must be sin, for the wages of sin is death. What else, I should like to know, is the wages of virtue? And assuredly the wages of birth is death. They consider wilful procreation, as they call it, much as we do murder, and will not allow it to be a moral ailment at all. Sometimes a jury will recommend to mercy, and sometimes they bring in a verdict of justifiable baby-getting, but they treat these cases as a rule with great severity. Every baby has a month of heaven and a month of hell before birth, so that it may make its choice with its eyes open. The hour of birth should be prayed for in the litany, as well as that of death, and so it would be if we could remember the agony of horror which, no doubt, we felt at birth, surpassing, no doubt, the utmost agony of apprehension that can be felt on death. Let automata increase in variety and ingenuity, till at last they present so many of the phenomena of life that the religious world declares they were designed and created by God as an independent species. The scientific world, on the other hand, denies that there is any design in connection with them, and holds that if any slight variation happened to arise by which a fortuitous combination of atoms occurred which were more suitable for advertising purposes, the automata were chiefly used for advertising. It was seized upon and preserved by natural selection. They have schools where they teach the arts of forgetting and of not seeing. Young ladies are taught the art of proposing. Lists of successful matches are advertised with the prospectuses of the girls' schools. They have professors of all the languages of the principal beasts and birds. I stayed with a professor of feline languages who had invented a kind of Ollendorfian system for teaching the art of polite conversation among cats. They have an art class in which the first thing insisted on is that the pupils should know the price of all the leading modern pictures that have been sold during the last 20 years at Christie's, and the fluctuations in their values. Give an examination paper on this subject. The artist being a picture dealer, the first thing he must do is to know how to sell his pictures, and therefore how to adapt them to the market. What is the use of being able to paint a picture unless one can sell it when one has painted it? Add that the secret of the success of modern French art lies in its recognition of values. Let there be monks who have taken vows of modest competency, about £1,000 a year, derived from consols, who spurn popularity as medieval monks spurned money, and with about as much sincerity. Their great object is to try and find out what they like and then get it. They do not live in one building, and there are no vows of celibacy. But in practice, when any member marries, he drifts away from the society. They have no professional faith or articles of association, but as they who hunted for the Holy Grail, so do these hunt in all things, whether of art or science, for that which commends itself to them as comfortable and worthy to be accepted. Their liberty of thought and speech, and their reasonable enjoyment of the good things of this life, are what they alone live for. Let the Erewhonians have Westminster abbeys of the first, second, and third class, and in one of these let them raise monuments to dead theories which were once celebrated. Let them study those arts whereby the opinions of a minority may be made to seem those of a majority. Introduce an Erewhonian sermon to the effect that if people are wicked they may perhaps have to go to heaven when they die. Let them have a Regius professor of studied ambiguity. Let the professor of worldly wisdom plug a man for want of sufficient vagueness in his saving clauses paper. Another poor fellow may be floored for having written an article on a scientific subject without having made free enough use of the words patiently and carefully, and for having shown too obvious signs of thinking for himself. Let them attach disgrace to any who do not rapidly become obscure after death. Let them have a professor of mischief. They found that people always do harm when they meant well, and that all the professorships founded with an avowedly laudable object failed, and so they aim at mischief in the hope that they may miss the mark here as when they aimed at what they thought advantageous. The professor of worldly wisdom plugged a man for buying an egg that had a date stamped on it, and another for being too often and too seriously in the right, and another for telling people what they did not want to know. He plucked several for insufficient mistrust in printed matter. It appeared that the professor had written an article teeming with plausible blunders, and had had it inserted in a leading weekly. He then set his paper so that the men were sure to tumble into these blunders themselves. Then he plucked them. This occasioned a good deal of comment at the time. One man who entered for the Chancellor's medal declined to answer any of the questions set. He said he saw they were intended more to show off the ingenuity of the examiner than either to assist or test the judgment of the examined. He observed, moreover, that the view taken of his answers would in great measure depend upon what the examiner had had for dinner, and, since it was not in his power to control this, he was not going to waste time where the result was, at best, so much a matter of chance. Briefly, his view of life was that the longer you lived, and the less you thought or talked about it, the better. He should go pretty straight in the main himself, because it saved trouble on the whole, and he should be guided mainly by a sense of humour and decided when to deviate from the path of technical honesty, and he would take care that his errors, if any, should be rather on the side of excess than of asceticism. This man won the Chancellor's medal. They have a review class in which the pupils are taught not to mind what is written in newspapers. As a natural result, they grow up more keenly sensitive than ever. Round the margin of the newspapers, sentences are printed cautioning the readers against believing the criticisms they see, inasmuch as personal motives will underlie the great number. They defend the universities and academic bodies on the ground that, but for them, good work would be so universal that the world would become clogged with masterpieces to an extent that would reduce it to an absurdity. Good sense would rule over all, and merely smart or clever people would be unable to earn a living. They assume that truth is best got at by the falling out of thieves. Well then, there must be thieves, or how can they fall out? Our business is to produce the raw material from which truth may be elicited. And you succeed, sir. I replied, in a way that is beyond all praise, and it seems as though there would be no limit to the supply of truth that ought to be available. But, considering the number of your thieves, they show less alacrity in flying at each other's throats than might have been expected. They live their lives backwards, beginning as old men and women, with little more knowledge of the past than we have of the future, and foreseeing the future about as clearly as we see the past, winding up by entering into the womb as though being buried. But delicacy forbids me to pursue this subject further. The upshot is that it comes to much the same thing, provided one is used to it. Paying debts is a luxury which we cannot all of us afford. It is not every one, my dear, who can reach such a counsel of perfection as murder. There was no more space for the chronicles, and, what was worse, there was no more space in which anything could happen at all. The whole land had become one vast cancerous growth of chronicles, 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 nothing but chronicles. The catalogue of the Brown medals alone will in time come to occupy several hundreds of pages in the university calendar. There was a professor who was looked upon as such a valuable man because he had done more than any other living person to suppress any kind of originality. "It is not our business," he used to say, "to help students to think for themselves. Surely this is the very last thing that one who wishes them well would do by them. Our business is to make them think as we do, or at any rate as we consider expedient to say we do." He was president of the Society for the Suppression of Useless Knowledge, and for the complete obliteration of the past. They have professional mind-dressers, as we have hairdressers, and before going out to dinner or fashionable at-homes, people go and get themselves primed with smart sayings or moral reflections according to the style which they think will be most becoming to them in the kind of company they expect. The deifiers God, something which I can only translate by a word as underivable as God. I mean gumption. But it is part of their religion that there should be no temple to gumption, nor are there priests or professors of gumption, gumption being too ineffable to hit the sense of human definition and analysis. They hold that the function of universities is to make learning repellent and thus to prevent its becoming dangerously common, and they discharge this beneficent function all the more efficiently because they do it unconsciously and automatically. The professors think they are advancing healthy intellectual assimilation and digestion, when they are in reality little better than cancer on the stomach. Let them be afflicted by an epidemic of the fear of giving themselves away disease. Enumerate its symptoms. There is a new discovery whereby the invisible rays that emanate from the soul can be caught, and all the details of the man's spiritual nature, his character, disposition, principles, be photographed on a plate as easily as his face or the bones of his hands. But no cure for the fog that a disease has yet been discovered. They have a company for ameliorating the condition of those who are in a future state, and for improving the future state itself. People are buried alive for a week before they are married, so that their offspring may know something about the grave, of which otherwise heredity could teach it nothing. It has long been held that these constitutions are best which promote most effectually the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Now the greatest number are none too wise and none too honest, and to arrange our systems with a view to the greater happiness of sensible, straightforward people. Indeed, to give these people a chance at all, if it can be avoided, is to interfere with the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Dull, slovenly, and arrogant people do not like those who are quick, painstaking, and unassuming. How can we then consistently with the first principles of either morality or political economy encourage such people when we can bring sincerity and modesty fairly home to them? Much we have to tolerate. partly because we cannot always discover in time who are really insincere and who are only masking sincerity under a garb of flippancy, and partly also because we wish to err on the side of letting the guilty escape rather than of punishing the innocent. Thus, many people who are perfectly well known to belong to the straightforward class are allowed to remain at large, and may even be seen hobnobbing and on the best of possible terms with the guardians of public immorality. We all feel, as indeed has been said in other nations, that the poor abuses of the time want countenance. And this, moreover, in the interests of the uses themselves, for the presence of a small modicum of sincerity acts as a wholesome stimulant and irritant to the prevailing spirit of academicism. Moreover, we hold it useful to have a certain number of melancholy examples whose notorious failure shall serve as a warning to those who do not cultivate a power of immoral self-control which shall prevent them from saying, or indeed even thinking, anything that shall not be to their immediate and palpable advantage with the greatest number. It is a point of good breeding with the Erewhonians to keep their opinions as far as possible in the background, in all cases where controversy is even remotely possible, that is to say, whenever conversation gets beyond the discussion of the weather. It is found necessary, however, to recognize some means of ventilating points on which differences of opinion may exist, and the convention adopted is that whenever a man finds occasion to speak strongly, he should express himself by dwelling as forcibly as he can on the views most opposed to his own. Even this, however, is tolerated rather than approved, for it is counted the perfection of scholarship and good breeding not to express, and much more not even to have a definite opinion upon any subject whatsoever. Thus their yea is nay, and their nay, yea, but it comes to the same thing in the end, for it does not matter whether yea is called yea or nay, so long as it is understood as yea. They go a long way round only to find themselves at the start from which they started. There is no accounting tastes. With us such tactics are inconceivable, but so far do the Erewhonians carry them that it is common for them to write whole reviews and articles between the lines of which a practised reader will detect a sense exactly contrary to that ostensibly put forward. Nor is a man held to be more than a tyro in the arts of polite society, unless he instinctively suspects a hidden sense in every proposition that meets him. I was more than once misled by these plover-like tactics, and on one occasion was near getting into a serious scrape. It happened thus. A man of venerable aspect was maintaining that pain was a sad thing, and should not be permitted under any circumstances. People ought not even to be allowed to suffer for the consequences of their own folly, and should be punished for it severely if they did. If they could only be kept from making fools of themselves by the loss of freedom, or, if necessary, by some polite and painless method of extinction, which meant hanging, then they ought to be extinguished. If permanent improvement can only be won through ages of mistake and suffering, which must all begun de novo for every fresh improvement, let us be content to forego improvement, and let those who suffer their lawless thoughts to stray in this direction be improved from off the face of the earth as fast as possible. No remedy can be too drastic for such a disease as the pain felt by another person. We find we can generally bear the pain ourselves when we have to do so, but it is intolerable that we should know it is being borne by any one else. The mere sight of pain unfits people for ordinary life, the wear and tear of which would be very much reduced if we would be at any trouble to restrain the present, almost unbounded licence in the matter of suffering, a licence that people take advantage of to make themselves as miserable as they please, without so much as a thought for the feelings of others. Hence he maintained the practice of putting dupes in the same category as the physically diseased or the unlucky was founded on the eternal and inherent nature of things, and could no more be interfered with than the revolution of the earth on its axis. He said a good deal more to the same effect and I was beginning to wonder how much longer he would think it necessary to insist on what was so obvious, when his hearers began to differ from him. One dilated on the correlation between pain and pleasure, which ensured that neither could be extinguished without the extinguishing along with it of the other. Another said that throughout the animal and vegetable worlds there was found what might be counted as a system of rewards and punishments. This, he contended, must cease to exist, and hence virtue must cease, if the pain attaching to misconduct were less notoriously advertised. Another maintained that the horror so freely expressed by many at the sight of pain was as much selfish as not, and so on. Let Erewhon be revisited by the son of the original writer. Let him hint that his father used to write the advertisements for Mother Seagull's syrup. He gradually worked his way up to this from being a mere writer of penny tracts. December 1896. On reaching the country he finds that divine honours are being paid him, churches erected to him, and a copious mythology daily swelling, with accounts of the miracles he had worked, and all his sayings and doings. If any child got hurt he used to kiss the place, and it would get well at once. Everything has been turned topsy-turvy in consequence of his flight in the balloon being ascribed to miraculous agency. Among other things, he had maintained that sermons should be always preached by two people, one taking one side and another the opposite, while a third summed up and the congregation decided by a show of hands. This system has been adopted, and he goes to hear a sermon on the growing habit of careful, patient investigation, as encouraging casuistry. October 1897. End of section number 24.
Section 25 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 5-Pack. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler, edited by Henry Festing Jones. Chapter 19. Truth and Convenience. Opposites. You may have all growth or nothing growth, just as you may have all mechanism or nothing mechanism, all chance or nothing chance, but you must not mix them. Having settled this, you must proceed at once to mix them. 2 points of view. Everything must be studied from the point of view of itself, as near as we can get to this, and from the point of view of its relations, as near as we can get to them. If we try to see it absolutely in itself, unalloyed with relations, we shall find, by and by, that we have, as it were, whittled it away. If we try to see it in its relations to the bitter end, we shall find that there is no corner of the universe into which it does not enter. Either way, the thing eludes us if we try to grasp it with the horny hands of language and conscious thought. Either way, we can think it perfectly well, so long as we don't think about thinking about it. The pale cast of thought sicklies over everything. Practically everything should be seen as itself pure and simple, so far as we can comfortably see it, and at the same time as not itself, so far as we can comfortably see it. And then the two views should be combined, so far as we can comfortably combine them. If we cannot comfortably combine them, we should think of something else. Truth. 1. We can neither define what we mean by truth nor be in doubt as to our meaning. And this, I suppose, must be due to the antiquity of the instinct that, on the whole, directs us towards truth. We cannot self-vivisect ourselves in respect of such a vital function, though we can discharge it normally and easily enough, so long as we do not think about it. 2. The pursuit of truth is chimerical. That is why it is so hard to say what truth is. There is no permanent, absolute, unchangeable truth. What we should pursue is the most convenient arrangement of our ideas. 3. There is no such source of error as the pursuit of absolute truth. 4. A.B. was so impressed with the greatness and certain ultimate victory of truth that he considered it unnecessary to encourage her or do anything to defend her. 5. He who can best read men best knows all truth that needs concern. He who can best read men best knows all truth that needs concern him. For it is not what the thing is, apart from man's thoughts in respect of it, but how to reach the fairest compromise between men's past and future opinions that is the fittest object of consideration, and this we get by reading men and women. 6. Truth should not be absolutely lost sight of, but it should not be talked about. 7. Some men love truth so much that they seem to be in continual fear lest she should catch cold on overexposure. 8. The firmest line that can be drawn upon the smoothest paper has still jagged edges if seen through a microscope. This does not matter until important deductions are made on the supposition that there are no jagged lines. This does not matter until important deductions are made on the supposition that there are no jagged edges. 9. Truth should never be allowed to become extreme. Otherwise, it will be apt to meet and to run into the extreme of falsehood. It should be played pretty low down, to the pit and gallery, rather than to the stalls. Pit truth is more true to the stalls than stall truth to the pit. 10. An absolute lie may live, for it is a true lie, and is saved by being flecked with a grain of its opposite. Not so absolute truth. 11. Whenever we push truth hard, she runs to earth in contradiction in terms, that is to say, in falsehood. An essential contradiction in terms meets us at the end of every inquiry. 12. In Alps and Sanctuaries, chapter 5, I implied that I was lying when I told the novice that Handel was a Catholic. But I was not lying. Handel was a Catholic, and so am I, and so is every well-disposed person. It shows how careful we ought to be when we lie. We can never be sure but what we may be speaking the truth. 13. Perhaps a little bit of absolute truth on any one question might prove a general solvent, and dissipate the universe. 14. Truth, generally, is kindness, but where the two diverge or collide, kindness should override truth. Falsehood. Truth consists not in never lying, but in knowing when to lie and when not to do so. De minimis non curat veritas. Yes, but what is a minimum? Sometimes a maximum is a minimum, and sometimes it is the other way. 2. Lying is like borrowing or appropriating in music. It is only a good, sound, truthful person who can lie to any good purpose. If a man is not habitually truthful, his very lies will be false to him and betray him. The converse also is true. If a man is not a good, sound, honest, capable liar, there is no truth in him. 3. Any fool can tell the truth, but it requires a man of some sense to know how to lie well. 4. I do not mind lying, but I hate inaccuracy. 5. A friend who cannot at a pinch remember a thing or two that never happened is as bad as one who does not know how to forget. 6. Cursed is he that does not know when to shut his mind. An open mind is all very well in its way, but it ought not to be so open that there is no keeping anything in or out of it. It should be capable of shutting its doors sometimes, or it may be found a little draughty. 7. He who knows not how to wink knows not how to see, and he who knows not how to lie knows not how to speak the truth. So he who cannot suppress his opinions cannot express them. 8. There can no more be a true statement without falsehood distributed through it than a note on a well-tuned piano that is not intentionally and deliberately put out of tune to some extent in order to have the piano in the most perfect possible tune. Any perfection of tune as regards one key can only be got at the expense of all the rest. 9. Lying has a kind of respect and reverence with it. We pay a person the compliment of acknowledging his superiority whenever we lie to him. 10. I seem to see lies crowding and crushing at a narrow gate and working their way in along with truths into the domain of history. Nature's double falsehood. That one great lie she told about the earth being flat when she knew it was round all the time. And again, how she stuck to it that the sun went round us when it was we who were going round the sun. This double falsehood has irretrievably ruined my confidence in her. There is no lie which she will not tell and stick to it like a Gladstonian. How plausibly she told her tale, and how many ages was it before she was so much as suspected? And then, when things did begin to look bad for her, how she brazened it out, and what a desperate business it was to bring her shifts and prevarications to book. Convenience. 1. We wonder at its being as hard often to discover convenience as it is to discover truth. But surely convenience is truth. 2. The use of truth is like the use of words. Both truth and words depend greatly upon custom. 3. We do with truth much as we do with God. We create it according to our requirements, and then say that it has created us, or requires that we shall do or think so and so, whatever we find convenient. 4. What is truth is often asked, as though it were harder to say what truth is than what anything else is. But what is justice? What is anything? An eternal contradiction in terms meets us at the end of every inquiry. We are not required to know what truth is, but to speak the truth, and so with justice. 5. The search after truth is like the search after perpetual motion, or the attempt to square the circle. All we should aim at is the most convenient way of looking at a thing, the way that most sensible people are likely to find give them least trouble for some time to come. It is not true that the sun used to go round the earth until Copernicus's time, but it is true that until Copernicus's time it was most convenient to us to hold this. Still, we had certain ideas which could only fit in comfortably with our other ideas when we came to consider the sun as the center of the planetary system. Obvious convenience often takes a long time before it is fully recognized and acted upon, but there will be a nisus towards it, as long and as widely spread as the desire of men to be saved trouble. If truth is not trouble-saving in the long run, it is not truth. Truth is only that which is most largely and permanently trouble-saving. The ultimate triumph, therefore, of truth rests on a very tangible basis, much more so than when it is made to depend upon the will of an unseen and unknowable agency. If my views about the Odyssey, for example, will, in the long run, save students from perplexity, the students will be sure to adopt them, and I have no wish that they should adopt them otherwise. It does not matter much what the truth is, but our knowing the truth, that is to say, our hitting on the most permanently convenient arrangement of our ideas upon a subject, whatever it may be, matters very much. At least it matters, or may matter, very much in some relations. And however little it matters, yet it matters, and however much it matters, yet it does not matter. In the utmost importance there is unimportance, and in the utmost unimportance there is importance. So also it is with certainty, life, matter, necessity, consciousness, and indeed with everything which can form an object of human sensation at all, or of those after reasonings which spring ultimately from sensations. This is a roundabout way of saying that every question has two sides. 6. Our concern is with the views we shall choose to take and to let other people take concerning things, and as to the way of expressing those views which shall give least trouble. If we express ourselves in one way, we find our ideas in confusion and our action impotent. If in another our ideas cohere harmoniously and our action is edifying, the convenience of least disturbing vested ideas, and at the same time rearranging our views in accordance with new facts that come to our knowledge, this is our proper care. but it is idle to say we do not know anything about things. Perhaps we do. Perhaps we don't. But we at any rate know what sane people think and are likely to think about things. And this, to all intents and purposes, is knowing the things themselves. For the things only are what sensible people agree to say and think they are. 7. The arrangement of our ideas is as much a matter of convenience as the packing of goods in a druggist's or draper's store, and leads to exactly the same kind of difficulties in the matter of classifying them. We all admit the arbitrariness of classifications in a languid way, but we do not think of it more than we can help, I suppose because it is so inconvenient to do so. The great advantage of classification is to conceal the fact that subdivisions are as arbitrary as they are. Classification. There can be no perfect way, for classification presupposes that a thing has absolute limits, whereas there is nothing that does not partake of the universal infinity, nothing whose boundaries do not vary. Everything is one thing at one time and in some respects, and another at other times and in other respects. We want a new mode of measurement altogether. At present, we take what gaps we've confined, set up milestones, and declare them irremovable. We want a measure which shall express, or at any rate recognize, the harmonics of resemblance that lurk even in the most absolute differences, and vice versa. Attempts at classification are like nailing battens of our own flesh and blood upon ourselves as an inclined plane that we may walk up ourselves more easily. And yet it answers very sufficiently. A clergyman's doubts. Under this heading, a correspondence appeared in the Examiner, 15th February to 14th June, 1879. Butler wrote all the letters under various signatures except one, or perhaps two. His first letter purported to come from an earnest clergyman, aged 45, with a wife, 5 children, a country living worth £400 a year, and a house, but no private means. He had ceased to believe in the doctrines he was called upon to teach. Ought he to continue to lead a life that was a lie, or ought he to throw up his orders and plunge himself, his wife and children into poverty? The dilemma interested Butler deeply. He might so easily have found himself in it if he had not begun to doubt the efficacy of infant baptism when he did. 15 letters followed, signed Cantab, Oxoniensis, and so forth, some recommending one course, some another. One, signed XYZ, included The Righteous Man, which will be found in the last group of this volume, headed Poems. From the following letter, signed Ethics, Butler afterwards took 2 passages, which I have enclosed, one between single asterisks, the other between double asterisks, and used them for the dissertation on lying, which is in Chapter 5 of Alps and Sanctuaries. To the editor of the Examiner. Sir, I am sorry for your correspondent, an earnest clergyman, for, though he may say he has come to smile at his troubles, his smile seems to be a grim one. We must all of us eat a peck of moral dirt before we die, but some must know more precisely than others when they are eating it. Some, again, can bolt it without wry faces in one shape, while they cannot endure even the smell of it in another. An earnest clergyman admits that he is in the habit of telling people certain things which he does not believe, but says he has no great fancy for deceiving himself. Cantab must, I fear, deceive himself before he can tolerate the notion of deceiving other people. For my own part, I prefer to be deceived by one who does not deceive himself rather than by one who does. For the first will know better when to stop, and will not commonly deceive me more than he can help. As for the other, if he does not know how to invest his own thoughts safely, he will invest mine still worse. He will hold God's most precious gift of falsehood too cheap. He has come by it too easily. Cheaply come, cheaply go will be his maxim. The good liar should be the converse of the poet. He should be made, not born. It is not loss of confidence in a man's strict adherence to the letter of truth that shakes my confidence in him. I know what I do myself, and what I must lose all social elasticity if I were not to do. Turning from moral guidance to my cousins, the lower animals, whose unsophisticated instinct proclaims what God has taught them with a directness we may sometimes study. I find the plover lying when she reads us truly, and, knowing that we shall hit her if we think her to be down, lures us from her young ones under the fiction of a broken wing. Is God angry, think you, with this pretty deviation from the letter of strict accuracy? Or was it not he who whispered to her to tell the falsehood, to tell it with a circumstance, without conscientious scruples, and not once only, but to make a practice of it, so as to be an habitual liar for at least 6 weeks in the year? I imagine so. When I was young, I used to read in good books that it was God who taught the bird to make her nest, and if so, he probably taught each species the other domestic arrangements, which should be best suited to it. Or did the nest-building information come from God, and was there an evil one among the birds also, who taught them to steer clear of pedantry? Then there is the spider, an ugly creature, but I suppose God likes it. Can anything be meaner than that web which naturalists extol as such a marvel of providential ingenuity? Ingenuity! The word reeks with lying. Once, on a summer afternoon, in a distant country, I met one of those orchids whose main idea consists in the imitation of a fly. This lie they dispose so plausibly upon their petals that other flies who would steal their honey leave them unmolested. Watching intently and keeping very still, methought I heard this person speaking to the offspring which she felt within her, though I saw them not. "My children," she exclaimed, "I must soon leave you. Think upon the fly, my loved ones. Make it look as terrible as possible. Cling to this thought in your passage through life, for it is the one thing needful. Once lose sight of it, and you are lost." Over and over again she sang this burden in a small, still voice, and so I left her. Then straightway I came upon some butterflies, whose profession it was to pretend to believe in all manner of vital truths, which in their inner practice they rejected. Thus, pretending to be certain other and hateful butterflies, which no bird will eat by reason of their abominable smell, these cunning ones conceal their own sweetness, live long in the land, and see good days. Think of that, O earnest clergyman, my friend. No, lying is like nature. You may expel her with a fork, but she will always come back again. Lying is like the poor. We must have it always with us. The question is, how much, when, where, to whom, and under what circumstances is lying right? For, once admit that a plover may pretend to have a broken wing, and yet be without sin if she have pretended well enough, and the thin edge of the wedge has been introduced so that there is no more saying that we must never lie. It is not, then, the discovery that a man has the power to lie that shakes my confidence in him. It is loss of confidence in his mendacity that I find it impossible to get over. I forgive him for telling me lies, but I cannot forgive him for not telling me the same lies, or nearly so, about the same things. This shows he has a slipshod memory, which is unpardonable, or else that he tells so many lies that he finds it impossible to remember all of them, and this is like having too many of the poor always with us. The plover and the spider have each of them their stock of half a dozen lies or so, which we may expect them to tell when occasion arises. They are plausible and consistent, but we know where to have them. Otherwise, if they were liable, like self-deceivers, to spring mines upon us in unexpected places, man would soon make it his business to reform them, not from within, but from without. And now it is time I come to the drift of my letter, which is that if an earnest clergyman has not cheated himself into thinking he is telling the truth, he will do no great harm by stopping where he is. Do not let him make too much fuss about trifles. The solemnity of the truths which he professes to uphold is very doubtful. There is a tacit consent that it exists more on paper than in reality. If he is a man of any tact, he can say all he is compelled to say, and do all the church requires of him, like a gentleman, with neither undue slovenliness nor undue action, yet it shall be perfectly plain to all his parishioners who are worth considering that he is acting as a mouthpiece, and that his words are spoken dramatically. As for the unimaginative, they are children. They cannot and should not be taken into account. Men must live as they must write or act, for a certain average standard which each must guess at for himself as best he can. Those who are above this standard he cannot reach. Those, again, who are below it must be so at their own risk. Pilate did well when he would not say for an answer to his question, "What is truth?" For there is no such thing apart from the sayer and the sayee. There is that irony in nature which brings it to pass that if the sayer be a man with any stuff in him, provided he tells no lies wittingly to himself and is never unkindly, he may lie and lie and lie all the day long, and he will no more be false to any man than the sun will shine by night. His lies will become truths as they pass into the hearer's soul. But if a man deceives himself and is unkind, the truth is not in him. It turns to falsehood while yet in his mouth, like the quails in the wilderness of Sinai. How this is so or why, I know not, but that the Lord hath mercy on whom he will have mercy, and whom he willeth he hardeneth, and that the bad man can do no right and the good no wrong. A great French writer has said that the mainspring of our existence does not lie in those veins and nerves and arteries which have been described with so much care. These are but its masks and mouthpieces through which it acts, but behind which it is forever hidden. So, in like manner, the faiths and formulae of a church may be as its bones and animal mechanism, but they are not the life of the church, which is something rather that cannot be holden in words, and one should know how to put them off, yet put them off gracefully, if they wish to come too prominently forward. Do not let an earnest clergyman take things too much au sérieux. He seems to be contented where he is. Let him take the word of one who is old enough to be his father, that if he has a talent for conscientious scruples, he will find plenty of scope for them in other professions as well as in the church. I, for aught he knows, may be a doctor, and I might tell my own story. Or I may be a barrister, and have found it my duty to win a case which I thought a very poor one, whereby others, whose circumstances were sufficiently pitiable, lost their all. Yet doctors and barristers do not write to the newspapers to air their poor conscience in broad daylight. Why should an earnest, I hate the word, clergyman do so? Let me give him a last word or two of fatherly advice. Men may settle small things for themselves, as what they will have for dinner or where they will spend the vacation, but the great ones, such as the choice of a profession, of the part of England they will live in, whether they will marry or no, they had better leave the force of circumstances to settle for them. If they prefer the phraseology, as I do myself, let them leave these matters to God. When he has arranged things for them, do not let them be in too great a hurry to upset his arrangement in a tiff. If they do not like their present, and another opening suggests itself easily and naturally, let them take that as a sign that they make a change. Otherwise, let them see to it that they do not leave the frying pan for the fire. A man, finding himself in the field of a profession, should do as cows do when they are put into a field of grass. They do not like any field. They like the open prairie of their ancestors. They walk, however, all round their new abode, surveying the hedges and gates with much interest. If there is a gap in any hedge, they will calmly go through it at once. Otherwise, they will resign themselves contentedly enough to the task of feeding. I am, sir, one who thinks he knows a thing or two about ethics. End of section 25. Section 26 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 5-Pack. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler, edited by Henry Festing Jones. Chapter 20, First Principles, Part 1. The Baselessness of Our Ideas. That our ideas are baseless, or rotten at the roots, is what few who study them will deny. But they are rotten in the same way as property is robbery, and property is robbery in the same way as our ideas are rotten at the roots. That is to say, it is a robbery, and it is not. No title to property, no idea, and no living form, which is the embodiment of idea, is indefeasible if search be made far enough. Granted that our thoughts are baseless, yet they are so in the same way as the earth itself is both baseless and most firmly base, or again most stable and yet most in motion. Our ideas, or rather I should say our realities, are all of them like our gods, based on superstitious foundations. If man is a macrocosm, then cosmos is a megalanthrope, and that is how we come to anthropomorphize the deity. In the eternal pendulum swing of thought, we make God in our own image, and then make him make us, and then find it out, and cry because we have no God, and so on, over and over again, as a child has new toys given to it, tires of them, breaks them, and is disconsolate till it gets new ones which it will again tire of and break. If the man who first made God in his own image had been a good model, all might have been well. But he was impressed with an undue sense of his own importance, and, as a natural consequence, he had no sense of humor. Both these imperfections he has fully and faithfully reproduced in his work, and with the result we are familiar. All our most solid and tangible realities are but as lies that we have told too often henceforth to question them. But we have to question them sometimes. It is not the sun that goes round the world, but we who go round the sun. If anyone is for examining and making requisitions on title, we can search too, and can require the title of the state as against any other state, or against the world at large. But suppose we succeed in this, we must search further still, and show by what title mankind has ousted the lower animals, and by what title we eat them, or they themselves eat grass, or one another. See what quicksands we fall into if we wade out too far from the terra firma of common consent. The error springs from supposing that there is an absolute right or absolute truth, and also from supposing that truth and right are any the less real for being not absolute but relative. In the complex of human affairs, we should aim not at a supposed absolute standard, but at the greatest coming togetherness or convenience of all our ideas and practices. That is to say, at their most harmonious working with one another. Hit ourselves somewhere we are bound to do. No idea will travel far without colliding with some other idea. Thus, if we pursue one line of probable convenience, we find it convenient to see all things as ultimately one. That is, if we insist rather on the points of agreement between things than on those of disagreement. If we insist on the opposite view, namely, on the points of disagreement, we find ourselves driven to the conclusion that each atom is an individual entity, and that the unity between even the most united things is apparent only. If we did not unduly insist upon, that is to say, emphasize and exaggerate, the part which concerns us for the time, we should never get to understand anything. The proper way is to exaggerate first one view and then the other, and then let the two exaggerations collide, but good-temperedly, and according to the laws of civilized mental warfare. So, we see first all things as one, then all things as many, and, in the end, a multitude in unity, and a unity in multitude. Care must be taken not to accept ideas which, though very agreeable at first, disagree with us afterwards, and keep rising on our mental stomachs as garlic does upon our bodily. Imagination. 1. Imagination depends mainly upon memory, but there is a small percentage of creation of something out of nothing with it. We can invent a trifle more than can be got at by mere combination of remembered things. 2. When we are impressed by a few only, and perhaps only one of a number of ideas which are bonded pleasantly together, there is hope. When we see a good many, there is expectation. When we have had so many presented to us that we have expected confidently, and the remaining ideas have not turned up, there is disappointment. So the sailor says in the play, "Here are my arms, here is my manly bosom, but where's my Mary?" 3. What tricks imagination plays. Thus, if we expect a person in the street, we transform a dozen impossible people into him, while they are still too far off to be seen distinctly. And when we expect to hear a footstep on the stairs, as we will say the postman's, we hear footsteps in every sound. Imagination will make us see a billiard hall as likely to travel farther than it will travel, if we hope that it will do so. It will make us think we feel a train begin to move as soon as the guard has said, "All right," though the train has not yet begun to move if another train alongside begins to move exactly at this juncture. There is no man who will not be deceived. And we omit as much as we insert. We often do not notice that a man has grown a beard. 4. I read once of a man who was cured of a dangerous illness by eating his doctor's prescription, which he understood was the medicine itself. So, William Sefton Morehouse, in New Zealand, imagined he was being converted to Christianity by reading Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, which he had got by mistake for Butler's Analogy, on the recommendation of a friend, but it puzzled him a good deal. 5. At Ivy Hatch, while we were getting our beer in the inner parlour, there was a confused melee of voices in the bar, amid which I distinguished a voice saying, "Imagination will do any bloody thing almost." I was writing Life and Habit at the time, and was much tempted to put this passage in. Nothing truer has ever been said about imagination. Then the voice was heard addressing the barman and saying, "I suppose you wouldn't trust me with a quart of beer, would you?" Inexperience. Kant says that all our knowledge is founded on experience. But each new small increment of knowledge is not so founded, and our whole knowledge is made up of the accumulation of these small new increments, not one of which is founded upon experience. Our knowledge, then, is founded not on experience, but on inexperience. For where there is no novelty, that is to say, no inexperience, there is no increment in experience. Our knowledge is really founded upon something which we do not know, but it is converted into experience by memory. It is like species. We do not know the cause of the variations whose accumulation results in species, and any explanation which leaves this out of sight ignores the whole difficulty. We want to know the cause of the effect that inexperience produces on us. Ex nihilo nihil fit. We say that everything has a beginning. This is one side of the matter. There is another, according to which everything is without a beginning. Beginnings, and endings also, being but as it were steps cut into a slope of ice without which we could not climb it. They are for convenience and the hardness of the hearts of men who make an idol of classification, but they do not exist apart from our sense of our own convenience. It was a favourite saying with William Sefton Morehouse, in New Zealand, that men cannot get rich by swabbing knives. Nevertheless, nature does seem to go upon this principle. Everybody does eat everybody up. Man eats birds, birds eat worms, and worms eat man again. It is a vicious cycle, yet, somehow or other, there is an increment. I begin to doubt the principle ex nihilo nihil fit. We very much want a way of getting something out of nothing and back into it again. Whether or no we ever shall get such a way, we see the clearly perceptible arising out of and returning into the absolutely imperceptible, and, so far as we are concerned, this is much the same thing. To assume an unknowable substratum as the source from which all things proceed, or are evolved, is equivalent to assuming that they come up out of nothing. For that which does not exist for us is for us nothing. That which we do not know does not exist qua us, and therefore it does not exist. When I say we, I mean mankind in general, for things may exist qua one man and not qua another. And when I say nothing, I postulate something of which we have no experience. And yet, we cannot say that a thing does not exist till it is known to exist. The planet Neptune existed, though, qua us, it did not exist before Adams and Leverrier discovered it, and we cannot hold that its continued non-existence to my laundress and her husband makes it any the less an entity. We cannot say that it did not exist at all till it was discovered, that it exists only partially and vaguely to most of us, that to many it still does not exist at all, that there are few to whom it even exists in any force or fullness, and none who can realize more than the broad facts of its existence. Neptune has been disturbing the orbits of the planets nearest to him for more centuries than we can reckon, and whether or not he is known to have been doing so has nothing to do with the matter. If A is robbed, he is robbed, whether he knows it or not. In one sense, then, we cannot say that the planet Neptune did not exist till he was discovered, but in another we can and ought to do so. De non apparentibus ex non existentibus edem est ratio. As long, therefore, as Neptune did not appear, he did not exist qua us. The only way out of it is through the contradiction in terms of maintaining that a thing exists and does not exist at one and the same time. So, A may be both robbed and not robbed. We consider, therefore, that things have assumed their present shape by course of evolution from a something which, qua us, is a nothing, from a potential something but not an actual, from an actual nothing but a potential not nothing, from a nothing which might become a something to us with any modification on our parts, but which, till such modification has arisen, does not exist in relation to us, though very conceivably doing so in relation to other entities. But this protean nothing, capable of appearing as something, is not the absolute, eternal, unchangeable nothing that we mean when we say ex nihilo nihil fit. The alternative is that something should not have come out of nothing, and this is saying that something has always existed. But the eternal increateness of matter seems as troublesome to conceive as its having been created out of nothing. I say seems, for I am not sure how far it really is so. We never saw something come out of nothing. That is to say, we never saw a beginning of anything except as the beginning of a new phase of something pre-existent. We ought therefore to find the notion of eternal being familiar. It ought to be the only conception of matter which we are able to form. Nevertheless, we are so carried away by being accustomed to see phases have their beginnings and endings that we forget that the matter, of which we see the phase begin and end, did not begin or end with the phase. Eternal matter permeated by eternal mind, matter and mind being functions of one another, is the least uncomfortable way of looking at the universe. But as it is beyond our comprehension, and cannot therefore be comfortable, sensible persons will not look at the universe at all, except in such details as may concern them. Contradiction in terms. We pay higher and higher in proportion to the service rendered, till we get to the highest services, such as becoming a member of Parliament, and this must not be paid at all. If a man would go yet higher, and found a new and permanent system, or create some new idea or work of art which remains to give delight to ages, he must not only not be paid, but he will have to pay very heavily out of his own pocket into the bargain. Again, we are to get all men to speak well of us if we can, yet we are to be cursed if all men speak well of us. So, when the universe has gathered itself into a single ball, which I don't for a moment believe it ever will, but I don't care, it will no sooner have done so than the bubble will burst, and it will go back to its gases again. Contradiction in terms is so omnipresent that we treat it as we treat death, or free will, or fate, or air, or God, or the devil, taking these things so much as matters of course that, though they are visible enough if we choose to see them, we neglect them normally altogether, without for a moment intending to deny their existence. This neglect is convenient, as preventing repetitions the monotony of which would defeat their own purpose. But people are tempted nevertheless to forget the underlying omnipresence in the superficial omniabsence. They forget that its opposite lurks in everything, that there are harmonics of God in the devil, and harmonics of the devil in God. Contradiction in terms is not only to be excused, but there can be no proposition which does not more or less involve one. It is the fact of there being contradictions in terms which have to be smoothed away and fused into harmonious acquiescence with their surroundings that makes life and consciousness possible at all, unless the unexpected were sprung upon us continually to enliven us, we should pass life, as it were, in sleep. To a living being, no "it is" can be absolute. Wherever there is an "is," there among its harmonics lurks an "is not." When there is absolute absence of "is not," the "is" goes too. And the "is not" does not go completely till the "is" gone along with it. Every proposition has got a skeleton in its cupboard. Extremes. 1. Intuition and evidence seem to have something of the same relation that faith and reason, luck and cunning, free will and necessity, and demand and supply have. They grow up hand in hand, and no man can say which comes first. It is the same with life and death, which lurk one within the other, as do rest and unrest, change and persistence, heat and cold, poverty and riches, harmony and counterpoint, night and day, summer and winter. And so with pantheism and atheism, loving everybody is loving nobody, and God everywhere is, practically, God nowhere. I once asked a man if he was a freethinker. He replied that he did not think he was. And so I have heard of a man exclaiming, "I am an atheist, thank God." Those who say there is a God are wrong unless they mean at the same time that there is no God, and vice versa. The difference is the same as that between plus nothing and minus nothing, and it is hard to say which we ought to admire and thank more, the first theist or the first atheist. Nevertheless, for many reasons, the plus nothing is to be preferred. 2. To be poor is to be contemptible. To be very poor is worse still, and so on. But to be actually at the point of death through poverty is to be sublime. So, when weakness is uttered, honour ceaseth. The Righteous Man, page 390, post. 3. The meeting of extremes is never clearer than in the case of moral and intellectual strength and weakness. We may say with Hesiod, "How much the half is greater than the whole," or with St. Paul, "My strength is made perfect in weakness." They come to much the same thing. We all know strength so strong as to be weaker than weakness, and weakness so great as to be stronger than strength. 4. The Queen travels as the Countess of Balmoral, and would probably be very glad, if she could, to travel as plain Miss Smith. There is a good deal of the Queen lurking in every Miss Smith, and, conversely, a good deal of Miss Smith lurking in every Queen. Free will and necessity. As I am tidying up, and the following beginning of a paper on the above subject has been littering about my table since December 1889, which is the date on the top of page 1, I will shoot it on to this dust heap and bury it out of my sight. It runs: The difficulty has arisen from our forgetting that contradiction in terms lies at the foundation of all our thoughts as a condition and sine qua non of our being able to think at all. We imagine that we must either have all free will and no necessity, or all necessity and no free will, and it being obvious that our free will is often overridden by force of circumstances, while the evidence that necessity is overridden by free will is harder to find, if indeed it can be found, for I have not fully considered the matter, most people who theorize upon this question will deny in theory that there is any free will at all, though in practice they take care to act as if there was. For if we admit that like causes are followed by like effects, and everything that we do is based upon this hypothesis, it follows that every combination of causes must have some one consequent which can alone follow it, and which free will cannot touch. Yes, but it will generally be found that free will entered into the original combination, and the repetition of the combination will not be exact unless a like free will is repeated along with all the other factors. From which it follows that free will is apparent only, and that, as I said years ago in Erewhon, we are not free to choose what seems best on each occasion, but bound to do so, being fettered to the freedom of our wills throughout our lives. But to deny free will is to deny moral responsibility, and we are landed in absurdity at once, for there is nothing more patent than that moral responsibility exists. Nevertheless, at first sight, it would seem as though we ought not to hang a man for murder if there was no escape for him but that he must commit one. Of course, the answer to one who makes this objection is that our hanging him is as much a matter of necessity as his committing the murder. If, again, necessity, as involved in the certainty that like combinations will be followed by like consequence, is a basis on which all our actions are founded, so also is free will. This is quite as much a sine qua non for action as necessity is, for who would try to act if he did not think that his trying would influence the result? We have therefore two apparent incompatible and mutually destructive faiths, each equally and self-evidently demonstrable, each equally necessary for salvation of any kind, and each equally entering into every thought and action of our whole lives, yet utterly contradictory and irreconcilable. Can any dilemma seem more hopeless? It is not a case of being able to live happily with either were t'other dear charmer away. It is indispensable that we should embrace both, and embrace them with equal cordiality at the same time, though each annihilates the other. It is as though it were indispensable to our existence to be equally dead and equally alive at one and the same moment. Here we have an illustration which may help us, for, after all, we are both dead and alive at one and the same moment. There is no life without a taint of death, and no death that is not instinct with the residuum of past life and with germs of the new that is to succeed it. Let those who deny this show us an example of pure life and pure death. Anyone who has considered these matters will know this to be impossible. And yet, in spite of this, the cases where we are in doubt whether a thing is to be more fitly called dead or alive are so few that they may be disregarded. I take it, then, that as, though alive, we are in part dead, and though dead, in part alive, so, though bound by necessity, we are in part free, and though free, yet in part bound by necessity. At least, I can think of no case of such absolute necessity in human affairs as that free will should have no part in it, nor of such absolute free will that no part of the action should be limited and controlled by necessity. Thus, when a man walks to the gallows, he is under large necessity, yet he retains much small freedom. When pinioned, he is less free, but he can open his eyes and mouth and pray aloud or no, as he pleases, even when the drop has fallen, so long as he is he at all, he can exercise some, though infinitely small, choice. It may be answered that throughout the foregoing chain of actions, the freedom, what little there is of it, is apparent only, and that even in the small freedoms, which are not so obviously controlled by necessity, the necessity is still present as effectually as when the man, though apparently free to walk to the gallows, is in reality bound to do so. For in respect of the small details of his manner of walking to the gallows, which compulsion does not so glaringly reach, what is it that the man is free to do? He is free to do as he likes, but he is not free to do as he does not like, and a man's likings are determined by outside things and by antecedents, prenatal and postnatal, whose effect is so powerful that the individual who makes the choice proves to be only the resultant of certain forces which have been brought to bear upon him but which are not the man. So that it seems there is no detail, no nook or corner of action into which necessity does not penetrate. This seems logical, but it is as logical to follow instinct and common sense as to follow logic, and both instinct and common sense assure us that there is no nook or corner of action into which free will does not penetrate, unless it be those into which mind does not enter at all. as when a man is struck by lightning or is overwhelmed suddenly by an avalanche. Besides, those who maintain that action is bound to follow choice, while choice can only follow opinion as to advantage, neglect the very considerable number of cases in which opinion as to advantage does not exist, when, for instance, a man feels, as we all of us sometimes do, that he is utterly incapable of forming any opinion whatever as to his most advantageous course. But this again is fallacious, for suppose he decides to toss up and be guided by the result. This is still what he has chosen to do, and his action, therefore, is following his choice. Or suppose again that he remains passive and does nothing. His passivity is his choice. I can see no way out of it unless either frankly to admit that contradiction in terms is the bedrock on which all our thoughts and deeds are founded, and to acquiesce cheerfully in the fact that whenever we try to go below the surface of any inquiry, we find ourselves utterly baffled. Or to redefine freedom and necessity, admitting each as a potent factor of the other. And this I do not see my way to doing. I am therefore necessitated to choose freely the admission that our understanding can burrow but a very small way into the foundations of our beliefs, and can only weaken rather than strengthen them by burrowing at all.
End of section 26. Section 27 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 5-Pack. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler, edited by Henry Festing Jones. Chapter 20, First Principles, Part 2.
Free will, otherwise cunning. The element of free will, cunning, spontaneity, individuality, so omnipresent, so essential, yet so unreasonable, and so inconsistent with the other element, not less omnipresent and not less essential, I mean necessity, luck, fate. This element of free will, which comes from the unseen kingdom, within which the writs of our thoughts run not, must be carried down to the most tenuous atoms whose action is supposed most purely chemical and mechanical. It can never be held as absolutely eliminated, for if it be so held, there is no getting it back again. And that it exists, even in the lowest forms of life, cannot be disputed. Its existence is one of the proofs of the existence of an unseen world, and a means whereby we know the little that we do know of that world. Necessity, otherwise luck. It is all very well to insist upon the free will or cunning side of living action, more especially now when it has been so persistently ignored. But though the fortunes of birth and surroundings have all been built up by cunning, yet it is by ancestral vicarious cunning, and this, to each individual, comes to much the same as luck pure and simple. In fact, luck is seldom seriously intended to mean a total denial of cunning, but it is for the most part only an expression whereby we summarize and express our sense of a cunning too complex and impalpable for conscious following and apprehension. When we consider how little we have to do with our parentage, country, and education, or even with our genus and species, how vitally these things affect us both in life and death, and how, practically, the cunning in connection with them is so spent as to be no cunning at all, it is plain that the drifts, currents, and storms of what is virtually luck will be often more than the little helm of cunning can control. And so, with death, nothing can affect us less, but at the same time nothing can affect us more. And how little can cunning do against it? At the best, it can only defer it. Cunning is 9/10 luck, and luck is 9/10 cunning. But the fact that 9/10 of cunning is luck leaves still a 10th part unaccounted for. Choice. Our choice is apparently most free, and we are least obviously driven to determine our choice in those cases where the future is most obscure, that is, when the balance of advantage appears most doubtful. Where we have an opinion that assures us promptly which way the balance of advantage will incline, whether it be an instinctive, hereditarily acquired opinion, or one rapidly and decisively formed as the result of postnatal experience, then our action is determined at once by that opinion, and freedom of choice practically vanishes. Ego and non-ego. We can have all ego or all non-ego, but in theory you cannot have half one and half the other. Yet in practice this is exactly what you must have, for everything is both itself and not itself at one and the same time. A living thing is itself in so far as it has wants and gratifies them. It is not itself in so far as it uses itself as a tool for the gratifying of its wants. Thus, an amoeba is aware of a piece of meat which it wants to eat. It has nothing except its own body to fling at the meat and catch it with. If it had a little hand net, or even such an organ as our own hand, it would use it, but it has only got itself. So it takes itself by the scruff of its own neck, as it were, and flings itself at the piece of meat, as though it were not itself, but something which it is using in order to gratify itself. So we make our own bodies into carriages every time we walk. Our body is a toolbox, and our bodily organs are the simplest tools we can catch hold of. When the amoeba has got the piece of meat and has done digesting it, it leaves off being not itself and becomes itself again. A thing is only itself when it is doing nothing. As long as it is doing something, it is its own tool and not itself. Or you may have it that everything is itself in respect of the pleasure or pain it is feeling, but not itself in respect of the using of itself by itself as a tool with which to work its will. Or perhaps we should say that the ego remains always ego in part. It does not become all non-ego at one and the same time. We throw our fist into a man's face as though it were a stick we had picked up to beat him with. For the moment our fist is hardly us, but it becomes us again as we feel the resistance it encounters with the man's eye. Anyway, we can only chuck about a part of ourselves at a time. We cannot chuck the lot. And yet, I do not know this, for we may jump off the ground and fling ourselves on to a man. The fact that both elements are present and are of such nearly equal value explains the obstinacy of the conflict between the upholders of necessity and free will, which, indeed, are only luck and cunning under other names. For, on the one hand, the surroundings so obviously and powerfully mold us, body and soul, and even the little modifying power which at first we seem to have is found, on examination, to spring so completely from surroundings formerly beyond the control of our ancestors, that a logical thinker, who starts with these premises, is soon driven to the total denial of free will except, of course, as an illusion. In other words, he perceives the connection between ego and non-ego, tries to disunite them so as to know when he is talking about what, and finds to his surprise that he cannot do so without violence to one or both. Being, above all things, a logical thinker, and abhorring the contradiction in terms involved in admitting anything to be both itself and something other than itself at one and the same time, he makes the manner in which the one is rooted into the other a pretext for merging the ego, as the less bulky of the two, in the non-ego. Hence, practically, he declares the ego to have no further existence, except as a mere appendage, an adjunct of the non-ego, the existence of which he alone recognizes. Though how he can recognize it without recognizing also that he is recognizing it as something foreign to himself, it is not easy to see. As for the action and interaction that goes on in the non-ego, he refers it to fate, fortune, chance, luck, necessity, immutable law, providence, meaning generally improvidence, or to whatever kindred term he has most fancy for. In other words, he is so much impressed with the connection between luck and cunning, and so anxious to avoid contradiction in terms, that he tries to abolish cunning, and dwells, as Mr. Darwin did, almost exclusively upon the luck side of the matter. Others, on the other hand, find the ego no less striking than their opponents find the non-ego. Every hour they mould things so considerably to their pleasure that, Even though they may for argument's sake admit free will to be an illusion, they say with reason that no reality can be more real than an illusion which is so strong, so persistent, and so universal. This contention, indeed, cannot be disputed, except at the cost of invalidating the reality of all, even our most assured convictions. They admit that there is an apparent connection between their ego and non-ego, their necessity and free will, their luck and cunning. They grant that the difference is resolvable into a difference of degree and not of kind. But, on the other hand, they say that in each degree there still lurks a little kind, and that a difference of many degrees makes a difference of kind. There being, in fact, no difference between differences of degree and those of kind, except that the second are an accumulation of the first. The all-powerfulness of the surroundings is declared by them to be as completely an illusion, if examined closely, as the power of the individual was declared to be by their opponents, inasmuch as the antecedents of the non-ego, when examined by them, prove to be not less due to the personal individual element everywhere recognizable than the ego, when examined by their opponents, proved to be mergeable in the universal. They claim therefore to be able to resolve everything into spontaneity and free will with no less logical consistency than that with which free will can be resolved into an outcome of necessity. Two incomprehensibles. You may assume life of some kind omnipresent forever throughout matter. This is one way. Another way is to assume an act of spontaneous generation, i.e., a transition somewhere and somewhen from absolutely non-living to absolutely living. You cannot have it both ways, but it seems to me that you must have it both ways. You must not begin with life, or potential life, everywhere alone, nor must you begin with a single spontaneous generation alone, but you must carry your spontaneous generation, or denial of the continuity of life, down ad infinitum, just as you must carry your continuity of life, or denial of spontaneous generation, down ad infinitum, and, compatible or incompatible, you must write a scientific Athanasian creed to comprehend these two incomprehensibles. If, then, it is only an escape from one incomprehensible position to another, cui bono to make a change? Why not stay quietly in the Athanasian creed as we are? And, after all, the Athanasian creed is light and comprehensible reading in comparison with much that now passes for science. I can give no answer to this as regards the unintelligible clauses, for what we come to in the end is just as abhorrent to and inconceivable by reason as what they offer us. But as regards what may be called the intelligible parts, that Christ was born of a virgin, died, rose from the dead, we say that, if it were not for the prestige that belief in these alleged facts has obtained, we should refuse attention to them. Out of respect, however, for the mass of opinion that accepts them, we have looked into the matter with care, and we have found the evidence break down. The same reasoning and canons of criticism which convince me that Christ was crucified convince me at the same time that he was insufficiently crucified. I can only accept his death and resurrection at the cost of rejecting everything that I have been taught to hold most strongly. I can only accept the so-called testimony in support of these alleged facts at the cost of rejecting, or at any rate invalidating, all the testimony on which I have based all comfortable assurance of any kind whatsoever. God and the unknown. God is the unknown, and hence the nothing qua us. He is also the ensemble of all we know, and hence the everything qua us. So that the most absolute nothing and the most absolute everything are extremes that meet, like all other extremes, in God. Men think they mean God by something like what Raphael and Michelangelo have painted. Unless this were so, Raphael and Michelangelo would not have painted as they did. But to get at our truer thoughts, we should look at our less conscious and deliberate utterances. From these it has been gathered that God is our expression for all forces and powers which we do not understand, or with which we are unfamiliar, and for the highest ideal of wisdom, goodness, and power which we can conceive, but for nothing else. Thus God makes the grass grow. because we do not understand how the air and earth and water near a piece of grass are seized by the grass and converted into more grass. But God does not mow the grass and make hay of it. It is Paul and Apollos who plant and water, but God who giveth the increase. We never say that God does anything which we can do ourselves, or ask him for anything which we know how to get in any other way. As soon as we understand a thing, we remove it from the sphere of God's action. As long as there is an unknown, there will be a God for all practical purposes. The name of God has never yet been given to a known thing except by way of flattery, as to Roman emperors, or through the attempt to symbolize the unknown generally, as in fetish worship. And then the priests had to tell the people that there was something more about the fetish than they knew of, or they would soon have ceased to think of it as God. To understand a thing is to feel as though we could stand under or alongside of it in all its parts and form a picture of it in our minds throughout. We understand how a violin is made if our minds can follow the manufacture in all its detail and picture it to ourselves. If we feel that we can identify ourselves with the steam and machinery of a steam engine, so as to travel in imagination with the steam through all the pipes and valves, if we can see the movement of each part of the piston, connecting rod, etc., so as to be mentally one with both the steam and the mechanism throughout their whole action and construction, then we say we understand the steam engine, and the idea of God never crosses our minds in connection with it. When we feel that we can neither do a thing ourselves, nor even learn to do it by reason of its intricacy and difficulty, and that no one else ever can or will, and yet we see the thing none the less done daily and hourly all round us, then we are not content to say we do not understand how the thing is done. We go further and ascribe the action to God. As soon as there is felt to be an unknown and apparently unknowable element, then, but not till then, does the idea of God present itself to us. So, at coroner's inquests, juries never say the deceased died by the visitation of God, if they know any of the more proximate causes. It is not God, therefore, who sows the corn. We could sow corn ourselves. We can see the man with a bag in his hand, walking over plowed fields and sowing the corn broadcast. But it is God who made the man, who goes about with the bag, and who makes the corn sprout, for we do not follow the processes that take place here. As long as we knew nothing about what caused this or that weather, we used to ascribe it to God's direct action and pray him to change it according to our wants. Now that we know more about the weather, there is a growing disinclination among clergymen to pray for rain or dry weather, while laymen look to nothing but the barometer. So, people do not say God has shown them this or that when they have just seen it in the newspaper. They would only say that God had shown it them if it had come into their heads suddenly, and after they had tried long and vainly to get at this particular point. To lament that we cannot be more conscious of God and understand him better is much like lamenting that we are not more conscious of our circulation and digestion. Provided we live according to familiar laws of health, the less we think about circulation and digestion, the better. And so, with the ordinary rules of good conduct, the less we think about God, the better. To know God better is only to realize more fully how impossible it is that we should ever know him at all. I cannot tell which is the more childish, to deny him or to attempt to define him. Scylla and Charybdis, they are everywhere. Just now, coming up Great Russell Street, I loitered outside a print shop. There they were, as usual, Hogarth's idle and virtuous apprentices. The idle apprentice is certainly Scylla, but is not the virtuous apprentice just as much Charybdis? Is he so greatly preferable? Is not the right thing somewhere between the two? And does not the art of good living consist mainly in a fine perception of when to edge towards the idle and when towards the virtuous apprentice? When John Bunyan, or Richard Baxter, whoever it was, said, "There went John Bunyan, but for the grace of God," or whatever he did say, had he a right to be so cocksure that the criminal on whom he was looking was not saying much the same thing as he looked upon John Bunyan? Does any one who knows me doubt that if I were offered my choice between a bishopric and a halter, I should choose the halter? I believe half the bishops would choose the halter themselves if they had to do it over again. Philosophy. As a general rule, philosophy is like stirring mud or not letting a sleeping dog lie. It is an attempt to deny, circumvent, or otherwise escape from the consequences of the interlacing of the roots of things with one another. It professes to appease our ultimate why, though, in truth, it is generally the solution of a simplex ignotum by a complex ignotius. This, at least, is my experience of everything that has been presented to me as philosophy. I have often had my why answered with so much mystifying matter that I have left off pressing it through fatigue. But this is not having my ultimate why appeased. It is being knocked out of time. Philosophy and equal temperament. It is with philosophy as with just intonation on a piano. If you get everything quite straight and on all fours in one department, in perfect tune, it is delightful so long as you keep well in the middle of the key. But as soon as you modulate, you find the new key is out of tune, and the more remotely you modulate, the more out of tune you get. The only way is to distribute your error by equal temperament, and leave common sense to make the correction in philosophy, which the ear does instantaneously and involuntarily in music. Hedging the cuckoo. People will still keep trying to find some formula that shall hedge in the cuckoo of mental phenomena to their satisfaction. Half the books, nay, all of them that deal with thought and its ways in the academic spirit are but so many of these hedges in various stages of decay. God and philosophies. All philosophies, if you ride them home, are nonsense, but some are greater nonsense than others. It is perhaps because God does not set much store by or wish to encourage them that he has attached such very slender rewards to them. Common sense, reason, and faith. Reason is not the ultimate test of truth, nor is it the court of first instance. For example, a man questions his own existence. He applies first to the court of mother wit and is promptly told that he exists. He appeals next to reason and, after some wrangling, is told that the matter is very doubtful. He proceeds to the equity of that reasonable faith which inspires and transcends reason, and the judgment of the court of first instance is upheld while that of reason is reversed. Nevertheless, it is folly to appeal from reason to faith unless one is pretty sure of a verdict, and, in most cases about which we dispute seriously, reason is as far as we need go. The credit system. The whole world is carried on the credit system. If every one were to demand payment in hard cash, there would be universal bankruptcy. We think as we do mainly because other people think so. But if everyone stands on everyone else, what does the bottom man stand on? Faith is no foundation, for it rests in the end on reason. Reason is no foundation, for it rests upon faith. Argument. We are not won by argument, which is like reading and writing and disappears when there is need of such vanity, or like colour that vanishes with too much light or shade, or like sound that becomes silence in the extremes. Argument is useless when there is either no conviction at all or a very strong conviction. It is a means of conviction, and as such belongs to the means of conviction, not to the extremes. We are not won by arguments that we can analyze, but by tone and temper, by the manner which is the man himself. Logic and philosophy. When you have got all the rules and all the lore of philosophy and logic well into your head, and have spent years in getting to understand at any rate what they mean and have them at command, you will know less for practical purposes than one who has never studied logic or philosophy. Science. If it tends to thicken the crust of ice on which, as it were, we are skating, it is all right. If it tries to find or professes to have found the solid ground at the bottom of the water, it is all wrong. Our business is with the thickening of this crust by extending our knowledge downward from above, as ice gets thicker while the frost lasts. We should not try to freeze upwards from the bottom. Religion. A religion only means something so certainly posed that nothing can ever displace it. It is an attempt to settle first principles so authoritatively that no one needs so much as even think of ever reopening them for himself or feel any, even the faintest, misgiving upon the matter. It is an attempt to get an irrefragably safe investment, and this cannot be got no matter how low the interest, which in the case of religion is about as low as it can be. Any religion that cannot be founded on half a sheet of notepaper will be bottom-heavy, and this, in a matter so essentially of sentiment as religion, is as bad as being top-heavy in a material construction. It must of course catch on to reason, but the less it emphasizes the fact, the better. Logic. Logic has no place save with that which can be defined in words. It has nothing to do, therefore, with those deeper questions that have got beyond words in consciousness. To apply logic here is as fatuous as to disregard it in cases where it is applicable. The difficulty lies, as it always does, on the borderlines between the respective spheres of influence. Logic and faith. Logic is like the sword. Those who appeal to it shall perish by it. Faith is appealing to the living God, and one may perish by that too, but somehow one would rather perish that way than the other, and one has got to perish sooner or later. Common sense and philosophy. The voices of common sense and of high philosophy sometimes cross, but common sense is the unalterable canto fermo, and philosophy is the variable counterpoint. First principles. It is said we can build no superstructure without a foundation of unshakable principles. There are no such principles. Or, if there be any, they are beyond our reach. We cannot fathom them. Therefore, qua us, they have no existence. For there is no other, is not, than inconceivableness by ourselves. There is one thing certain, namely, that we can have nothing certain. Therefore, it is not certain that we can have nothing certain. We are as men who will insist on looking over the brink of a precipice. Some few can gaze into the abyss below without losing their heads, but most men will grow dizzy and fall. The only thing to do is to glance at the chaos on which our thoughts are founded, recognize that it is a chaos, and that, in the nature of things, no theoretically firm ground is even conceivable, and then to turn aside with the disgust, fear, and horror of one who has been looking into his own entrails. Even Euclid cannot lay a demonstrable premise. He requires postulates and axioms which transcend demonstration, and without which he can do nothing. His superstructure is demonstration, his ground is faith. And so his ultima ratio is to tell a man that he is a fool by saying, which is absurd. If his opponent chooses to hold out in spite of this, Euclid can do no more. Faith and authority are as necessary for him as for anyone else. True, he does not want us to believe very much. His yoke is tolerably easy, and he will not call a man a fool until he will have public opinion generally on his side, but none the less does he begin with dogmatism and end with persecution. There is nothing one cannot wrangle about. Sensible people will agree to a middle course founded upon a few general axioms and propositions about which, right or wrong, they will not think it worth while to wrangle for some time, and those who reject these can be put into madhouses. The middle way may be as full of hidden rocks as the other ways are of manifest ones, but it is the pleasantest while we can keep to it, and the dangers, being hidden, are less alarming. In practice, it is seldom very hard to do one's duty when one knows what it is, but it is sometimes exceedingly difficult to find this out. The difficulty is, however, often reducible into that of knowing what gives one pleasure, and this, though difficult, is a safer guide and more easily distinguished. In all cases of doubt, the promptings of a kindly disposition are more trustworthy than the conclusions of logic, and sense is better than science. Why I should have been at the pains to write such truisms, I know not. End of section 27. Section 28 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 5-Pack. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler. Edited by Henry Festing Jones. Chapter 21. Rebelliousness. God and life. We regard these as two distinct things, and say that the first made the second, much as, till lately, we regarded memory and heredity as two distinct things, having less connection than even that supposed to exist between God and life. Now, however, that we know heredity to be only a necessary outcome, development, and manifestation of memory, so that, given such a faculty as memory, the faculty of heredity follows as being inherent therein, and bound to issue from it. In like manner, presently, instead of seeing life as a thing created by God, we shall see God and life as one thing, there being no life without God, nor God without life. Where there is life, there is God, and where there is God, there is life. They say that God is love, but life and love are co-extensive, for hate is but a mode of love, as life and death lurk always in one another. And God is life is not far off saying God is love. Again, they say, where there is life there is hope, but hope is of the essence of God, for it is faith and hope that have underlain all evolution. God and flesh. The course of true God never did run smoothly. God, to be of any use, must be made manifest, and he can only be made manifest in and through flesh. And flesh, to be of any use, except for eating, must be alive, and it can only be alive by being inspired of God. The trouble lies in the getting the flesh and the God together in the right proportions. There is lots of God and lots of flesh, but the flesh has always got too much God or too little, and the God has always too little flesh or too much. Gods and prophets. It is the manner of gods and prophets to begin thus: Thou shalt have none other God or prophet but me. If I were to start as a god or a prophet, I think I should take the line, Thou shalt not believe in me. Thou shalt not have me for a god. Thou shalt worship any damned thing thou likest except me. This should be my first and great commandment, and my second should be like unto it. Footnote. Above all things let no unwary reader do me the injustice of believing in me. In that I write at all, I am among the damned. If he must believe in anything, let him believe in the music of Handel, the painting of Giovanni Bellini, and in the 13th chapter of St. Paul's first epistle to the Corinthians. Life and Habit, close of chapter 2. End footnote. Faith and reason. The instinct towards brushing faith aside and being strictly reasonable is strong and natural. So also is the instinct towards brushing logic and consistency on one side if they become troublesome. In other words, so is the instinct towards basing action on a faith which is beyond reason. It is because both instincts are so natural that so many accept and so many reject Catholicism. The two go along for some time as very good friends and then fight. Sometimes one beats and sometimes the other, but they always make it up again and jog along as before, for they have a great respect for one another. God and the Devil. God's merits are so transcendent that it is not surprising his faults should be in reasonable proportion. The faults are, indeed, on such a scale that, when looked at without relation to the merits with which they are interwoven, they become so appalling that people shrink from ascribing them to the deity, and have invented the devil, without seeing that there would be more excuse for God's killing the devil, and so getting rid of evil, than there can be for his failing to be everything that he would like to be. For God is not so white as he is painted, and he gets on better with the devil than people think. The devil is too useful for him to wish him ill, and in like manner, Half the devil's trade would be at an end, should any great mishap bring God well down in the world. For all the mouths they make at one another, they play into each other's hands, and have got on so well as partners, playing Spinlow and Jorkins to one another for so many years, that there seems no reason why they should cease to do so. The conception of them as the one absolutely void of evil and the other of good is a vulgar notion taken from science, whose priests have ever sought to get every idea and every substance pure of all alloy. God and the devil are about as 4-3. There is enough preponderance of God to make it far safer to be on his side than on the devil's. But the excess is not so great as his professional clackers pretend it is. It is like gambling at Monte Carlo. If you play long enough, you are sure to lose, but now and again you may win a great deal of excellent money, if you will only cease playing the moment you have won it. Christianity. 1. As an instrument of warfare against vice, or as a tool for making virtue, Christianity is a mere flint implement. 2. Christianity is a woman's religion, invented by women and womanish men for themselves. The Church's one foundation is not Christ, as is commonly said. It is woman, and calling the Madonna the Queen of Heaven is only a poetical way of acknowledging that women are the main support of the priests. 3. It is not the church in a village that is the source of the mischief, but the rectory. I would not touch a church from one end of England to the other. 4. Christianity is only seriously pretended by some among the idle bourgeoisie middle classes. The working classes and the most cultured intelligence of the time reach by shortcuts what the highways of our schools and universities mislead us from by many a winding bout, if they do not prevent our ever reaching it. 5. It is not easy to say which is the more obvious, the antecedent in probability of the Christian scheme and miracles, or the breakdown of the evidences on which these are supposed to rest. And yet Christianity has overrun the world. 6. If there is any moral in Christianity, if there is anything to be learned from it, if the whole story is not profitless from first to last, it comes to this, that a man should back his own opinion against the world's. And this is a very risky and immoral thing to do, but the Lord hath mercy on whom he will have mercy. 7. Christianity is true in so far as it has fostered beauty, and false in so far as it has fostered ugliness. It is therefore not a little true and not a little false. 8. Christ said he came not to destroy but to fulfill, but he destroyed more than he fulfilled. Every system that is to live must both destroy and fulfill. Miracles. They do more to unsettle faith in the existing order than to settle it in any other. Similarly, missionaries are more valuable as underminers of old faiths than as propagators of new. Miracles are not impossible. Nothing is impossible till we have got an incontrovertible first premise. The question is not, are the Christian miracles possible, but are they convenient? Do they fit comfortably with our other ideas? Wants and creeds. As in the organic world there is no organ, so in the world of thought there is no thought which may not be called into existence by long, persistent effort. If a man wants either to believe or disbelieve the Christian miracles, he can do so if he tries hard enough. But if he does not care whether he believes or disbelieves, and simply wants to find out which side has the best of it, this he will find a more difficult matter. Nevertheless, he will probably be able to do this too, if he tries. Faith. 1. The reason why the early Christians held faith in such account was because they felt it to be a feat of such superhuman difficulty. 2. You can do very little with faith, but you can do nothing without it. 3. We are all agreed that too much faith is as bad as too little, and too little as bad as too much, but we differ as to what is too much and what too little. 4. It is because both Catholics and myself make faith, not reason, the basis of our system, that I am able to be easy in mind about not becoming a Catholic. Not that I ever wanted to become a Catholic, but I mean I believe I can beat them with their own weapons. 5. A man may have faith as a mountain, but he will not be able to say to a grain of mustard seed, "Be thou removed, and be thou cast into the sea," not at least with any effect upon the mustard seed, unless he goes the right way to work by putting the mustard seed into his pocket and taking the train to Brighton. 6. The just live by faith, but they not infrequently also die by it. The cuckoo and the moon. The difference between the Christian and the Mohammedan is only as the difference between one who will turn his money when he first hears the cuckoo, but thinks it folly to do so on seeing the new moon, and one who will turn it religiously at the new moon, but will scout the notion that he need do so on hearing the cuckoo. Buddhism. This seems to be a jumble of Christianity and life and habit. Theist and atheist. The fight between them is as to whether God shall be called God or shall have some other name. The peculiar people. The only people living in England who really believe in God are the peculiar people. Perhaps this is why they are called peculiar. See how belief in an anthropomorphic God divides allegiance and disturbs civil order as soon as it becomes vital. Renan. There is an article on him in the Times, April 30th, 1883, of the worst Times kind, and that is saying much. It appears he whines about his lost faith and professes to wish that he could believe as he believed when young. No sincere man will regret having attained a truer view concerning anything which he has ever believed. And then he talks about the difficulties of coming to disbelieve the Christian miracles, as though it were a great intellectual feat. This is very childish. I hope no one will say I was sorry when I found out that there was no reason for believing in heaven and hell. My contempt for Renan has no limits. Has he an accent to his name? I despise him too much to find out. The spiritual treadmill. The Church of England has something in her liturgy of the spiritual treadmill. It is a very nice treadmill, no doubt, but Sunday after Sunday we keep step with the same old, "We have left undone that which we ought to have done, and we have done those things which we ought not to have done," without making any progress. With the Church of Rome, I understand that those whose piety is sufficiently approved are told they may consider themselves as a finished article, and that, except on some few rare festivals, they need no longer keep on going to church and confessing. The picture is complete and may be framed, glazed, and hung up. The dim religious light. A light cannot be religious if it is not dim. Religion belongs to the twilight of our thoughts, just as business of all kinds to their full daylight. So a picture, which may be impressive while seen in a dark light, will not hold its own in a bright one. The Greeks and Romans did not inquire into the evidences on which their belief that Minerva sprang full-armed from the brain of Jupiter was based. If they had written books of evidences to show how certainly it all happened, etc., well, I suppose if they had had an endowed church with some considerable prizes, they would have found means to hoodwink the public. The peace that passeth understanding. Yes, But as there is a peace more comfortable than any understanding, so also there is an understanding more covetable than any peace. The New Testament. If it is a testamentary disposition at all, it is so drawn that it has given rise to incessant litigation during the last nearly 2,000 years, and seems likely to continue doing so for a good many years longer. It ought never to have been admitted to probate. Either the testator drew it himself, in which case we have another example of the folly of trying to make one's own will, or if he left it to the authors of the several books, this is like employing many lawyers to do the work of one. Christ and the L&N.W. Railway. Admitting for the moment that Christ can be said to have died for me in any sense, it is only pretended that he did so in the same sort of way as the London and North Western Railway was made for me. Granted that I am very glad the railway was made, and use it when I find it convenient, I do not suppose that those who projected and made the line allowed me to enter into their thoughts. The debt of my gratitude is divided among so many that the amount due from each one is practically nil. The Jumping Cat. God is only a less jumping kind of jumping cat, and those who worship God are still worshippers of the jumping cat all the time. There is no getting away from the jumping cat. If I climb up into heaven, it is there. If I go down to hell, it is there also. If I take the wings of the morning and remain in the uttermost parts of the sea, even there, and so on, it is about my path and about my bed and spieth out all my ways. It is the eternal underlying verity, or the eternal underlying lie, as people may choose to call it. Personified science. Science is being daily more and more personified and anthropomorphized into a god. By and by they will say that science took our nature upon him and sent down his only begotten son, Charles Darwin or Huxley, into the world so that those who believe in him, etc., and they will burn people for saying that science, after all, is only an expression for our ignorance of our own ignorance. Science and theology. We should endow neither. We should treat them as we treat conservatism and liberalism, encouraging both so that they may keep watch upon one another, and letting them go in and out of power with the popular vote concerning them. The world is better carried on upon the barista principle of special pleading upon two sides before an impartial, ignorant tribunal, to whom things have got to be explained, than it would be if nobody were to maintain any opinion in which he did not personally believe. What we want is to reconcile both science and theology with sincerity and good breeding, to make our experts understand that they are nothing if they are not single-minded and urbane. Get them to understand this, and there will be no difficulty about reconciling science and theology. The Church and the Supernatural. If we saw the Church wishing to back out of the supernatural and anxious to explain it away where possible, we would keep our disbelief in the supernatural in the background as far as we could, and would explain away our rejection of the miracles as far was decent. Furthermore, we would approximate our language to theirs wherever possible, and insist on the points on which we are all agreed, rather than on points of difference. In fact, we would meet them halfway, and be only too glad to do it. I maintain that in my books I actually do this as much as is possible, but I shall try and do it still more. As a matter of fact, however, the Church clings to the miraculous element of Christianity more fondly than ever. She parades it more and more and shows no sign of wishing to give up even the smallest part of it. It is this which makes us despair of being able to do anything with her, and feel that either she or we must go. Gratitude and revenge. Gratitude is as much an evil to be minimized as revenge is. Justice, our law and our law courts, are for the taming and regulating of revenge. Current prices and markets and commercial regulations or for the taming of gratitude, and its reduction from a public nuisance to something which shall at least be tolerable. Revenge and gratitude are correlative terms. Our system of commerce is a protest against the unbridled license of gratitude. Gratitude, in fact, like revenge, is a mistake, unless under certain securities. Cant and hypocrisy. We should organize a legitimate channel for instincts so profound as these, just as we have found it necessary to do with lust and revenge by the institutions of marriage and the law courts. This is the raison d'etre of the Church. You kill a man just as much whether you murder him or hang him after the formalities of a trial. And so with lust and marriage, mutatis mutandis. So again with the professions of religion and medicine. You swindle a man as much when you sell him a drug of whose actions you are ignorant, and tell him it will protect him from disease, as when you give him a bit of bread, which you assure him is the body of Jesus Christ, and then send a plate round for a subscription. You swindle him as much by these acts as if you picked his pocket or obtained money from him under false pretenses in any other way, but you swindle him according to the rules and in an authorized way. Real blasphemy. On one of our Sunday walks near London, we passed a forlorn and dilapidated primitive Methodist chapel. The windows were a good deal broken, and there was a notice up offering 10 shillings reward to anyone who should give such information as should lead to the etc. Cut in stone over the door was this inscription, and we thought it as good an example of real blasphemy as we had ever seen. When God makes up his last account of holy children in his mount, 'twill be an honour to appear as one new born and nourished here. The English Church abroad. People say you must not try to abolish Christianity until you have something better to put in its place. They might as well say we must not take away turnpikes and corn laws till we have some other hindrances to put in their place. Besides, no one wants to abolish Christianity. All we want is not to be snubbed and bullied if we reject the miraculous part of it for ourselves. At Bela, an English clergyman asked if I was a Roman Catholic. I said, quite civilly, that I was not a Catholic. He replied that he had asked me not if I was a Catholic, but if I was a Roman Catholic. What was I? Was I an Anglican Catholic? So, seeing that he meant to argue, I replied, I do not know. I am a Londoner, and of the same religion as people generally are in London. This made him angry. He snorted, "Oh, that's nothing at all," and almost immediately left the table. As much as possible, I keep away from English-frequented hotels in Italy and Switzerland, because I find that if I do not go to service on Sunday, I am made uncomfortable. It is this bullying that I want to do away with. As regards Christianity, I should hope and think that I am more Christian than not. People ought to be allowed to leave their cards at church instead of going inside. I have half a mind to do this next time I am in a foreign hotel among English people. Drunkenness. When we were at Shrewsbury the other day, coming up the Abbey Foregate, we met a funeral and debated whether or not to take our hats off. We always do in Italy, that is to say in the country and in villages and small towns, but we have been told that it is not the custom to do so in large towns and in cities, which raises a question as to the exact figures that should be reached by the population of a place before one need not to take off one's hat to a funeral in one of its streets. At Shrewsbury, seeing no one doing it, we thought it might look singular and kept ours on. My friend, Mr. Phillips, the tailor, was in one carriage. I did not see him, but he saw me, and afterwards told me he had pointed me out to a clergyman who was in the carriage with him. "Oh," said the clergyman, "then that's the man who says England owes all her greatness to intoxication." This is rather a free translation of what I did say, but it only shows how impossible it is to please those who do not wish to be pleased. Tennyson may talk about the slow, sad hours that bring us all things ill and all good things from evil, because this is vague and indefinite. But I may not say that. In spite of the terrible consequences of drunkenness, man's intellectual development would not have reached its present stage without the stimulus of alcohol, which I believe to be both perfectly true and pretty generally admitted, because this is definite. I do not think I said more than this, and I am sure that no one can detest drunkenness more than I do. Footnote. No one can hate drunkenness more than I do, but I am confident the human intellect owes its superiority over that of the lower animals in great measure to the stimulus which alcohol has given to imagination, imagination being little else than another name for illusion. Alps and Sanctuaries, Chapter 3. End footnote. It seems to me it will be wiser in me not to try and make headway at Shrewsbury. Hell fire. If Vesuvius does not frighten those who live under it, is it likely that hellfire should frighten any reasonable person? I met a traveller who had returned from Hades, where he had conversed with Tantalus and with others of the shades. They all agreed that for the first 6 or perhaps 12 months they disliked their punishment very much, but after that it was like shelling peas on a hot afternoon in July. They began by discovering, no doubt long after the fact had been apparent enough to everyone else, that they had not been noticing what they were doing so much as usual, and that they had even been thinking of something else. From this moment, the automatic stage of action having set in, the progress towards always thinking of something else was rapid, and they soon forgot that they were undergoing any punishment. Tantalus did get a little something not infrequently. Water stuck to the hairs of his body, and he gathered it up in his hand. He also got many an apple when the wind was napping as it had to do sometimes. Perhaps he could have done with more, but he got enough to keep him going quite comfortably. His sufferings were nothing as compared with those of a needy heir to a fortune, whose father, or whoever it may be, catches a dangerous bronchitis every winter but invariably recovers and lives to 91, while the heir survives him a month, having been worn out with long expectation. Sisyphus had never found any pleasure in life comparable to the delight of seeing his stone bound downhill, and in so timing its rush as to inflict the greatest possible scare on any unwary shade who might be wandering below. He got so great and such varied amusement out of this that his labor had become the automatism of reflex action, which is, I understand, the name applied by men of science to all actions that are done without reflection. He was a pompous, ponderous old gentleman, very irritable, and always thinking that the other shades were laughing at him, or trying to take advantage of him. There were 2, however, whom he hated with a fury that tormented him far more seriously than anything else ever did. The first of these was Archimedes, who had instituted a series of experiments in regard to various questions connected with mechanics, and had conceived a scheme by which he hoped to utilize the motive power of the stone for the purpose of lighting Hades with electricity. The other was Agamemnon, who took great care to keep out of the stone's way when it was more than a quarter of the distance up the slope, but who delighted in teasing Sisyphus so long as he considered it safe to do so. Many of the other shades took daily pleasure in gathering together about stone time to enjoy the fun and to bet on how far the stone would roll. As for Titius, what is a bird more or less on a body that covers 9 acres? He found the vultures a gentle stimulant to the liver, without which it would have become congested. Sir Isaac Newton was intensely interested in the hygrometric and barometric proceedings of the Danaids. "At any rate," said one of them to my informant, "if we really are being punished, for goodness' sake, don't say anything about it, or we may be put to other work. You see, we must be doing something. And now we know how to do this, we don't want the bother of learning something new. You may be right, but we have not got to make our living by it. And what in the name of reason can it matter whether the sieves ever get full or not?" My traveller reported much the same with regard to the eternal happiness on Mount Olympus. Hercules found Hebe a fool, and could never get her off his everlasting knee. He would have sold his soul to find another Agathos. So Jove saw all this, and it set him thinking. "It seems to me," said he, "that Olympus and Hades are both failures." Then he summoned a council, and the whole matter was thoroughly discussed. In the end, Jove abdicated, and the gods came down from Olympus and assumed mortality. They had some years of very enjoyable bohemian existence, going about as a company of strolling players at French and Belgian town fairs, after which they died in the usual way, having discovered at last that it does not matter how high up or how low down you are, that happiness and misery are not absolute, but depend on the direction in which you are tending, and consist in a progression towards better or worse, and that pleasure, like pain, and like everything that grows, holds in perfection but a little moment. End of section 28. Section 29 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 5-Pack. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler. Edited by Henry Festing Jones. Chapter 22. Reconciliation. Religion. By religion, I mean a living sense that man proposes and God disposes, that we must watch and pray, that we enter not into temptation, that he who thinketh he standeth must take heed lest he fall, and the countless other like elementary maxims which a man must hold as he holds life itself if he is to be a man at all. If religion, then, is to be formulated and made tangible to the people, it can only be by means of symbols, counters, and analogies, more or less misleading, for no man professes to have got to the root of the matter, and to have seen the eternal underlying verity face to face, and even though he could see it, he could not grip it and hold it and convey it to another who has not. Therefore, either these feelings must be left altogether unexpressed, and, if unexpressed, then soon undeveloped and atrophied, or they must be expressed by the help of images or idols, by the help of something not more actually true than a child's doll is to a child, but yet helpful to our weakness of understanding, as the doll, no doubt, gratifies and stimulates the motherly instinct in the child. Therefore, we ought not to cavil at the visible superstition and absurdity of much on which religion is made to rest, for the unknown can never be satisfactorily rendered into the known. To get the known from the unknown is to get something out of nothing, a thing which, though it is being done daily in every fraction of every second everywhere, is logically impossible of conception, and we can only think by logic, for what is not in logic is not in thought. So that the attempt to symbolize the unknown is certain to involve inconsistencies and absurdities of all kinds, and it is childish to complain of their existence unless one is prepared to advocate the stifling of all religious sentiment, and this is like trying to stifle hunger or thirst. To be at all is to be religious, more or less. There never was any man who did not feel that behind this world, and above it, and about it, there is an unseen world, greater and more incomprehensible than anything he can conceive, and this feeling, so profound and so universal, needs expression. If expressed, it can only be so by the help of inconsistencies and errors. These, then, are not to be ordered impatiently out of court. They have grown up as the best guesses at truth that could be made at any given time, but they must become more or less obsolete as our knowledge of truth is enlarged. Things become known which were formerly unknown, and, though this brings us no nearer to ultimate universal truth, yet it shows us that many of our guesses were wrong. Everything that catches on to realism and naturalism, as much as Christianity does, must be affected by any profound modification in our views of realism and naturalism. God and convenience. I do not know or care whether the expression God has scientific accuracy or no, nor yet whether it has theological value. I know nothing either of one or the other beyond looking upon the recognized exponents both of science and theology with equal distrust. But for convenience, I am sure that there is nothing like it. I mean, for convenience of getting quickly at the right or wrong of a matter. While you are fumbling away with your political economy or your biblical precepts to know whether you shall let old Miss So-and-so have 5 shillings or no, another, who has just asked himself which would be more well-pleasing in the sight of God, will be told in a moment that he should give her, or not give her, the 5 shillings. As a general rule, she had better have the 5 shillings at once, but sometimes we must give God to understand that, though we should be very glad to do what he would have of us if we reasonably could, yet the present is one of those occasions on which we must decline to do so. The world. Even the world, so mundane as it is, still holds instinctively, and as a matter of faith unquestionable, that those who have died by the altar are worthier than those who have lived by it, when to die was duty. Blasphemy. I begin to understand now what Christ meant when he said that blasphemy against the Holy Ghost was unforgivable, while speaking against the Son of Man might be forgiven. He must have meant that a man may be pardoned for being unable to believe in the Christian mythology, but that if he made light of that spirit which the common conscience of all men, whatever their particular creed, recognizes as divine, there was no hope for him. No more there is. Gaining one's point. It is not he who gains the exact point in dispute who scores most in controversy, but he who has shown the most forbearance and the better temper. The voice of common sense. It is this, and not the voice of the Lord, which maketh men to be of one mind in an house. But then, the voice of the Lord is the voice of common sense, which is shared by all that is. Amindes arabales. There is hardly an offence so great, but if it be frankly apologized for, it is easily both forgiven and forgotten. There is hardly an offence so small, but it rankles if he who has committed it does not express proportionate regret. Expressions of regret help genuine regret and induce amendment of life, much as digging a channel helps water to flow, though it does not make the water. If a man refuses to make them and habitually indulges his own selfishness at the expense of what is due to other people, he is no better than a drunkard or a debauchee, and I have no more respect for him than I have for the others. We all like to forgive. And we all love best not those who offend us least, nor those who have done most for us, but those who make it most easy for us to forgive them. So, a man may lose both his legs and live for years in health if the amputation has been clean and skillful, whereas a pea in his boot may set up irritation which must last as long as the pea is there, and may in the end kill him. Forgiveness and retribution. It is no part of the bargain that we are never to commit trespasses. The bargain is that if we would be forgiven, we must forgive them that trespass against us. Nor again is it part of the bargain that we are to let a man hobnob with us when we know him to be a thorough blackguard, merely on the plea that, unless we do so, we shall not be forgiving him his trespasses. No hard and fast rule can be laid down. Each case must be settled instinctively as it arises. As a sinner, I am interested in the principle of forgiveness. As sinned against, in that of retribution. I have what is to me a considerable vested interest in both these principles, but I should say I had more in forgiveness than in retribution, and so it probably is with most people, or we should have had a clause in the Lord's Prayer, and pay out those who have sinned against us as they whom we have sinned against generally pay us out. Inaccuracy. I am not sure that I do not begin to like the correction of a mistake, even when it involves my having shown much ignorance and stupidity, as well as I like hitting on a new idea. It does comfort one so to be able to feel sure that one knows how to tumble and how to retreat promptly and without chagrin. Being bowled over in inaccuracy when I have tried to verify makes me careful. But if I have not tried to verify and then turn out wrong, this, if I find it out, upsets me very much, and I pray that I may be found out whenever I do it. Jutland and Waitee. I made a mistake in the authoress of the Odyssey, in a note on page 31, when I said Sharia means Jutland, a piece of land jutting out into the sea. Jutland means the land of the Jutes. And I made a mistake in Alps and Sanctuaries, chapter 3, speaking of the peasants in the Val Leventina knowing English, when I said one English word has become universally adopted by the Ticinesi themselves. They say waitee, just as we say wait, to stop someone from going away. It is aberrant to them to end a word with a consonant, so they have added e, but there can be no doubt about the origin of the word. The Avvocato Negri of Casale Monferrato says that they have a word in their dialetto which, if ever written, would appear as voiti. It means stop or look here and is used to attract attention. This, or something like it, no doubt is what they really say, and has no more to do with waiting than Jutland has to do with jutting. The parables. The people do not act reasonably in a single instance. The sower was a bad sower. The shepherd, who left his 99 sheep in the wilderness, was a foolish shepherd. The husbandman, who would not have his corn weeded, was no farmer, and so on. None of them go nearly on all fours. They halt so much as to have neither literary nor moral value to any but slipshod thinkers. Granted, but are we not all slipshod thinkers? The irreligion of orthodoxy. We do not fall foul of Christians for their religion, but for what we hold to be their want of religion, for the low views they take of God and of His glory, and for the unworthiness with which they try to serve Him. Society and Christianity. The burden of society is really a very light one. She does not require us to believe the Christian religion. She has very vague ideas as to what the Christian religion is, much less does she require us to practice it. She is quite satisfied if we do not obtrude our disbelief in it in an offensive manner. Surely this is no very grievous burden. Sanctified by faith. No matter how great a fraud a thing may have been or be, if it has passed through many minds, an aroma of life attaches to it, and it must be handled with a certain reverence. A thing or a thought becomes hallowed if it has been long and strongly believed in, for veneration, after a time, seems to get into the thing venerated. Look at Delphi, fraud of frauds, yet sanctified by centuries of hope and fear and faith. If greater knowledge shows Christianity to have been founded upon error, still greater knowledge shows that it was aiming at a truth. Ourselves and the clergy. As regards the best of the clergy, whether English or foreign, I feel that they and we mean in substance the same thing, and that the difference is only about the way this thing should be put, and the evidence on which it should be considered to rest. We say that they jeopardize the acceptance of the principles which they and we alike cordially regard as fundamental, by basing them on assertions which a little investigation shows to be untenable. They reply that by declaring the assertions to be untenable, we jeopardize the principles. We answer that this is not so, and that moreover we can find better, safer, and more obvious assertions on which to base them. The rules of life. Whether it is right to say that one believes in God and Christianity without intending what one knows the hearer intends one to intend depends on how much or how little the hearer can understand. Life is not an exact science, it is an art. just as the contention, excellent so far as it goes, that each is to do what is right in his own eyes leads, when ridden to death, to anarchy and chaos, so the contention that every one should be either self-effacing or truthful to the bitter end reduces life to an absurdity. If we seek real rather than technical truth, it is more true to be considerately untruthful within limits than to be inconsiderately truthful without them. What the limits are, we generally know, but cannot say. There is an unbridgeable chasm between thought and words that we must jump as best we can, and it is just here that the two hitch on to one another. The higher rules of life transcend the sphere of language. They cannot be gotten by speech, neither shall logic be weighed for the price thereof. They have their being in the fear of the Lord, and in the departing from evil, without even knowing in words what the Lord is, nor the fear of the Lord, nor yet evil. Common straightforwardness and kindliness are the highest points that man or woman can reach, but they should no more be made matters of conversation than should the lowest vices. Extremes meet here, as elsewhere, and the extremes of vice and virtue are alike common and unmentionable. There is nothing for it but a very humble hope that from the great unknown source our daily insight and our daily strength may be given us with our daily bread. And what is this but Christianity, whether we believe that Jesus Christ rose from the dead or not? So that Christianity is like a man's soul. He who finds may lose it, and he who loses may find it. If, then, a man may be a Christian while believing himself hostile to all that some consider most essential in Christianity, may he not also be a free thinker, in the common use of the word, while believing himself hostile to free thought? End of section 29. Recording by 5-Pack.
Section 30 of The Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler, edited by Henry Festing Jones. 23. Death. Foreknowledge of death. No one thinks he will escape death, so there is no disappointment, and as long as we know neither the when nor the how, the mere fact that we shall one day have to go does not much affect us. We do not care, even though we know vaguely that we have not long to live. The serious trouble begins when death becomes definite in time and shape. It is in precise foreknowledge, rather than in sin, that the sting of death is to be found, and such foreknowledge is generally withheld, though strangely enough many would have it if they could. Continued identity. I do not doubt that a person who will grow out of me as I now am, but of whom I know nothing now, and in whom, therefore, I can take none but the vaguest interest, will one day undergo so sudden and complete a change that his friends must notice it and call him dead. But as I have no definite ideas concerning this person, not knowing whether he will be a man of 59 or 79, or any age between these two, so this person will, I am sure, have forgotten the very existence of me as I am at this present moment. If it is said that no matter how wide a difference of condition may exist between myself now and myself at the moment of death, or how complete the forgetfulness of connection on either side may be, yet the fact of the one's having grown out of the other, by an infinite series of gradations, makes the second personally identical with the first. Then I say that the difference between the corpse and the till recently living body is not great enough, either in respect of material change or of want of memory concerning the earlier existence, to bar personal identity and prevent us from seeing the corpse as alive and a continuation of the man from whom it was developed, though having tastes and other characteristics very different from those it had while it was a man. From this point of view there is no such thing as death. I mean, no such thing as the death which we have commonly conceived of hitherto. A man is much more alive when he is what we call alive, but no matter how much he is alive, he is still in part dead. And no matter how much he is dead, he is still in part alive. And his corpsehood is connected with his living bodyhood by gradations which even at the moment of death are ordinarily subtle. And the corpse does not forget the living body more completely than the living body has forgotten 1,000 or 100,000 of its own previous states. So that we should see the corpse as a person, of greatly and abruptly changed habits, it is true, but still habits of some sort. For hair and nails continue to grow after death, and with an individuality which is as much identical with that of the person from whom it has arisen, as this person was with himself as an embryo of a week old, or indeed more so. If we have identity between the embryo and the octogenarian, we must have it also between the octogenarian and the corpse, and do away with death except as a rather striking change of thought and habit, greater indeed in degree than, but still in kind substantially the same as any of the changes which we have experienced from moment to moment throughout that fragment of existence which we commonly call our life. So that in sober seriousness there is no such thing as absolute death, just as there is no such thing as absolute life. Either this, or we must keep death at the expense of personal identity, and deny identity between any two states which present considerable differences, and neither of which has any foreknowledge of or recollection of the other. In this case, if there be death at all, it is someone else who dies, and not we, because while we are alive we are not dead, and as soon as we are dead we are no longer ourselves. So that it comes in the end to this, that either there is no such thing as death at all, or else that if there is, it is someone else who dies, and not we. We cannot blow hot and cold with the same breath. If we would retain personal identity at all, we must continue it beyond what we call death, in which case death ceases to be what we have hitherto thought it, that is to say, the end of our being. We cannot have both personal identity and death too. Complete death. To die completely, a person must not only forget, but be forgotten, and he who is not forgotten is not dead. This is as old as non omnis moriar, and a great deal older, but very few people realize it. Life and death. When I was young, I used to think the only certain thing about life was that I should one day die. Now I think the only certain thing about life is that there is no such thing as death. The defeat of death. There is nothing which at once affects a man so much and so little as his own death. It is a case in which the going to happenness of a thing is of greater importance than the actual thing itself, which cannot be of importance to the man who dies, for death cuts his own throat in the matter of hurting people. As a bee that can sting once, but in the stinging dies, so death is dead to him who is dead already. While he is shaking his wings, there is brutum fulmen, but the man goes on living, frightened perhaps, but unhurt. Pain and sickness may hurt him, but the moment death strikes him both he and death are beyond feeling. It is as though death were born anew with every man. The two protect one another, so long as they keep one another at arm's length, but if they once embrace, it is all over with both. The torture of death. The fabled pains of Tantalus, Sisyphus, and all the rest of them show what an instinctive longing there is in all men, both for end and endlessness, of both good and ill. But as torture they are the merest mockery when compared with the fruitless chase to which poor death has been condemned for ever and ever. Does it not seem as though he too must have committed some crime, for which his sentence is to be for ever grasping after that which becomes non-existent the moment he grasps it? But then, I suppose, it would be with him as with the rest of the tortured. He must either die himself, which he has not done, or become used to it and enjoy the frightening as much as the killing. Any pain through which a man can live at all becomes unfelt as soon as it becomes habitual. Pain consists not in that which is now endured, but in the strong memory of something better that is still recent. And so happiness lies in the memory of a recent worse, and the expectation of a better that is to come soon. Ignorance of death. 1. The fear of death is instinctive because in so many past generations we have feared it. But how did we come to know what death is so that we should fear it? The answer is that we do not know what death is, and that this is why we fear it. 2. If a man know not life which he hath seen, how shall he know death which he hath not seen? 3. If a man has sent his teeth and his hair, and perhaps 2 or 3 limbs to the grave before him, the presumption should be that, as he knows nothing further of these when they have once left him, so will he know nothing of the rest of him when it too is dead. The whole may surely be argued from the parts. 4. To write about death is to write about that of which we have had little practical experience. We can write about conscious life, but we have no consciousness of the deaths we daily die. Besides, we cannot eat our cake and have it. We cannot have tabulae rasae and tabulae scriptae at the same time. We cannot be at once dead enough to be reasonably registered as such, and alive enough to be able to tell people all about it. 5. There will come a supreme moment in which there will be care neither for ourselves nor for others, but a complete abandon, a sans souci of unspeakable indifference, and this moment will never be taken from us. Time cannot rob us of it, but as far as we are concerned, it will last forever and ever without flying. So that even for the most wretched and most guilty, there is a heaven at last where neither moth nor rust doth corrupt, and where thieves do not break through nor steal. To himself every one is an immortal. He may know that he is going to die, but he can never know that he is dead. 6. If life is an illusion, then so is death, the greatest of all illusions. If life must not be taken too seriously, then so neither must death. 7. The dead are often just as living to us as the living are, only we cannot get them to believe it. They can come to us, but till we die we cannot go to them. To be dead is to be unable to understand that one is alive. Dissolution. Death is the dissolving of a partnership, the partners to which survive and go elsewhere. It is the corruption or breaking up of that society which we have called ourself. The corporation is at an end. Both its soul and its body cease as a whole. But the immortal constituents do not cease and never will. The souls of some men transmigrate in great part into their children, but there is a large alloy in respect both of body and mind through sexual generation. The souls of other men migrate into books, pictures, music, or what not, and everyone's mind migrates somewhere, whether remembered and admired or the reverse. The living souls of Handel, Shakespeare, Rembrandt, Giovanni Bellini, and the other great ones appear and speak to us in their works with less alloy than they could ever speak through their children. But men's bodies disappear absolutely on death, except they be in some measure preserved in their children, and in so far as harmonics of all that has been remain. On death we do not lose life, we only lose individuality. We live henceforth in others, not in ourselves. Our mistake has been in not seeing that death is indeed, like birth, a salient feature in the history of the individual, but one which wants exploding as the end of the individual, no less than birth wanted exploding as his beginning. Dying is only a mode of forgetting. We shall see this more easily if we consider forgetting to be a mode of dying. So the ancients called their river of death Lethe, the river of forgetfulness. They ought also to have called their river of life Mnemosyne, the river of memory. We should learn to tune death a good deal flatter than according to received notions. The dislike of death. We cannot like both life and death at once. No one can be expected to like two such opposite things at the same time. If we like life, we must dislike death, and if we leave off disliking death, we shall soon die. Death will always be more avoided than sought, for living involves effort, perceived or unperceived, central or departmental, and this will only be made by those who dislike the consequences of not making it more than the trouble of making it. A race, therefore, which is to exist at all, must be a death-disliking race, for it is only at the cost of death that we can rid ourselves of all aversion to the idea of dying, so that the hunt after a philosophy which shall strip death of his terrors
is like trying to find the philosopher's stone, which cannot be found, and which, if found, would defeat its own object. Moreover, as a discovery which should rid us of the fear of death would be the vainest, so also it would be the most immoral of discoveries, for the very essence of morality is involved in the dislike, within reasonable limits, of death. Morality aims at a maximum of comfortable life, and a minimum of death. If, then, a minimum of death and a maximum of life were no longer held worth striving for, the whole fabric of morality would collapse, as indeed we have it on record that it is apt to do among classes that, from one cause or another, have come to live in disregard and expectation of death. However much we may abuse death for robbing us of our friends, and there is no one who is not sooner or later hit hard in this respect, yet time heals those wounds sooner than we like to own. If the heyday of grief does not shortly kill outright, it passes, and I doubt whether most men, if they were to search their hearts, would not find that could they command death for some single occasion, they would be more likely bid him take than restore. Moreover, death does not blight love as the accidents of time and life do. Even the fondest grow apart if parted. They cannot come together again, not in any closeness, or for any long time. Can death do worse than this? The memory of a love that has been cut short by death remains still fragrant, though enfeebled, but no recollection of its past can keep sweet a love that is dried up and withered through accidents of time and life. End of section 30. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 31 of the Notebooks of Samuel Butler. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 5-Pack. The Notebooks of Samuel Butler, edited by Henry Festing Jones. Chapter 24. The Life of the World to Come. Part 1. Posthumous Life. 1. To try to live in posterity is to be like an actor who leaps over the footlights and talks to the orchestra. 2. He who wants posthumous fame is as one who would entail land and tie up his money after his death as tightly and for as long a time as possible. Still, we each of us in our own small way try to get what little posthumous fame we can. The test of faith. Why should we be so avid of honorable and affectionate remembrance after death? Why should we hold this the one thing worth living or dying for? Why should all that we can know or feel seem but a very little thing as compared with that which we never either feel or know? What a reversal of all the canons of action which commonly guide mankind is there not here? But however this may be, if we have faith in the life after death, we can have little in that which is before it, and if we have faith in this life, we can have small faith in any other. Nevertheless, there is a deeply rooted conviction, even in many of those in whom its existence is least apparent, that honorable and affectionate remembrance after death, with a full and certain hope that it will be ours, is the highest prize to which the highest calling can aspire. Few pass through this world without feeling the vanity of all human ambitions. Their faith may fail them here, but it will not fail them, not for a moment, never, if they possess it as regards posthumous respect and affection. The world may prove hollow, but a well-earned good fame in death will never do so, and all men feel this whether they admit it to themselves or no. Faith in this is easy enough. We are born with it. What is less easy is to possess one's soul in peace, and not be shaken in faith and broken in spirit on seeing the way in which men crowd themselves, or are crowded, into honorable remembrance when, if the truth concerning them were known, no pit of oblivion should be deep enough for them. See again how many who have richly earned esteem never get it either before or after death. It is here that faith comes in, to see that the infinite corruptions of this life penetrate into and infect that which is to come, and yet to hold that even infamy after death, with obscure and penurious life before it, is a prize which will bring a man more peace at the last than all the good things of this life put together and joined with an immortality as lasting as Virgil's, provided the infamy and failure of the one be unmerited, as also the success and immortality of the other. Here is the test of faith. Will you do your duty with all your might at any cost of goods or reputation, either in this world or beyond the grave? If you will, well, the chances are 100 to 1 that you will become a faddist, a vegetarian, and a teetotaler. And suppose you escape this pitfall too. Why should you try to be so much better than your neighbors? Who are you to think you may be worthy of so much good fortune? If you do, you may be sure that you do not deserve it. And so on ad infinitum. Let us eat and drink, neither forgetting nor remembering death unduly. The Lord hath mercy on whom he will have mercy, and the less we think about it, the better. Starting again ad infinitum. A man from the cradle to the grave is but the embryo of a being that may be born into the world of the dead who still live, or that may die so soon after entering it as to be practically stillborn. The greater number of the seeds shed, whether by plants or animals, never germinate, and of those that grow, few reach maturity, so the greater number of those that reach death are stillborn as regards the truest life of all. I mean the life that is lived after death in the thoughts and actions of posterity. Moreover, of those who are born into and fill great places in this invisible world, not one is immortal. We should look on the body as the manifesto of the mind, and on posterity as the manifesto of the dead that live after life. Each is the mechanism whereby the other exists. Life, then, is not the having been born, it is rather an effort to be born. But why should some succeed in attaining to this future life, and others fail? Why should some be born more than others? Why should not someone in a future state taunt Lazarus with having a good time now and tell him it will be the turn of Dives in some other and more remote hereafter? I must have it that neither are the good rewarded nor the bad punished in a future state, but everyone must start anew, quite irrespective of anything they have done here, and must trust his luck again, and go on trying it again, and again ad infinitum. Some of our lives, then, will be lucky, and some unlucky, and it will resolve itself into one long eternal life, during which we shall change so much that we shall not remember our antecedents very far back, any more than we remember having been embryos, nor foresee our future very much, and during which we shall have our ups and downs ad infinitum, effecting a transformation seen at once as soon as circumstances become unbearable. Nevertheless, some men's work does live longer than others. Some achieve what is very likely immortality. Why should they have this piece of good fortune more than others? The answer is that it would be very unjust if they knew anything about it, or could enjoy it in any way, but they know nothing whatever about it. And you, the complainer, do profit by their labor, so that it is really you, the complainer, who get the fun, not they, and this should stop your mouth. The only thing they got was a little hope, which buoyed them up often when there was but little else that could do so. Preparation for death. That there is a life after death is as palpable as that there is a life before death. See the influence that the dead have over us. But this life is no more eternal than our present life. Shakespeare and Homer may live long, but they will die some day. That is to say, they will become unknown as direct and efficient causes. Even so, God himself dies. For to die is to change, and to change is to die to what has gone before. If the units change, the total must do so also. As no one can say which egg or seed shall come to visible life, and in its turn leave issue, so no one can say which of the millions of now visible lives shall enter into the afterlife on death, and which have but so little life as practically not to count. For most seeds end as seeds, or as food for some alien being, and so with lives. By far the greater number are sterile, except in so far as they can be devoured as the food of some stronger life. The Handels and Shakespeares are the few seeds that grow, and even these die. And the same uncertainty attaches to posthumous life as to pre-lethal. As no one can say how long another shall live, so no one can say how long or how short a time a reputation shall live. The most unpromising, weakly-looking creatures sometimes live to 90, while strong, robust men are carried off in their prime, and no one can say what a man shall enter into life for having done. Roughly, there is a sort of moral government, whereby those who have done the best work live most enduringly, but it is subject to such exceptions that no one can say whether or not there shall not be an exception in his own case, either in his favour or against him. In this uncertainty, a young writer had better act as though he had a reasonable chance of living, not perhaps very long, but still some little while after his death. Let him leave his notes fairly full and fairly tidy in all respects, without spending too much time about them. If they are wanted, there they are. If not wanted, there is no harm done. He might as well leave them as anything else. But let him write them in copying ink, and have the copies kept in different places. The Vates Sacer. Just as the kingdom of heaven cometh not by observation, so neither do one's own ideas, nor the good things one hears other people say. They fasten on us when we least want or expect them. It is enough if the kingdom of heaven be observed when it does come. I do not read much. I look, listen, think, and write. My most intimate friends are men of more insight, quicker wit, more playful fancy, and, in all ways, abler men than I am, but you will find 10 of them for one of me. I note what they say, think it over, adapt it, and give it permanent form. They throw good things off as sparks. I collect them and turn them into warmth. But I could not do this if I did not sometimes throw out a spark or two myself. Not only would Agamemnon be nothing without the Vates Sacer, but there are always at least 10 good heroes to one good chronicler, just as there are 10 good authors to one good publisher. Bravery, wit, and poetry abound in every little village. Look at Miss Boss, the original of Miss Jupe in The Way of All Flesh, and at Joanna Mills, Life and Letters of Dr. Butler, 193. There is not a village of 500 inhabitants in England but has its Miss Quickly and its Tom Jones. These good people never understand themselves. They go over their own heads. They speak in unknown tongues to those around them, and the interpreter is the rarer and more important person. The Vates Sacer is the middleman of mind. So rare is he, and such spendthrifts are we, of good things that people not only will not note what might well be noted, but they will not even keep what others have noted, if they are to be at the pains of pigeonholing it. It is less trouble to throw a brilliant letter into the fire than to put it into such form that it can be safely kept, quickly found, and easily read. To this end, a letter should be gummed, with the help of the edgings of stamps if necessary, to a strip, say 1 1/4 inch wide, of stout, handmade paper. 2 or 3 paper fasteners passed through these strips will bind 50 or 60 letters together, which, arranged in chronological order, can be quickly found and comfortably read. But how few will be at the small weekly trouble of clearing up their correspondence and leaving it in manageable shape. If we keep our letters at all, we throw them higgledy-piggledy into a box and have done with them. Let someone else arrange them when the owner is dead. The someone else comes and finds the fire an easy method of escaping the onus thrown upon him. So on go letters from Tilbrook, Miriam, Marmaduke Lawson. Footnote. There are letters from these people in The Life and Letters of Dr. Samuel Butler. End footnote. Just as we throw our money away if the holding on to it involves even very moderate exertion. On the other hand, if this instinct towards prodigality were not so great, beauty and wit would be smothered under their own selves. It is through the waste of wit that wit endures, like money. Its main preciousness lies in its rarity. The more plentiful it is, the cheaper does it become. The Dictionary of National Biography. When I look at the articles on Handel, on Dr. Arnold, or indeed on almost anyone whom I know anything about, I feel that such a work as the Dictionary of National Biography adds more terror to death than death of itself could inspire. That is one reason why I let myself go so unreservedly in these notes. If the colours in which I paint myself fail to please, at any rate, I shall have had the laying them on myself. The world. The world will, in the end, follow only those who have despised as well as served it. Accumulated dinners. The world and all that has ever been in it will one day be as much forgotten as what we ate for dinner 40 years ago. Very likely, but the fact that we shall not remember much about a dinner 40 years hence does not make it less agreeable now. And after all, it is only the accumulation of these forgotten dinners that makes the dinner of 40 years hence possible. Judging the dead. The dead should be judged as we judge criminals, impartially, but they should be allowed the benefit of a doubt. When no doubt exists, they should be hanged out of hand for about 100 years. After that time, they may come down and move about under a cloud. After about 2,000 years, they may do what they like. If Nero murdered his mother, well, he murdered his mother, and there's an end. The moral guilt of an action varies inversely as the squares of its distances in time and space, social, psychological, physiological, or topographical, from ourselves. Not so its moral merit. This loses no luster through time and distance. Good is like gold. It will not rust or tarnish, and it is rare, but there is some of it everywhere. Evil is like water. It abounds, is cheap, soon fouls, but runs itself clear of taint. Myself and my books. Bodily offspring I do not leave, but mental offspring I do. Well, my books do not have to be sent to school and college, and then insist on going into the church or take to drinking or marry their mother's maid. My son. I have often told my son that he must begin by finding me a wife to become his mother, who shall satisfy both himself and me. But this is only one of the many rocks on which we have hitherto split. We should never have got on together. I should have had to cut him off with a shilling either for laughing at Homer, or for refusing to laugh at him, or both, or neither, but still cut him off. So I settled the matter long ago by turning a deaf ear to his importunities and sticking to it that I would not get him at all. Yet his thin ghost visits me at times, and, though he knows that it is no use pestering me further, he looks at me so wistfully and reproachfully that I am half inclined to turn tall, take my chance about his mother, and ask him to let me get him after all. But I should show a clean pair of heels if he said yes. Besides, he would probably be a girl. Obscurity. When I am dead, do not let people say of me that I suffered from misrepresentation and neglect. I was neglected and misrepresented. Very likely not half as much as I supposed, but nevertheless, to some extent, neglected and misrepresented. I growl at this sometimes, but if the question were seriously put to me whether I would go on as I am, or become famous in my own lifetime, I have no hesitation about which I should prefer. I will willingly pay the few hundreds of pounds which the neglect of my works cost me in order to be let alone and not plagued by the people who would come round me if I were known. The The probability is that I shall remain after my death as obscure as I am now. If this be so, the obscurity will, no doubt, be merited, and if not, my books will work not only as well without my having been known in my lifetime, but a great deal better. My follies and blunders will the better escape notice to the enhancing of the value of anything that may be found in my books. The only two things I should greatly care about, if I had more money, are a few more country outings and a little more varied and better cooked food. 1882. P.S. I have long since obtained everything that a reasonable man can wish for. 1895. Posthumous honors. I see Cecil Rhodes has just been saying that he was a lucky man, inasmuch as such honors as are now being paid him generally come to a man after his death, and not before it. This is all very well for a politician whose profession immerses him in public life, but the older I grow, the more satisfied I am that there can be no greater misfortune for a man of letters, or of contemplation, than to be recognized in his own lifetime. Furthermore, the greater man is, and hence the greater the misfortune he would incur, the less likelihood there is that he will incur it. 1897. Posthumous recognition. Shall I be remembered after death? I sometimes think and hope so, but I trust I may not be found out, if I ever am found out, and if I ought to be found out at all, before my death. It would bother me very much, and I should be much happier and better as I am. 1880. P.S. This note I leave unaltered. I am glad to see that I had so much sense 13 years ago. What I thought then, I think now, only with greater confidence and confirmation. 1893. Analysis of the sales of my books. Erewhon. Copies sold, 3,843. Cash profit, £62, 10 shillings, 10 pence. Cash loss. Total profit, £69, 3 shillings, 10 pence. Total loss. Value of stock, £6, 13 shillings, 0 pence. The Fairhaven. Copies sold, 442. Cash profit. Cash loss, £41, 2 shillings, 2 pence. Total profit. Total loss, £27, 18 shillings, 2 pence. Value of stock, £13, 4 shillings, 0 pence. Life and Habit. Copies sold, 640. Cash profit. Cash loss, £4, 17 shillings, 1.5 pence. Total profit, £7, 19 shillings, 1.5 pence. Total loss. Value of stock, £12, 16 shillings, 3 pence. Evolution, Old and New. Copies sold, 541. Cash profit. Cash loss, £103, 11 shillings, 10 pence. Total profit. Total loss, £89, 13 shillings, 10 pence. Value of stock, £13, 18 shillings, 0 pence. Unconscious memory. Copies sold, 272. Cash profit. Cash loss, £38, 13 shillings, 5 pence. Total profit. Total loss, £38, 13 shillings, 5 pence. Value of stock. Alps and Sanctuaries. Copies sold, 332. Cash profit. Cash loss, £113, 6 shillings, 4 pence. Total profit. Total loss, £110, 18 shillings, 4 pence. Value of stock, £22, 8 shillings, 0 pence. Selections from previous works. Copies sold, 120. Cash profit. Cash loss, £51, 4 shillings, 10.5 pence. Total profit. Total loss, £48, 10 shillings, 10.5 pence. Value of stock, £2, 14 shillings, 0 pence. Luck or cunning. Copy sold, 284. Cash profit. Cash loss, £41, 6 shillings, 4 pence. Total profit. Total loss, £13, 18 shillings, 10 pence. Value of stock, £27, 7 shillings, 6 pence. Ex voto. Copies sold, 217. Cash profit. Cash loss, £147, 18 shillings, 0 pence. Total profit. Total loss, £111, 8 shillings, 0 pence. Value of stock. Value of stock, £36, 10 shillings, 0 pence. Life and Letters of Dr. Butler. Copy sold, 201. Cash profit. Cash lost, £216, 18 shillings, 0 pence. Total profit. Total loss, £193, 18 shillings, 0 pence. Value of stock, £23, 0 shillings, 0 pence. The Authoress of the Odyssey. Copy sold, 165. Cash profit. Cash loss, £81, 1 shilling, 3 pence. Total profit. Total loss, £59, 10 shillings, 3 pence. Value of stock, £21, 11 shillings, 0 pence. The Iliad in English prose. Copy sold, 157. Cash profit. Cash loss, £89, 4 shillings, 8 pence. Total profit. Total loss, £77, 6 shillings, 8 pence. Value of stock, £11, 18 shillings, 0 pence. A Holbein card. Copy sold, 6. Cash profit. Cash lost, £8, 1 shilling, 9 pence. Total profit. Total loss, £8, 1 shilling, 9 pence. Value of stock. A book of essays. Copy sold, 0. Cash profit. Cash loss, £3, 11 shillings, 9 pence. Total profit. Total loss. Value of stock, £3, 11 shillings, 9 pence. Cash profit, £62, 10 shillings, 10 pence. Cash loss, £960, 17 shillings, 6 pence. Total profit, £77, 2 shillings, 11.5 pence. Total loss, £779, 18 shillings, 1.5 pence. Value of stock, £195, 11 shillings, 6 pence. To this must be added my book on the sonnets, in respect of which I have had no account as yet, but am over £100 out of pocket by it so far, little of which, I fear, is ever likely to come back. It will be noted that my public appears to be a declining one. I attribute this to the long course of practical boycott to which I have been subject for so many years, or, if not boycott, of sneer, snarl, and misrepresentation. I cannot help it, nor, if the truth were known, am I at any pains to try to do so. Footnote. Butler made this note in 1899, before the publication of Shakespeare's Sonnets Reconsidered, which was published in the same year. The Odyssey, rendered into English prose, appeared in 1900, and Erewhon Revisited, the last book published in his lifetime, in 1901. He made no analysis of the sales of these three books, nor of the sales of A First Year in Canterbury Settlement, published in 1863, nor of his pamphlet, The Evidence for the Resurrection, published in 1865. The Way of All Flesh and Essays on Life, Art, and Science were not published till after his death. I do not know what he means by a book of essays, unless it may be that he incurred an outlay of £3 11s. 9d. in connection with the projected republication of his articles in the Universal Review or of some of his Italian articles about the Odyssey. End footnote. End of section 31.